매일 눈을 뜨면 들려오는 라디오 심장 깊이 박혀 울려오는 스테레오 이젠 혼자 남아 나의 길로 let me go 아픔만 내 슬픔 따윈 never let it go 어디가 픽 보면 네 픽 어제 며칠 원한 취소해 내가 필요 없어 내가 필요해 그런 놈들 가슴 말아 girl 어찌나도 아니잖아 곧 Am I your hero with the pedals 그 노래 말로 Wait I try to get away Wait 켜버린 배로 나 슬픈 노래가 점점 날 가두려 해 Feel like another sad song 모두가 좋아지는 mad song 내 가슴에 멍들어 loose They're getting tired of truth They make you wanna dance 그래도 난 네 곁에 Feel like another sad song 모두가 좋아지는 mad song 같은데 서로 다른 move 엇갈려버린 groove You make me wanna dance 그래도 난 네 곁에 Feel like another sad song 우리 함께하는 지독한 기억 And miss the times we had It's so Love me all that 그리워하는 그때가 오겠지 Yeah Every song we feel like Feel like another sad song 모두가 채워주는 멜로디
revolucionaria. Con su terror y
R.I.P.
sus
to a real
mentiras,
one. Rest in power, Chris Christopherson.
con su dinero y sus máquinas.
Anyway,
La libertad en tus ojos,
cheers.
el amor caliente en tu corazón. Son fuerzas más poderosas
Did you just ask
que
if
las
he's
armas
Mexican?
de la guerra.
His name is Chris Christopherson, dog.
Sandinista.
Yeah, he also famously defended
You
and
can
wrote a ballad
hold
for
your head
Sinead
up
O'Connor.
You have given back their freedom. You have
Cristobal
lived up to your name.
Christopherson. Anyway, R.I.P. to Kembe Mutombo as well. Apparently, he passed away to brain cancer.
May your spirit never die.
Anyway, just wanted to give a shout out to the legend, the ledge. Yeah, he said if you are a supporter of human rights, you must be a supporter of human rights everywhere. That was what he said, and he's right. Anyway, so that's what I wanted to start off with real quickly. I mean, he lived a long life, you know, dude. If you die at 88, happy alongside your family, alongside your loved ones, it's like, and you have a fucking long history of accomplishments, that's like you maxed out, okay? You can't be too sad about things like that. You feel me? Yeah, like instead of being sad about someone's passing, you should probably celebrate their legacy if they are worthy of that praise, especially in their passing. So that's what I choose to do usually. In any case, this is the part of the broadcast where I will tell you about my personal news. And honestly, yesterday I was supposed to go to the Cutie Cinderella concert. I couldn't make it, and I'll tell you exactly why. I didn't stream yesterday. Okay. I was you and him got the same trainer, bro. What is this? The Spurs have listed Victor Wembanyama at 7'3", 235 pounds. Wemby was listed at 210 coming into his rookie season. Bro, that's a lot. He's packed on 25 pounds of muscle. That's crazy. Congratulations to Victor Wemby. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna talk about what's happened in my personal news segment, because this is the part of the broadcast where I do that. I talk about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, and obviously, a lot occurred. I ended the broadcast on Saturday night after a basically almost 12-hour stream. We started off with Nick's stream in the bedroom, and we ended the day after a long process. I mean, it was supposed to be Saturday, Sunday, but of course, instead of Saturday, Sunday, what did we do? Well, I guess we did something that I consider to be fun. Saturday Fun Day. What I consider to be fun was 4.5 hours of real-time introduction to Israel-Palestine with mostly memes. Like, I didn't get into like too much of the nitty-gritty, too much of the history of it all, I don't think. I mean, it's such a long subject matter to get into, but it was great. It was, I think, a lot of people were entertained, and I think a lot of people learned things. One of the most commonly held opinions that I heard online in the aftermath of this was, I really wish Hasan would talk to normies all the time. Okay. I really wish that, Hasan would talk to normies all the time like this, because it's great to, there's a lot of stuff that he explains. But once again, I do find this pretty funny, because regardless of the actual content, regardless of the fact that I'm friends with Nick, regardless of the fact that Nick actually enjoyed the stream, and that we had no fucking idea that there was a reception happening online that was broadly received infinitely differently than like what was actually going on. And this is why I always say the internet is not the real world, because like you can literally have someone who is staying at your house, someone who you are personal friends with in the real world, and like the Twitter reception of your relationship, of your dynamic is entirely different. Because, and I, you know, people are going to get mad at me and say that like, oh dude, you're fucking ableist or whatever. But like, I'm sorry, if you're an autistic shut-in, okay, and you're projecting your own personal sauce onto like interpersonal dynamics between people that know one another, you're probably going to be hallucinating an alternative reality, okay? Which is hilarious because like, dog, like something that is the truth online, and this happens so frequently, especially in like incredibly parasocial circles like this, like it's hilarious. It's hilarious that like you can have two dudes who are friends with one another, and the reception and the actual like things that occurred over the course of like 5 hours is entirely different than what like, yeah, Twitter hikikomoris have declared it to be. So once again, don't be duped and deluded into thinking that things are a certain way because you saw it online and enough people pumped it up. This guy says, leftist version of your coworker showing you a funny meme and it's just a little dark age edit of a neo-Nazi imagery. It's pretty funny because this is the same guy, I think. This is that fucking loser who said I was enslaving my mother because she would cook me meals. But yeah, that's you know, that's just people trying to yuck people's yum, you know. As someone who knew nothing about Israel-Palestine before October 7, I learned a lot from that VOD. Yeah. Yeah. It is pretty funny that like the community that is upset with me doing an educational seminar that's like meme. Educational seminar that's like half meme is the most of the naysayers that are pearl clutching about this entire process are coming from a community where you know, they cherish the right to be able to say the N-word as white people. So not exactly interested in their, you know, not exactly interested in their takes, I think, but hey, have fun. Men who have been on stream excitedly watching an unarmed Palestinian child get shot and justifying it have issues with you pointing out a bloodless blockade was a response to a genocide. Yeah. Yeah. If also personally, like whenever people say like, oh dude, he's showing them like a music video, like it is objectively an interesting phenomenon that a group of individuals who are fundamentalist in nature, who definitely have a lot of opinions I don't agree with, but I don't feel the need to fucking consistently talk about it. They're gonna come in here today. I don't care. They come in here every day. It doesn't work. But like I was saying, it is hilarious to me. Like there's two things that are very interesting about this, right? What's interesting is what is happening in the real world can be the exact opposite of what is happening online, but at this point, it doesn't matter really. Like people online only focus on like what their perception of a certain situation is. And it can be something as like direct as an interpersonal conversation, an interpersonal connection between two people that are like literally friends with one another, but it doesn't matter. I know the truth. I know that Nick was actually upset about this entire process. He thought it was weird. He hated it. He hated it. And you're a parasocial loser, dog. Like you're being very weird. You've like constructed an alternative reality. Anyway, we're going to be talking about Asheville in a little bit. So that's the one aspect of it that's like pretty funny. And then, did people get mad at Hasan for showing NP stuff on Saturday? Not really. It's not people that got mad. It's fucking losers that did, but who cares? So regardless, as I was stating, It's Twitter, dog. Twitter got mad. They're NPCs. Bots. Where was I? That's one aspect of this. That's one aspect of this that I wanted to quickly and briefly point to. I was also we're dehumanizing losers now. Wow. Yes. The other thing I was going to say is that I had a great time offline yesterday. I didn't even touch anything. I was not really online at all. Because I was finally shooting a collab stream, a collab episode with Quenlin Blackwell. Okay, and it was great. Have you seen the new Chuple video? You come up. It might get chat mad, but I think it's quite interesting seeing your perspective, Law. Yeah, no, Chuple hit me up ahead of time, by the way. When he said, heads up, like I'm gonna be criticizing you a little bit in the Havana video that he made. And I'm very excited because I really like and I really respect Chuple's coverage on this kind of stuff. So why are you drinking cough syrup? Are you depressed? This is cold brew, my friend. I pulled the trigger. I got the Steam Deck. Congratulations. This is great. Quenlin Blackwell is a phenomenal content creator. She is a TikToker. She was a Viner. She was like a Twitter memer and has like a pretty big audience overall. But it's like for Zoomers for the most part. You guys are probably unfamiliar with her. But in any case, if we have time, which we might not today, if we have time, we'll look at the Chuple video for sure. So when were you going to tell us? As a fellow house owner, he truly gets me. The Zucks reportedly said in a leaked interview breaking. Facebook creator Mark Zuckerberg has hired former Wine About a guest star Hasan Piker as his personal stylist. That's so stupid. Refresh chat arena for Halloween emotes. Okay, let's go. But yeah, I did that. I did the and we got, it's gonna be for like Halloween. It's Halloween special for Quen's thing that we're doing. And then I'm very excited to also have her on the stream as well. Kaya Ween, my little bubba. All right. But yeah. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, but something very interesting happened. The shoot was like significantly further away than I normally drive off to. And basically what ended up happening is I almost ran out of battery on the way back, and the shoot went for longer than expected. We shot some TikToks. We'll be posting those when the time comes. But yeah, I wasn't able to make it. I hit up Cutie. I was like, Cutie, I'm so sorry. Is it like really, I've never done this before. I've never actually bailed on a former obligation. I know I like told you I might make it. I wasn't like fully firmly committed, but regardless, like if you need me, I will make it there. But yeah, I had to get back to my house, charge my car a little bit. And I was still, if she was like, yeah, I want you to, I need you to come, I literally would have fucking, I was like, I will, bro, you were front and center on the image. I mean, I don't mind her using my likeness to promote it. You guys watched it. Bro, there's like a billion fast chargers in LA. Your car can charge at 270 kilowatts. No, that's not a problem. Like, I'm saying I had to get back home so I could at least put my car on the fucking charger. Okay? Calm down. Calm down. I had to put my car on my charger because I was just going to Uber. That wasn't a problem. Like, it wasn't necessarily just the charger that I was like running out of batteries. That was the major issue. I'm just saying that's just a separate situation. It's a separate part of the story. Okay? Didn't get canceled for trying to sing Red Sun in the Sky. Yeah, I was a little nervous about singing Red Sun in the Sky to begin with, honestly, because, like, you know, there's a lot of eyeballs on me. That's stupid. You have a level 2 charger and you could have stopped somewhere for a level 3 charger and got a 50% charge in 10 minutes. Oh my God, dude. Well, I don't want to do that. So what now? What are you going to do about it? Shut up. Also, Nephew on the subathon hype. I'm not like super big on the subathon stuff, but I mean, it is cool to see Jason get to 100,000 subs. That's crazy. Yeah. Industry plant Jason the Ween, ladies and gentlemen, the nephew himself. Apparently he got banned too. Like, I don't know what happened there. But everyone's pumping up those sub numbers because I think Twitch is doing, what is it, a gotchi? Dude, I am so uninvolved with like Twitch related things. I have no fucking clue what was going on. I think like, oh, he was drinking for subs. Oh, okay. It's crazy. Like Twitch is gifting subs. By the way, the stream on Nick's channel was so much fun. I've watched Nick since 2013. It was genuinely great content. Yeah, I love Nick, man. He's fucking hilarious. He's so goddamn smart. He's so funny. Like he's a good guy. I like him. He does something that I think is that's like brilliant. Other than like obviously presenting himself as like the foil. Presenting himself as like the old school pervy guy, right? Beyond that, yeah, they just left, by the way. But presenting himself as that, like in his, comedic action or whatever, he does something very good. He does something very good. As a content creator, I recognize that, and I got to mention it. But he is really good at elevating whoever he is doing content with. He's really good at that. So, for example, if you notice, like, even in the conversation that we were having, in the back and forth that we were having, like, there's a lot of questions that he was asking that he might have actually known the answers for, right? Like, he is, he's very good. He is very, I mean, this is like a perfect, this was the perfect demonstration of what I'm talking about, okay? Beirut, Lebanon, a quick chat on what's happening. This got 40,000 likes. Holy shit. So here, notice we're not just going to talk about like the actual issue at hand or what I said, but listen to like the way he moves the conversation. This is Beirut. This is Lebanon. This is Lebanon's capital with 2.5 million people living in it. Well, it's probably a larger number now because a lot of the Lebanese population that was in southern Lebanon have had to escape into Beirut, because they thought that would be a safe territory for them.
What are they running from?
Israel. Israel's bombing the shit out of everywhere.
Wait, what?
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah. Israel's justifications for it is that Hezbollah, which is one of the parties inside of the Lebanese parliament, which was created as a resistance group against Israel the first time Israel invaded Lebanon, and occupied it for years, and then successfully fought back against Israel and removed the Israeli invasion from its territorial boundaries, and then did it again in 2006, is lobbing rockets into Israel in a tit-for-tat
Wait, are
border.
you saying Israel's trying to expand?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Does everyone know this?
Yeah. Yes, Israel's trying to expand, yeah.
And our tax dollars are helping them?
Yeah.
Well, I want my money back.
Come on, dude. That's a good question. Like, these are great questions, okay? For a lot of people, they're like, wait, hold on. I'm lining up a potential interview right now. But these are great questions, right? Like, he's doing a great job moving the conversation in a direction. Wait, was he intentionally playing dumb to extract these answers? I thought he genuinely was like not plugged in at all in the situation. I think he has like, I mean, I asked him about it afterwards, and he basically said, like, there are some things that I know, right? Like, above board. There are some things that I know above board, okay? But there is like plenty of questions that I'm asking to you in that situation. There's questions that I'm asking to you directly in that situation because, like, I want to get clarification over it. Does that make sense? Do you understand? He seemed very unplugged. No, I think he is. Like, he's still unplugged. But and most people are. I mean, he represents like the average person in this regard. And I think he did a great job.
Back.
Yeah, good luck.
Oh my God. Are they bombing civilians?
Yes. Like a shit ton. Yeah. Of course. Who do you think lives there? These are just residential buildings. Yeah, there's babies in those buildings. There's mothers in those buildings. There's elderly people in those buildings, and they fucking destroyed them and killed like 300 of them. It's overwhelming majority civilians. Like,
Are they trying to intentionally hit civilians?
I think their goal is to cause as much chaos as possible, where they don't like. Their goal is to just like destroy the normal existence of people there to make it unlivable.
Isn't that kind of the definition of terrorism?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is, and they are doing that. They are doing terrorism for sure.
Oh my God.
I think this is helpful. This is helpful. This back and forth is very helpful. I should probably do more of this. I should probably do more conversations like this with like people who are not super invested and super tapped in. You know what I mean? Because I think the outcome is like the outcome is good because I forget that there are a lot of people that watch me that are not super initiated. So they need like a refresher. And maybe they don't know, you know, they don't have the full scope, the full details, and they just probably try to make up the pieces as they go along. Right? If this was shown on CNN, the US would perish like the USSR with Chernobyl. No. I think the only issue is it kind of puts those people in the scope of your deranged haters. I know. That is an issue for sure, which is why it has to be like a normie that is such a normie content creator that like it doesn't even faze them. They don't even hear the fucking chirpers online. It seems difficult to find willing listeners that don't want your haters or seem uninformed with their great content. Yeah. Israel plans to do a grand invasion of Lebanon. I know they've been saying that for some time now. That's going to happen. We'll talk about that. But also, I haven't even blasted off yet. So I probably should. Okay. What it did to Gaza. What happens next after Hasan Nasrallah's nation massive hurricane damage in country that refuses to acknowledge climate change and later. Israel already in some parts of southern Lebanon, probing in and out for your information. Yeah, I know. Israel has already done a special military operation into Lebanon, and the invasion has started already. But we'll continue with that. And later, I will be going to USC to talk to the students there. IRL cam. Get in now. Yeah, later tonight I'm going to USC and I'm going to be streaming that as well. Okay. Do we have a blast off meme? Is it true you're coming to Oxford sometime in the next 2 months? Yes, it is true. Reuters reports the Lebanese army is retreating from various positions along the border. Multiple reports indicating today, claiming that the IDF will cross the Lebanon within the next hours, though supposedly to operate in a limited fashion. Haaretz already reports the IDF is conducting tank and artillery strikes in southern Lebanon. Now that northern Israel is officially closed military zone, and the U.S. will send thousands of soldiers to the region. This is one of those. This is yet another one of those instances where it's like, I hate to fucking tell you, but I told you. I fucking told you. Okay. I told you so, and it's happening. And the October surprise is not a surprise at all, and it's fucking happening regardless. For the record, my Oxford talk, I believe, would directly be about Israel too. So my Oxford Union talk, but that's later. That's later in the year. What is USC? USC, the University of Southern California. How many kidneys do I have to sell to get you to visit South Africa? That's going to be a tough one. All right, we're blasting off. We got a lot of news to cover. We got a lot of stuff to get to. I'm also trying to set up an interview with an academic, a historian on Lebanon, specifically Hezbollah as well, a scholar. He's a Palestinian historian, Abed Takriti. Abed Takriti. He's like an Arab politics guy, scholar, and I'm very interested to hear what he has to say about, you know, the history of Hezbollah, and like I have a lot of questions for him, and so we'll see. You misspelled Hasan on the blast off tweet. Okay, whatever. Everybody misspells my name. I misspelled his. It is what it is. Okay, everybody calm down. So, first and foremost, okay, before we get to Israel, Lebanon, and Hasan Nasrallah, no, stop, please. I have so many fucking haters, okay, chatters. Stop linking me, my friends defending me, okay? I have so many goddamn haters. So many fucking eyeballs. Just stop being parasocial weirdos, okay? I know you think you're helping. I know you think it's cute. I know you think it's wonderful, but stop, okay? I don't want to put my fucking friends more so in the goddamn crosshairs of delusional psychopaths. You know, be fucking normal, all right? Stop. Jesus Christ. Anyway. My sister is stuck in Asheville, North Carolina right now. We haven't heard from her in 4 days, but know that she's okay. Montgomery County VA is also under a boil water rule right now due to water contamination. Yeah. All right. Israel's literally invading Lebanon right now as we speak. I know. There's so much going on, man. Holy fucking shit. I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to get. I just, yeah. Okay. Everybody insta spams a bunch of shit going on. I know Israel's Channel 13 correspondent Mariah Ashraf is reporting that Israel has decided to attack. Wait, what? What the fuck is this? No. Stop sending me all these links. Stop. Stop. Jesus Christ. Attack Iran. Calm down, man. Fuck. I didn't even get to this goddamn cute ass Kaya TikTok. I'm going to show this and then we're going to move on. We're going to first talk about a hurricane and the lack of relief and climate change and how it fucking factors in to everything that's going on. Oh my God, I took one fucking day off. I took 1 day off. And now everyone's going crazy. Fuck. 1 day. I take 1 day off. And chat is literally like everything that you wanted to have me react to. As though I'm the only one capable of stopping fucking World War III. You're like, literally read this right now. I'm getting overstimulated. Fuck. It took 45 minutes for me to lose my mind. Oh, Kaya. Kaya is pooping next to the soccer field. God damn it. I'm so sorry.
Oh my God. That's a lot of poo, Hasan.
Yeah, bro, she's 100 pounds. Anyway. God damn, dude. Yeah, Kaya poos where she wants to poo, okay? She don't give a fuck. Oh, y'all are playing soccer over there? Sorry. Y'all are now playing soccer with my poop. That's her behavior. Bro's the substitute teacher that got mad at the class. No, man, it's not the fucking substitute teacher shit. And people do this on purpose, by the way. Like, they do this on purpose. Like, there's people that know I'm, like, fucking overstimulated and losing my goddamn mind over here because everyone is, like, spamming links and shit. And when they see that, they're like, oh, it's my opportunity to be fucking annoying and, like, send even more links. We're going to talk about Hurricane Helene, okay? I haven't been able to talk about it a lot because Israel's been pummeling fucking Lebanon. And obviously, foreign policy is important for me. It's a subject matter that I cover quite a bit. But I will say one thing, okay? I find it rather odd. I don't know if I'm like alone in this. I've been talking to some normies about this shit too. There isn't like enough coverage on this. It seems like I do feel as though like the media hasn't even like talked about the devastation as much, which is crazy. Like hundreds of people are fucking dying. Like there is like entire towns are underwater. I feel like this would be leading, you know what I mean? Non-fucking stop.
From Helene spread across the south.
So I can't find any real sources that the USA is deploying troops to combat zones or even off the ships. I can find reporting of the opposite, so though that the USA said they won't enter a war yesterday. Yeah, the Iran thing I think is like fucking bullshit. It's some random person who linked it. I thought it was talking about invading Lebanon. That's why I was reading what that chatter was saying. But when I found out that the chatter sent me a fucking random ass Twitter link that said that Israel's attacking Iran, I was like, shut the fuck up. Stop sending me these dumbass links. Okay. Anyway, but let's get back once again. Let's get back to Hurricane Helene. Okay. Now, it's kind of wild because there are a bunch of oh shit. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me just play this real quick while I set up this interview potentially with Abed.
South.
Yes, North Carolina was hit with flooding it hasn't seen in a century, some calling it biblical. This is the scene in Asheville, which is now isolated after roads leading into the town flooded and cell towers were knocked down in the storm.
So this is what we know right now. At least 91 people are dead, and that number is expected to rise. And power is out to some 2.1 million customers across that region. We have team coverage of the...
This is some biblical ass shit, bro, which is crazy. It's crazy because people don't seem to recognize that like the once in every fucking 100 years type shit keeps happening every year. Like what happened? I thought this was like a once in a lifetime circumstance. You know? Like this used to happen. This used to happen once every fucking 50 years max. Okay? Maybe every 100 years. Now it's every year, brother. Do we just kind of cast this aside? What do we do? Do we just kind of act like it's normal now? This is the thing. I don't really know how to parse through this information. I find it rather odd that like the devastation is so massive. The devastation is so goddamn massive. And the coverage of it is like not up to par, but I don't really know how to match the coverage in general. Like it's never the best kind of analysis to be like, oh, the media is not paying enough attention to this thing, because like they obviously are covering it, but it does kind of shock me how limited the information is. Like I've only seen like TikToks here and there, Twitter links here and there, not a lot of articles. Like if you go to Google News, like here, like there is some Hurricane Helene stuff. Okay. But even this morning, it was mostly like Israel. Morning Joe tears into Trump over calling Harris stupid. But this is my own personal briefing. Maybe that's the reason. But I do feel as though like the coverage does not match the devastation. You know what I mean? It almost feels as normalized. It almost feels as normalized as like mass shootings to a certain degree. Because the thing I mean about this is that I'm not saying the media is not covering it at all. Of course it is. But this kind of shit would be like week-long, if not month-long news coverage. Like, a lot of you are younger, so you probably don't recall Katrina. Okay? This is like a yearly event now. It almost feels like we are living in a fucking post-Katrina world where Katrina is a yearly event. And the scale of the devastation is Katrina across multiple territories. And it's like not as big. It doesn't feel like it's as big as a fucking story. Like you had Kanye West on the fucking phone trying to do fundraisers on television when that was happening. That's why he had that famous moment where he was like, George W. Bush doesn't care about black people. Like that's from that. That's how big of a thing that was. And I do think now it's like, it's almost like Sandy Hook normalized mass shootings. And now in that same degree, it just, you know, it holds the attention of people for like maybe a day, maybe 2 days. And then we just fucking move on. I don't know if it's like also because like our attention span is limited. I don't know if it's because I've just been thinking about it a lot. I don't know if it's because of our attention spans that are limited now as a consequence of like TikTok or whatever, but it is kind of weird. And I don't know if it's because like, I'm not saying that this is like a deliberate effort to like normalize. It's like hyper normalization of these kinds of like climate atrocities. I don't think that. But it is strange. It is strange to me that it's like, I mean, it isn't as bad as Katrina that was half of Louisiana's coastline that was destroyed. Bro, Asheville is gone, brother. Like, Asheville is fucking gone. Asheville, North Carolina is gone. The dam broke. It's over. You know, it's just like fully underwater at this point. It's crazy. I think it is definitely Katrina level. Yeah. Regarding coverage, bridges are rendering entire regions virtually entirely inaccessible by land. There's no power. There's no internet. I'm sure information will be scarce coming out of it from the ground versus being able to get aerial shots. Like this is like apocalyptic levels of destruction, as a chatter put it. And I don't know, man. It's just, it's really fucked up. It is really, really, really fucked up. And one aspect of this story that's really fucked up is that like we are directly causing it with anthropogenic climate change. Okay. as the world heats up more and more, I guess, in the simplest terms, directly as a consequence of our emissions, things that scientists keep saying are going to happen are happening over and over again. And a big chunk of people are just like, nah, I'm different, dog. We're different. It's fine. The only the most significant, most consequential climate change policy that we have seems to be the border policy. You know, like a more military, a more militant border, a more white nativist, more militant border policy is like the only thing that we are setting up for. Like, we're not hardening our infrastructure even enough. And half of the entire political field basically denies it's even happening and is like trying to legislate away the mention of it. Like, you look at fucking Florida, it's like they're too busy being like, nah, climate change is fake. Like, don't say it. Don't say it's real, please. And it blows my mind. Fango Lives, our EV correspondent, says, easy way to explain climate change makes storms stronger. Global warming makes water warmer. Warmer water has more energy. So storms passing over that water gain more energy from the warmer water, which means there's stronger storms. We've added several billion nuclear bombs worth of energy to the ocean in a couple decades. Yes. That is a good way to explain it. Thank you. Yeah. That's also partially due to climate change migration. No, I know. That's why I'm saying, like, our border security measures is a climate change infrastructure hardening initiative. It's because there are going to be more and more like people that previously worked in like the agricultural sector that are not going to be able to work. So they're going to migrate as their economy is devastated. They're going to migrate north. They're going to come to America. Because there's ecological disaster there, and they don't have any fucking, they don't have any money to even harden their infrastructure nor overcome the damage that climate change is causing in those regions. But what is crazy about this? Beyond that? I don't know. What's crazy about it is beyond the migration patterns, right? We literally have basically at this point, you know, developing nation levels of infrastructure in the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet, dude. Like, it's wild to me that we just straight up have a situation where half of the political population, half of our government is like, it doesn't exist, so don't do anything about it. The other half is like, it does exist, but we are going to be susceptible to political pressure from the right and from moneyed interest, like in the oil and gas sector. So we're going to keep drilling, baby. We're going to keep fucking fracking, drill, baby, drill, but like, you know, gay version, okay? And we hear you, we see you, we want to trust the science, but also we're not going to trust the science that much, because as long as it harms the bottom line of like oil and gas giants, then we're going to not trust the science that much, right? Build Back Better wasn't going to solve all this, but Jesus Christ, did Joe Manchin got the shit out of that bill as a Democratic senator? This is insane levels of destruction. Yeah, so you're right about that. And I do think that, like, in a just world, he would be held to count alongside the entirety of the Republican Party, right? How are immigration and disasters of hurricanes correlated? No, you're looking at one aspect of how climate change and the once in a lifetime like weather events like climate change created catastrophes occur in America. But you're failing to consider that when this happens in like Mexico, it's even more devastating. But beyond that, climate change also causes drought in a lot of places, especially in Latin America. Not only do they not have enough money to harden their infrastructure against this sort of thing when this kind of devastation occurs and it completely collapses entire ecologies, but beyond that, you have climate refugees. You have people that can no longer work the land because the land is no longer tenable. So what do? They migrate. They migrate further north. So you have climate refugees, right? You have climate refugees that are like, are coming to America because, like, at least there's still land that you can work on and make money on. So that's how millions of people are displaced. And America knows that, like, it's going to happen more and more. It's kind of like the classic Chevron, ExxonMobil having full knowledge of the carbon emissions causing anthropogenic climate change and global warming in general, and like refusing to do anything about it. And as a matter of fact, having that full knowledge and then only using that knowledge to create PR structures against it so that you can create an environment where like 30 to 40% of the entire fucking nation doesn't even believe it's real, right? That's what they did since the 80s. They were like, oh shit, this is going to be a problem in the future. So let's fucking make sure that it doesn't become a problem for us and our bottom line by creating an entire system in media to just lie to the American public and to say that it's like fucking bullshit. And that is one of the fucking negative consequences of this reality, because you're seeing biblical levels of destruction. Okay, you're watching biblical levels of destruction, and what are some Americans saying about it? How are some people reckoning with this reality? How are some people dealing with this reality? They're dealing with it by fucking blaming like weather machines or something. And it's no different than mass shootings. Okay? Here's why it's no different than mass shootings. Mass shootings are not a natural disaster. But we analyze it like it's a natural disaster. Why? Because we are completely captive to corporate interests in that regard. Gun manufacturers make too much fucking money for us to ever actually deal with the gun violence that happens in this country. So in that situation, if you are going to refuse to see the reality of the matter, like at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you're refusing to see that, if you're refusing to reckon with that reality, then you know, you're probably going to get hit with a 3-minute ad break instead of defending yourself against that ad break by subscribing. Last day of September, by the way, for $4 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. Hurricane Katrina, Category 5 major hurricane, 1,392 fatalities, 135 missing. Hurricane Helene, Category 4 major hurricane, 121 fatalities, 673 missing. So it doesn't seem like it's as bad as Katrina. Dude, it's... what are we doing? Like, it's pretty fucking bad still, dude. That is crazy. And I think it's more than 673 missing, by the way. I think those numbers are incorrect. We don't even know the full numbers at this point, don't we? It's also where the fucking hurricane hit. Like, it's not even the coastline in this situation. It's crazy. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Listen. You have to understand something, okay? All jokes aside, 3-minute ad break, blah, blah, blah. What I'm trying to fucking explain here is this, okay? If you are refusing to reckon with the reality in front of you, you are going to look for alternative realities as to why things are happening. And that's why there are so many conspiratorial psychopaths out there. Okay? That's my point. My point is there are so many fucking conspiracy-brained losers out there because they've been duped into refusing to acknowledge what the truth is. Okay? We're so far removed from that. And it's the same principle behind gun violence as well, which we also analyze like it's a fucking naturally occurring phenomenon. We're like, oh, do not look to the actual problem, which is guns, okay? Mass arsenal of weapons that are readily available to the public. More guns than there are people, but God forbid you fucking analyze it with the actual root cause of the fucking problem. No, we got to desperately cling on to anything and everything we can. Oh, it's got to be door control. We got to fucking give more guns to the teachers. We got to do this. We got to do that. And that's why so many people at this point, now that they've exhausted all other options, whenever fucking mass shootings occur, they now go, oh, it's because the shooter is trans. I've imagined that the shooter is trans and trans people are doing these mass shootings. Or, this is a psyop. This is a government psyop. They actually are doing this because they want to fucking do gun control, which never happens, by the way. Worst, shittiest psyop of all time, right? So that's it. That's why people hyper focus on like insane shit. This happened in Hawaii too. Oh, it must be like space lasers that did the fucking fires. It cannot be that the brush is just simply drier than it has ever been. It cannot be like full-blown ecological collapse that caused massive wildfires. It's got to be fucking space lasers. Look at the blue cars. The blue cars didn't light on fire. Like, we are purposely making our population dumber and dumber and dumber because it's like easier to control and manipulate in some ways, but also simultaneously, this is not tenable. This is not sustainable, okay? I don't know how else to describe it. And shit is fucked up. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up in every way, shape, and form. Like the way we analyze the situation is so messed up. Here, this is a Matt Christman quote that it talks about it, okay? These guys that marched in Charlottesville, these are the people who are aware of the unspoken premise of the sort of zombie neoliberalism that we're living in, which is that we're coming to a point where there's going to be ecological catastrophe and that it's going to require either massive redistribution of the ill-gotten gains of the first world or genocide. And these are the first people who have basically said, well, if that's the choice, then I choose genocide. And they're getting everyone else ready intellectually and emotionally for why that's going to be okay when it happens, why they are not really people. When we're putting all this money into more fucking walls and drones and bombs and guns to keep them away so that we can watch them die with clear consciences, it's because we have been loaded with the ideology that these guys are now starting to express publicly. On the other side of them, we have people who are saying in full fucking voice, no, we have the resource to save everybody, to give everybody a decent and worthwhile existence, and that is what we want. And that is the fucking real difference between these two. And you can tell that to the next asshole who tells you that they're actually two sides of the same coin. We are the people who say we have the money, we have the capacity, we have a surplus of food. We are the people who can save everybody else. We just choose not to. And the problem with neoliberalism and the problem with like the Democratic Party's capitulation to right-wing framing on issues is that they are also slaves of the same master, the master of capital. Okay, they are still deeply, they have a deeply vested interest in maintaining this corporate oligopoly, this corporate oligarchy. So they have to make some messages, like messaging differences between the Republican Party. But ultimately, that's why every fucking 4 years you see them bouldering towards more and more right-wing framing on these issues. Now, I want to dive into this a little bit further. I want to talk about this a little bit more. In this past month alone, there have been so many issues that that a competent Democratic Party would literally be messaging around over and over again to a degree where this would not even be a fucking close race at all. We had a mass shooting. That's a gun control issue. The Democrats could have messaged around it. We forgot about the fucking mass shooting already. Like it literally happened like what, a month ago, 2 months ago? Okay. Nothing. No competent fucking conversation. No competent Democratic leadership on that front at all. Okay. What do? We're still, we're like, yeah, guns are bad. We move on. Okay. A mass shooting happened and the Democrats didn't even message around it. Okay. Another thing, Republicans insanely right-wing framing on immigration. They went so above and beyond that it was gross to the average person. As I told you, this would happen with the Haitians are eating dogs and cats nonsense. Okay? That's another issue that the Republicans have completely gotten out of control on with their messaging. A competent Democratic Party should have made mincemeat out of that. Okay? A competent counterbalance to that kind of unrestricted fascist communication is supposed to sit there and say, do you hear what this fucking person is saying? They're saying your neighbors are eating cats and dogs. They're doing like unrestricted, unfettered racism, okay? White supremacy through and fucking through. Nothing. No statements whatsoever to the humanity of these fucking Haitian migrants that are literally not even undocumented. They are documented. They are documented immigrants. And their status, these guys on the right want to revoke. They want to take that away. Okay? So that's another one. And last but not least, or two other issues, okay? Foreign policy, neocon foreign policy back in the day was supposed to be the Republicans that pushed, more war, more devastation, more destruction, more money to the fucking military, okay? Israel has expanded on its NSIG and is now doing to Lebanon what it was doing to Gaza. Nothing from the Democratic Party except for full-blown, unconditional fucking support to Israel. Okay? And last but not least, now we also have ecological disasters as a direct consequence of climate change. And the counterbalance to the Republican Party is also running the drill, baby, drill attitude. Think about that. Those are 4 key issues. Domestic policy and foreign policy. 4 key fucking issues that the Democrats are supposed to literally be on the opposing side on. And yet when you look at their fucking policy prescriptions, their answers are no different than the Republican Party. Their answers are like maybe lighter, maybe a little bit more understanding. This is a terrifying prospect for the future of the United States of America. Okay? Their key issues to a crazy left person. Yeah, dude. The entire town of Asheville, North Carolina is underwater, and that's just a key issue to a crazy left person. A crazy left person. If you have to be a crazy left person to be like, hey, I find it unconscionable that our key ally in the Middle East is like pummeling every fucking country in the region with American-made bombs, with American tax dollars that could be going elsewhere to, I don't know, maybe harden your infrastructure ahead of time because you know fucking ecological disaster is imminent. I don't know. I don't know what to say about like the average opinion of the average person then. Or these are key issues to a crazy left person. Key issues such as not fucking going on a national stage and greatly accelerating the right-wing framing, the white nativist framing built on top of a house of lies, okay? Built on it's not even shaky foundation, okay? It's not a shaky foundation. It's just abject lies, right? Like the idea that undocumented migrants are responsible for more crime than natural-born U.S. citizens. That's not correct. It's just incorrect. These aren't even undocumented immigrants, by the way. These are documented immigrants, too. But they are being treated as though they are undocumented. Meanwhile, this is the lib talking point, by the way. Anyone that's upset about Biden and Harris's response are getting hit with not their fault. They offered aid to then say should have voted better. Yeah, that's insane, man. That's insane. Believing that climate change is real when like multiple towns are completely fucking underwater is such a psychotic way of looking at the situation. I don't even know how to deal with it. And that is how we arrive at the viral tweet blaming the flooding in North Carolina on government weather manipulation. Okay? Because you are desperately avoiding the truth. You don't want to fucking see the truth. You don't want to see the truth of the matter. You don't want to listen to scientists. You think scientists are gay and lame and lying to you. And when that happens, of course you're going to find yourself in the throes of like fucking insanity like this. Easy way to understand immigration and global warming. A single immigrant brings his body temperature to the U.S., therefore making the whole land of the U.S. warmer, more energy, and therefore making... Okay, stop joking right now. Come on. Yeah, I saw this fucking... I saw this as well. FEMA said last week it faces nearly $9 billion of shortfall for Hurricane Helene recovery efforts. On the same day, Israel announced an $8.7 billion weapons package from the U.S. Our tax dollars are funding Israeli war crimes instead of the investments we desperately need here. Can't do it. Can't get Congress to do it. You just can't do it, you know? Meanwhile, here's another fuck you to the police, by the way, because every single thing I talk about, the intersectionality of that violence is in full display right here. The intersectionality of misinformation, the intersectionality of that violence, all of the systems that we exist under that are openly being like, fuck you, die, you fucking poor. Police guarding grocery stores while folks are denied the opportunity to purchase baby formula after losing everything is pretty indicative of where we are as a country. Okay? Not letting people into the fucking grocery store. That's what they're using their fucking funds on. Great stuff, man. That's what we're using our local funds on. So why didn't you stock up? Why didn't anyone stock up? The store has to follow procedure from the people like you from buying everything up and then suing the store because they bought bad product. Like, there are people immediately being like, nah. Oh, this guy blocked me. But let's see what he's had to say. Matt Wallace. Don't worry, guys. Weather modification isn't real. It's just a coincidence that Hurricane Helene is one of the most devastating inland damage storms in history, and the hundreds of pro-Trump counties are massively being impacted during those most important elections of our lifetimes. Yeah. Obviously, the elites would never be evil enough to create hurricanes designed to interfere with democracy. Pay no attention to the storms. 30,000 likes. We're done. We're done. We're done. You cannot come back from this, I think. How the fuck are you living in a goddamn mountain and expected for your entire fucking house to flood, entire town to flood? It is perfectly understandable. Here's reporting from Asheville, North Carolina, from April 2002 or 2022. Okay, let's take a look about how Asheville was presented as a escape from severe climate change impact.
When it comes to climate, the mountains have always been an attractive place to live, and now even more so with climate change making severe weather events even worse elsewhere. Climate change leading to climate migration.
Weather events are becoming crazy all over the world, and there's places where they're less crazy. Asheville's fortunate to be one of those places.
Now more people taking refuge in the temperate mountains of western North Carolina. This real estate broker saying he's hearing that climate is a big reason why people are moving here.
I think people have noticed and are moving here to escape wildfires, to escape floods, to escape hurricanes, to escape droughts.
Scott Shuford is a local expert in community planning and resilience.
Our big three issues of climate change affecting North Carolina are sea level rise, which clearly we're not having a problem with that. but also heavy precipitation and periods of drought.
He says those don't affect us in Asheville as much since we're far from the coast, have the North Fork Reservoir for our water supply, and the elevation to keep our temperatures mild. Not immune to climate change, of course, just less susceptible. And he doesn't think we're anywhere near the peak of climate migration.
Bro, a random Kenyan farmer has been noticing that his goats are walking further and further for water year over year, and he understands this is a direct result of climate change. How do the hogs not understand this? I think it's understandable for most people to not recognize this because we don't have a direct relationship with the fucking nature. We don't have a direct relationship with the meat that we are consuming. We do not have that direct relationship with nature at all by design. So, of course, people don't notice these differences year over year. And as I explained already, there's a multi-billion-dollar initiative. There is a multi-billion-dollar initiative to also make people dumber and dumber and refuse to reckon with the reality because the reality harms capital interests. The reality harms the bottom line of the oil and gas industry. Okay? The entire world runs on fossil fuels. That's it. Yeah, it's the breaking down of the social connections of consumption caused by capitalism. A dude wrote a whole book about this. Yeah, he did. Like things that you would previously consider insane that, your fellow Americans would believe are now becoming more and more commonplace. Do you not notice that? And if you do notice that, do you not see that as a major problem? Because I certainly do. I definitely do. I find it damaging to public discourse in general. I find it terrifying that more and more people are just like literally desperately clinging on to whatever the fuck they can. Desperately clinging on to whatever kind of fucking misinformation they can because of our abject powerlessness in the face of these systems that are churning out these results no matter what you say and do. Where will we go from here?
Storm's aftermath. We start in Asheville with Faith Abube. Good morning, Faith.
Yeah, good morning to you, Robin. It's been days without power, cell phone service, or safe drinking water for so many people here in western North Carolina. Right now, we're in historic Biltmore Village, a popular shopping and dining enclave here in Asheville, which was submerged in water. There's debris all over the place and a muddy mess left behind. This stretches for miles and miles. One official calling the damage biblical devastation.
This morning, the death toll climbing after Helene barreled through the southeast. The massive storm killing more than 91 people from Florida to Virginia. In Buncombe County, North Carolina, our affiliate WSOC capturing the scope of the damage from above. At least 30 people declared dead, dozens more unaccounted for.
These response teams are working around the clock to make rescues, to access neighborhoods.
The extreme floods washing away homes and bridges.
Get out of the way! Oh, God!
At one point, North Carolina DOT forced to close more than 400 roads, deeming them unsafe for travel. Members of the National Guard and relief teams from 19 states joining the search and rescue missions.
This is
the weather modification conspiracies are not new. They have escaped Twitter for a very long time. I know. The problem is, I think more and more people now believe it. That's the issue. It's getting way more broader play, in my opinion. Now, I have no data to back this up. It just feels that way, and maybe I'm wrong. But yes, they have existed for quite a while. But like things that were relegated to the Alex Jones like ham radio broadcasts are now being publicized by like many different independent media outlets that have broad reach that previously, like a lot of this reach was stunted in the past. Okay, you had to like have a fucking AM radio broadcasts, exactly know when to tune in. You had to be really invested in the conspiracy theories. Now you can just like accidentally reach them online on your fucking TikTok feed. You can accidentally reach them and be duped by them online on your YouTube feed, on your Twitter feed if you're on Twitter. Like it things that used to be limited to like obscure forums and AM radio broadcasts in the past are now broadly at the forefront of not mainstream media necessarily, but at least like the only other massive, very impactful way of getting information. It's just like everywhere online, everywhere.
Unprecedented tragedy that requires an unprecedented response.
In Asheville, many residents growing desperate, cell service and potable water out for days.
This is apocalyptic, not just for Canton, but the entire region.
And Canton Mayor Zeb Smathers telling ABC News it's nearly impossible to reach emergency management due to the cell service outage.
To see our cell phones completely black out and not have the ability to allow people on their own accord to check on their loved ones or say, hey, look, you live near water, please leave.
Hurricane Helene rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's so inconsiderate when climate protesters block roads. It's just like, or it's so inconsiderate when, climate. I'm glad that we're like fucking arresting the only people that are like, hey guys, you should pay attention to this because it's going to fucking kill you one day. Yeah. Meanwhile, here's a major contributor to this, by the way. It's actually crazy how quickly we went from people saying Jack Dorsey brought a liberal bias to Twitter to whatever this is, and we hear nothing about it. Okay? Jack Dorsey never in a fucking million years behaved in this outwardly liberal of a fashion. Okay? In the way that Elon Musk very openly communicates like the most unfiltered, unrestricted, right-wing, far-right, sometimes neo-Nazi sentiment. And it's odd, don't you think? It's odd that, we always suspect that there is a liberal bias, but when there is an overt right-wing bias, nobody even talks about it. It's like, what are you supposed to do? There's nothing you can do about it either. Nuremberg-style trials for the oil and gas executives. Brother, there is a lot of people right now that deserve Nuremberg-style trials. Not just the oil and gas executives. When we're talking about this hurricane, yes. But then there's also the Nuremberg-style trials for all of those who are in defense of Israel's literally Nuremberg-inducing actions, Fourth Reich-style shit in the region, in the Middle East. Yeah, Elon Musk was even saying, the craziest part about Elon Musk is that he was propped up as this like billionaire Tony Stark style guy by liberals. Okay. This supposed billionaire Tony Stark, who's going to save the fucking world. He's going to send us to Mars or whatever. And he's going to save the fucking planet from climate change, right? He's got EVs. His brother's got a solar panel company. And it's... And it's crazy because he was having a conversation with Donald Trump. And even then he was like repeating fucking climate misinformation. Elon was saying climate change disinfo during that Trump interview even. And that's supposed to be the one non-idiotic position he holds. Yes. I mean, in 2017, he quit that Trump White House council over climate change. And now he's talking to the dude and talking nonsense about climate change, saying we don't have to worry until we reach 1,000 ppm. Yeah, he said climate change won't be a problem until the air catches on fire. Like, it was great, man. Yeah, until you get headaches from breathing the air, it won't be an issue. Guys, Yeah, the permafrost melting is funny. It's no longer so perma, the frost. It turns out it's tempafrost. Oh my God, they're going to change permafrost to tempafrost. And be like, oh, it was always, it was never supposed to be permafrost, dude. What do you mean? It's just tempafrost. You're stupid, fucking silly ass libtard. It's just it's actually tempafrost. It's anyway. That new age frost don't last as long as it used to due to woke. Ugh. 90K people live in just Asheville, and there's no hope they will recover what is minimally necessary before winter. In the mountains, it gets really cold. They got snowstorms. I live in South Carolina. I'm terrified of the upstate and western North Carolina. We aren't well-funded states. Yeah. Ice is supposed to melt, stupid. Put some ice in your goddamn glass and watch what happens to it. Duh. You're just a silly libtard, and you're woke. I'm always reminded of that one fucking congressperson who brought a fucking snowball into Congress to be like, oh, see, there's still snow. You guys are stupid. Or tide comes in, tide goes out.
Intensifying in less than 12 hours, making landfall in Florida's Big Bend as a Category 4 storm late Thursday night with 140-mile-per-hour winds. Western North Carolina rattled with a separate rain system just before Helene crossed the border, dumping up to 30 inches of rain in parts of the state, triggering extreme and deadly flash floods and landslides. This home in Marshall swept away in this river. In Lake Lure, homes splintered and reduced to rubble. Boats and docks piling up, towns turned into lakes, submerged underwater.
When you turn the corner and you see your community just full of buildings and trash and floating boat houses and floating homes, it just sort of takes your breath away. And it was scary.
Yeah, I mean, this is
go to church and you get on your knees and you pray to an
Correct.
invisible man in the sky.
Invisible man in the sky.
You don't think that's a scam?
No, I don't.
You look
know,
at a
and I'll tell you
statue
why.
of a man that was built by a man?
I'll tell you why it's not a scam, in my opinion. All right? Tide goes in, tide goes out. Never a miscommunication. You can't explain that. You can explain why the tide goes in.
Tide goes in, tide goes out.
See, the water, the tide comes in and it goes out, Mr. Silverman.
Maybe
it always comes
Thor
in
on top of Mount Olympus who's making the tides go in and out.
No, but you can't explain.
Can't explain it. Can't do it. All of you silly, woke-ass motherfuckers are going to talk about the moon. That's not real, dumbass. It's just cheese up there, and we never went there, so shut the fuck up. Everyone's talking about moon. That's not real. Excuse me. The moon. These guys think the moon is real. It's called a light bulb, okay? How else could you see at night? They turn it on at NASA every night. Everybody knows that. Silly. It's crazy because it's like, I'm going to cry. We joke, but like, that is slowly but surely becoming the normal position, man. Like, that's becoming the normal position.
Roads sliced in half, cutting residents off from critical help.
There's probably 50 trees blocking my neighbor from coming out. I started helping them yesterday. The neighbors at the other end of the road, we got us out, but the other neighbors are trapped.
The Painter family telling us they returned home to 35,000 gallons of water in their basement and their home caked in mud.
Pee.
It's eerie. I had a pit in the bottom of my stomach the whole time.
We're stepping on mud and trying not to fall because it's so thick and slippery.
Authorities confirming 2 people died in Tennessee. That number expected to climb. Unicoi County officials say more than 70 people are still unaccounted for, including Steve Cloyd. Overnight, his family telling GMA they found his Jeep. and hope he was able to climb out and survive.
That is the hope. I need that big one now so I can breathe again, so my kids can breathe again. His Minnesota Vikings won today. So I want to sit here and watch those highlights with him.
It's just so heartbreaking, George. This morning, there are still hundreds of roads here in western North Carolina that are still closed, including this one here, which means a lot of people are cut off from critical supplies. The roads are either still flooded, washed away, or unsafe in one way or another. And also, there are parts like this one where it's so muddy, slippery, and dangerous that it's unsafe to even walk around. George?
Well, rescue and recovery are going to take some time. Okay, Faith, thanks very much.
Good morning. To state the obvious, over the weekend, with devastating storms in the south. I spoke for a couple hours with leaders yesterday affected by this hurricane, and Governor Kemp of Georgia, Governor Cooper of North Carolina, county officials in the Big Bend region of Florida, and other leaders in South Carolina and Tennessee about the broad and devastating impacts of Hurricane Helene. It's not just a catastrophic storm, it's a historic, history-making storm. The entire Southeast and Appalachia. Damage from the hurricane stretches across at least 10 states. Winds over 120 miles an hour in some places. Storm surges up to 15 feet and record flooding. Communities are devastated. Loved ones waiting, not sure if their loved ones are okay, because they can't contact them because there's no cell phone connections. Many more folks displaced with no idea when they'll be able to be returned to their home, if ever, if there's a home to return to. So we're keeping them all in our prayers and all the lives lost. And those particular.
Listen, Jack, we're going to give another $11 billion to Israel. If you fucking think that that's a problem, well, then take it up with the Habad. All right, look alive. A lot of people talked about the FEMA budget shortfall. Well, to me, I say that's where the anti-Semitism breeds.
Unaccounted for. There's nothing like wondering, is my husband, wife, son, daughter, mother, father alive? And many more who remain without electricity, water, food, and communications.
Yeah, bro, look, didn't realize how many folks have no idea where Asheville and these other underwater towns are. I'm in Raleigh, 2 hours inland. Asheville is 4 hours west of me, up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. It was unthinkable that a hurricane could wipe out towns this far inland and high up. That's nutty, man. That's nutty. Climate denier takedown. Funny thing happened as the WAPO tried to map out 500 million years of global temperatures and the disaster of global warming. Hi, I labeled this so the world's dumbest people would get it. Temperature is low enough for humans to evolve. Fastest temperature increase in 485 million years. From Stinky, our resident meteorology chatter. Water in the Gulf has been exceptionally warm, 2 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit above normal. There have been 8 Category 4 or 5 hurricanes to make landfall in U.S. soil in the past 8 years. This is as many as the past 57 years of record. Sea levels in Florida is 8 inches higher than it was in 1950. This means higher storm surges. Thank you, Stinky19, for the information. My response to that is I don't believe you, okay? Guess what, dude? Dinosaurs, I think. I don't know. Depending on the conversation that we're having, I won't even believe that they were alive. They were alive 6,000 years ago alongside Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Yeah. Don't worry about it. God will sort it out is also such a, like, devastatingly... It's a devastatingly tragic comedy almost. The irony in that statement. Because, you know, God is sorting it out. It's just killing people then. All right? GG's, I guess.
Homes and businesses have washed away in an instant. I want them to know We're not leaving until the job is done. I also want you to know, I'm committed to traveling to the impacted areas as soon as possible, but I've been told that it would be disruptive if I did it right now. We will not do that at the risk of diverting or delaying any of the response assets needed to deal with this crisis. My first responsibility is to get all the help needed to those impacted areas.
Have you considered a plant-based diet to help do your part? Thanks, man. No, I haven't. Okay, I have not.
I expect to.
That's crazy. Vegans, please, dude. Vegans. Even if we are talking about the enforcement of such a thing, you have to understand this has to be done at the systemic level. Okay, please. Like what you're describing is some of the most like scary aspects of government control that don't even exist in the Green New Deal that Republicans point to on a regular fucking basis. And even then, it needs to still be enforced by the government, okay? There is no world in which like you are individually going to fix this problem. It's just not going to happen. Bro, even mine's like, just don't eat as much cow to help mitigate your climate effect. I don't, but it doesn't, but that doesn't change. It's not going to move the needle at all. Okay. Oh, unless the government moves in the direction of not subsidizing our agricultural production as much in an effort to make it so that people eat less and less meat, it's just not going to change. And also, you're talking to a chicken genocider anyway. I rarely ever eat beef. Rarely.
To be there. Excuse me, I have a cold. Expect to be there later this week. I and my team are in constant contact with the governors, mayors, and local leaders. The head of FEMA, Deanne Griswold, is on the ground now in North Carolina. She's going to stay in Asheville and Appalachia region for the foreseeable future. There's been reports of over 100 dead and the consequence of this storm, and there are reports of up 600 people unaccounted for because they can't be contacted.
Really? Don't you consider the more invasive parts of government outreach the potential limits on free speech on social platforms? Wait, what? I'm still leftist and will advocate for governments who do this sort of stuff, but it's only part I'm worried about due to some personal reasons. What? I don't know what you mean by social media outreach. I don't know how we're going to fix this, but I don't think limiting information is the solution to this problem. But I do think hardening our underlying educational infrastructure is the solution to this problem. But we're not fucking doing that either. Like, the way I explain it is like this. I like Alex Jones as an entertainer. I can consume Alex Jones content as an entertaining figure, right? Oh, I thought you were talking about social platform, like free speech restrictions on social platform. I don't know what you mean about like meat consumption. When I say the government needs to deal with that, this has to be dealt with at the systemic level. I'm talking about subsidies to meat providers and like limiting the amount of meat that we are, creating. Like limiting our agricultural output, or putting additional regulatory checks on the ways in which agricultural production works in this country. But that is like one of the scariest aspects of this process to begin with. Since you said it was the scarier part for you regarding government reach, sorry for confusing you, lol. But in terms of like social media communication, I don't know what you mean by that. Hasan is not a moral person. He admits veganism is the moral responsibility. Do not get your ethics from him. Just learn politics. Yeah, I mean, I know that I don't have issues. I'm a speciesist, and I do not have issues with animal meat consumption. This conversation is getting so far off base now. God damn it, vegans. You represent, what, 2% of the fucking community, and you literally, just stop. Just please stop.
God willing, they're alive, but there's no way to contact them again because of the lack of cell phone coverage. I've directed my team to provide every available resource as fast as possible to your communities to rescue, recover, and to begin rebuilding. In addition to FEMA, it includes the Federal Communications Commission to help establish communications capability, the National Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the Department of Defense are going to provide all the resources at its disposal to rescue and assist in clearing debris. And
what were we going to say about social media, Alex Jones? Oh, what I was saying is, like, I am at least, like, well educated enough to know what Alex Jones is saying is fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So from that position, I can enjoy his commentary purely as entertainment, like as a crazy person. But unfortunately, given the lack of education for many Americans, and given the way that it currently works in the United States of America, there are plenty of people who do believe everything he's saying and don't just treat it as like entertainment. Okay? So in that situation, I don't know what to do, you know? I don't know what to do. Education doesn't fix stupidity. It makes it a lot harder. It makes it a lot harder for stupidity to thrive. It's like saying, oh, well, healthcare is not going to fucking make less Nazis. You're wrong. It will. Okay? Free healthcare will absolutely play a formative role in at least taking away a significant pressure valve from people's existences that causes economic volatility, that causes instability in their lives, that causes a fucking pressure point where they just like look for answers and will become duped by right-wing sentiment. Anyway.
Delivering life-saving supplies. So far, that's over.
Nazis exist in places with healthcare. I know, but oh my god, The point is, you're never going to full-blown solve this issue. Okay, there's rich people who are fucking Nazis too. Look at Harlan Crow. Okay, my point is, it's about limiting the impact, limiting the spread of dangerous ideology. Okay, that's the point. That's the goal. That's what we should be working towards. Okay?
1,600 personnel deployed. That number is growing by the day. I quickly approved requests from governors of Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Virginia, and Alabama for an emergency declaration. And I approved additional requests for the governors of North Carolina, Florida, South Carolina, and for a disaster declaration to pay for debris removal and provide financial assistance directly to survivors. FEMA and the Small Business Administration are there to help the residents whose homes and businesses were literally destroyed, washed away, or blown away. And the federal search and rescue teams have been working side by side with state and local officials and partners in very treacherous conditions to find those who are missing. And they'll not rest until everyone's accounted for. I want to thank all the first responders and everyone who's been working around the clock.
I don't know if it's intentional or not, but some chatters completely misunderstand or just choose to not hear what you're saying in order to score some kind of gotcha on the streamer. Yeah, it's because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and that's my biggest gotcha for like 30,000 people in here. And they probably develop a little bit of resentment. Maybe they have a little bit of anxiety at the top of the hour because they know it's coming. They feel it in their heart and get worried. That chatter came to you with good intentions and you used them for a segue? Yes, because I'm a bad person. Next question. Anyway, you might be wondering, Hasan, how do I harden my security against the top of the hour ad break that's 3 minutes long? I want an uninterrupted broadcast experience. The answer is simple. For $4, you can avoid the top of the hour ad breaks by subscribing. Or if you don't have $4 for free, you can do that by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. You can also get gifted a sub. Orbital Pyramid, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Or if you gift a sub, Twitch also, I think, gives a sub as well. I don't know if they're still doing that. Maybe they're not anymore. It's the last day of September. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Missing belt loop. What are you saying? I'm not. Why are people saying missing belt loop? You have to give 5 subs minimum for Twitch to give a random sub amount? Oh, yeah. Suspiciously, the random sub amount that Twitch is giving is 1 every time.
One of the brave teams was volunteer.
They're cock watching. That's why they're looking at the fucking. Anyway, Justin, thank you for the 5. Syntaxer, thank you for the 5 gifted.
To be there from San Diego County Fire Department, set to travel all the way from California to North Carolina to help. But on their way, they were in a terrible car accident in Louisiana. We pray for their full recovery, but it was a bad accident. We know there's more to do. We'll continue to surge resources, including food, water, communications, and life-saving equipment. We'll be there, as I said before, and I mean it, as long as it takes to finish this job. Let me close with this. As president, I've seen firsthand the devastating toll that disasters like this take on families and communities. I've been on the ground in many disaster areas since I've been president. Excuse me, and I've heard dozens of stories from survivors about how it feels to be left with nothing, not even knowing where or when to get back on track. I'm here to tell every single survivor in these impacted areas that we will be there with you as long as it takes. For the sake of yourselves, excuse me, and your families, I urge everyone returning to their communities and home to listen to the local officials and follow all safety instructions.
He's dying, bro.
Take this seriously, please.
He's dying, bro. He's dying, Brody. He's
safe. Your nation has your back, and the Biden-Harris administration will be there until the job is done. God bless you all, and I'm thinking of those that are still wondering where your loved ones are. Thank you.
We need to supplemental to help the people in the Southeast, Mr. President.
Say again?
We need to ask Congress for a supplemental.
That's my expectation, yes.
You know roughly how much you're thinking?
Not yet. This is a historic storm. It's devastating. They've never seen anything like this before. And some of them are back-to-back, 3 storms in a row. So it's really, really devastating.
Would you consider asking Congress to come back for a special session to pass a supplemental?
That is something I may have to request, but no decision has been made yet.
Do you have a sense of where you'll go when you are able to go, sir?
Yes, I told the governor of North Carolina I'd go down, and I expect to be down there by Wednesday or Thursday. It would be clear for me to go. You guys have traveled with me. You know, there's an entourage. This can be disruptive.
Is there a mistake for President Trump to be down there today in Georgia? Is that disruptive?
I don't have any idea.
On another issue,
This was wild too when Biden was asked any comments on the strikes in Yemen. Okay, we're gonna move on to the best part of the Brandon policy, of course, foreign policy. Okay, but before then, here it is. Do you have any words for the victims? We've given everything that we have.
Yes, it's tragic. As a matter of fact, we're trying to get the exact number. My FEMA advisor is on the ground in Florida right now. There's a distinction between the numbers that FEMA's used and the ones that are used by the locals. So it really is amazing. You saw the photographs. It's stunning.
It's unbelievable.
It really is.
Such a wide area.
And we've given them all everything that we have. We're on the ground ahead of time, so we're working hard.
Are there any more resources the federal government could be giving them?
No, we've given them, we have pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they didn't ask for it yet. Hadn't asked for it yet.
Do you have any words for the victims?
Anyway, do you think he stepped down because he actually has a terminal illness? No, dude. I don't think so. I think he stepped down because he saw the fucking poll numbers. we're gonna move on to Israel in a second because Israel is doing some Israel shit again. Here is Ta-Nehisi Coates' new book, The Message, where he talks quite a bit about re-examining his relationship and America's relationship with Israel and the media's relationship to defending Israel, no matter how atrocious its actions may be.
Our next guest is the acclaimed New York Times best-selling author Ta-Nehisi Coates. His new book, The Message, is a trio of interconnected essays that examine how the stories we tell or avoid telling can shape and even distort our reality. In the book, Coates reflects on his emotional first trip to Africa to visit Dakar, Senegal. Then he takes readers to Columbia, South Carolina, where he reports on the attempted banning of one of his books on race. And finally, Coates travels to the Middle East to witness the Israeli-Palestinian conflict firsthand. Ta-Nehisi Coates, good morning. How you doing?
Thanks for having me. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. You say that this book is written specifically for writers, stating that the task for young writers should be nothing less than changing the world. Why do you feel like writers should bear that responsibility?
Saving the world. Saving the world. Just to
be
really specific. Writing is how we interpret so much of everything that is around us. The Message is a political book. It argues that much of our politics actually happens before we walk into a voting booth, that our choices around us, that who we believe is human, who we don't believe is human, what policies we believe should be in the world, which policies we don't, are actually shaped largely by writing and the stories we tell. And so I believe that writers, and particularly young writers, have so much to do in the politics and in this time when, you know, obviously we have so much conflict and there's so many quote-unquote issues to be dealt with.
Ta-Nehisi, I want to dive into the Israel-Palestine section of the book. It's the largest section of the book. And I have to say, when I read the book, I imagine if I took your name out of it, took away the awards and the acclaim, took the cover off the book, the publishing house goes away, the content of that section would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist. And so that...
Wow, that's interesting. That's a interesting approach to like Barack Obama's favorite writer. You know, I like that we are, you know, I like that we're otherizing and making a mockery at this point of Ta-Nehisi Coates. It's like if Brett fucking Stevens was like, Israel has done too much, we got to dial it back, which he has like approached a little bit, these motherfuckers would be like, well, you're a bit of a terrorist, aren't you? You sound a little bit of a, you sound a little bit like a fucking terrorist, don't you? It's so obvious, dude. It is like the moment that you step even a little bit, outside of the boundaries of what is permissible in liberal media, regardless of your background, regardless of all of the time and effort that you've placed in rising through the ranks of this ecosystem, the moment that you step outside of it, they're like, well, you're an enemy, you know? Ta-Nehisi, I'd like to ask you, why are you the biggest anti-Semite? Perhaps an even bigger anti-Semite than Adolf himself, for saying what Israel is doing is unconscionable and an apartheid, which is a position that virtually every NGO and many other international organs of justice also agree with. Why are all of you guys Hitler, actually? We are not. Don't ever say that I am Hitler for defending, the modern version of Adolf Hitler. But why are you actually Hitler?
Then I found myself wondering, why does Ta-Nehisi Coates, who I've known for a long time, read his work for a long time, very talented, smart guy, leave out so much? Why leave out that Israel is surrounded by countries that want to eliminate it? Why leave out that Israel deals with...
That's awesome. That's great. Yeah, why would you leave that out? Why would you not talk about Israel's justifications for wanton bloodshed? I don't understand. In your book, where you are criticizing Israel's policies, why don't you justify said policies? You've left out why Israel must maintain an apartheid while calling it an apartheid.
Terror groups that want to eliminate it. Why not detail anything of the first and the second intifada, the cafe bombings, the bus bombings, the little kids blown to bits?
Look at this unhinged shit. Robert Jenrick says Star of David should be displayed at every point of entry in the UK. Tory leadership frontrunner addressed conservative friends at Israel event in hoodie emblazoned with words Hamas or terrorists. Dude, I don't think these guys understand that this is literally like, dog, are you like straight up trying to make every fucking normal person into like the biggest anti-Semite? Because this is literally, this is going to be the consequence of that, okay? Can you imagine? Dude, there's already so much underlying anti-Semitism that's just like out there, okay? These motherfuckers literally are just like, let's create and design a society where everyone, even through symbolism, literally look to everything and go, okay, I guess Jews do control everything, okay? And it's always Christian motherfuckers that do this shit. It is crazy. It is fucking nutty, dude. It's wild. I'm telling you, dude, these people do not even think, like, these people are not thinking like even one step ahead, okay? Not even two steps, just not even one step ahead. Like, how do you think this would work? First of all, it's the underlying premise here is also idiotic. Like, oh, the Star of David will somehow make Islamic extremism perish, like as though Muslims are going to see the Star of David and erupt in flames or something, okay? It just doesn't, like, same guy, outrageous. Jenrick says people shouting Allahu Akbar on London Street should be arrested immediately. I genuinely don't understand how these people don't recognize that, like, doing that would literally lead so many more people into being like, oh, I guess Jews do control everything. What the fuck? Like, it's crazy. This is what I keep repeating. Like, the entire defense mechanism of like Israel's actions being married to Judaism falsely, okay? And the way that it portrays itself, the way that like Western media has like reiterated this position over and over for many years, especially when people were completely unknowledgeable and were delusional almost, or not delusional, but deluded to the actions of Israel, was, that was a successful strategy. It's no longer a successful strategy when people are like, no, dog, this shit sucks. We see what's going on and I don't like it. You know what I mean? If it in that situation, you got to change course. If you keep doing this whole like, no, you don't understand, actually, Israel's the only Jewish nation. It's the Jewish nation. It has to exist. It has to do all this violent shit. And it's doing it for Judaism. And if you think that like violence is unacceptable, then you're a Jew hater. You're going to cause people to be like, okay, I guess I am.
And is it because you just don't believe that Israel in any condition has a right to exist?
Well, I would say the perspective that you just outlined, there is no shortage of that perspective in American media. That's the first thing I would say. I am most concerned always with those who don't have a voice, with those who don't have the...
By the way, this is literally at the heart of my commentary. I'm so glad that Ta-Nehisi Coates is saying this. When people come in here and they're like Hasan Nasrallah, right? People will come in here and be like, Hasan Nasrallah was a violent, ISIS-style psychopath. He's an Islamist fundamentalist. Everybody hated him in the region. And it's like, listen, dog, his actions in the Hezbollah's actions in Syria, which ironically was against ISIS, but that's besides the point. His actions in Syria were definitely violent, definitely unacceptable. The Hezbollah actions in Syria, okay? But that's not why they fucking killed him, okay? And they didn't kill him because he was homophobic. If you think that, you are a fucking sucker, okay? You have been deluded. He got killed because he was a part of the resistance structure and a mechanism of deterrence against Israel. That's why they killed him, okay? They didn't kill him because he was homophobic. We're not killing homophobic leaders, okay? You're whitewashing Hezbollah crimes in Syria? I'm not. How is that whitewashing? That's the problem. It's not whitewashing it at all. Oh. Having said that, yeah, Israel literally supported ISIS in Syria against Hezbollah, but that's neither here nor there, okay? The issue here is that the reasons as to why he was killed are because and this is like not my assessment of the situation, this is something that is openly communicated by Benjamin Netanyahu. He would not decouple Hezbollah from Hamas, okay? He would not stop bombing northern Israel as a deterrence in the tit-for-tat cross-border bombing campaigns, which Israel was still responsible for 80% of, and it's even higher now, in an effort to exhaust Israel's resources in any way, shape, or form. Okay? That's the reason why they killed him. They openly said it. All right? Now, you can hear the celebrations over and over and over and over again from every orifice of mainstream media and even independent outlets. Okay? And here, I mean, this is right here. Israel decided to kill NASRALLAH after he refused to separate Lebanon from Gaza, officials say. There you go. Like, they're openly admitting it. It's not like this isn't like a scary or fake news or conspiracy. They're like very openly saying it, right? So what you need to understand here is that like his homophobic or Hezbollah's like domestic policies, okay, as a political force within Lebanon, or even taking advantage of like the political chaos in Lebanon and becoming like a relatively popular party as a direct consequence of the destabilization in Lebanon, in Lebanese politics. Like none of this stuff is consequential or matters in this circumstance, okay? His assassination, which was incredibly bloody, a complete unjustifiable act of terror that killed hundreds of civilians with 2,000-pound bombs that Israel got from the United States of America that it said it was not going to use in fucking Gaza, that it used in Lebanon, in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, a sovereign nation. Ugh. Like that right there is completely unacceptable. And people are hyper focusing on his background or his political or his political statements or whatever the fuck he has said about gay people as a way to be like, no, you should be celebrating this. You should be celebrating this. Okay? It's idiotic. No, I'm not going to celebrate a dude being fucking assassinated alongside hundreds of fucking children, women, doctors, nurses, academics. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? These are human beings with lives, dude. They're not collateral damage. 6 city blocks were taken down in the middle of fucking southern Lebanon. And not even southern Lebanon, southern Beirut. It's fucking stupid. He was not assassinated because of his actions in fucking Syria. Okay? He was assassinated for his actions against Israel. And I think it's quite strange when I hear people be like, but these people are celebrating it, dude. You don't understand. Well, those people don't recognize that Israel will do the exact same thing to them. And might even do the exact same thing to them. Friends are saying it's like Gaza and Beirut now is just as dire. Exactly. And the irony is, this is the exact same fucking approach to Hamas. This is how Israel justified and whitewashed its own war crimes and genocide and justified its own genocide in Gaza. They're just running the exact same playbook. So it's very frustrating to hear people literally repeat the exact same shit. That's it. That's the problem that I have here. I'm watching the exact same assessment and the exact same calculations and the exact same propaganda now move from Gaza, where there is an ongoing genocide, to Lebanon, where there is a new Gazification. And this is a complete fucking foreign sovereign nation. And it's not only something that I have been saying for months was going to happen, that liberals basically just, wrote off as silliness, but it's not even a fucking October surprise at this point. Like, it's not a surprise at all. It was the most obvious next step in Israel's actions if left unrestrained, right? And that's happening. It's happening in front of our fucking eyes. Felix and I were talking about this last night, and I believe he brought this up in his podcast as well on Chapo Trap House, where he said something really interesting that I probably will be repeating quite a bit. The circumstances in terms of domestic policy in the United States of America during World War II, was dire. We were a country that enforced segregation, a country where gay people were, either chastised, cast aside, or straight up fucking killed. But we still ride for Easy Company. We still celebrate Easy Company. I watch Band of Brothers. I stand and salute the goddamn flag. The idea that these guys are unique in their fucking cruelty and brutality. Like, America was still an imperialist force, but an imperialist force that was fighting against a far greater problem, And Easy Company, like World War II, American troops, we celebrate, obviously, American troops in this situation. And the inherent irony of this kind of assessment that I find really strange, other than just like a pure justification for death and destruction for all that is collateral damage in Israel's bloody conquest, is that no such criticisms exist in the media for fucking MBS. I've never heard a motherfucker be like, yo, Joe Biden went and linked up with Mohammed bin Salman. Like, everything that we say about like America's adversaries, right? Groups and entities that are declared terrorist organizations, regardless of whether or not they have like civil governance divisions and are responsible for like regular upkeep and daily lives of hundreds of thousands of people, right? We never fucking have this kind of attitude. Like, how dare Biden talk to declared law? Terrorism is a declaration. That is what it is. It's not like a real distinction. It's simply assigned by state actors in an effort to declare non-state actors completely beyond reproach. State actors that you can do anything and everything you want to them, including but not limited to assassinating them alongside hundreds of fucking civilians that happen to be in the area. That is the way that you justify this kind of death and destruction. You justify it by saying, there it is. It's just, it happens. They just shouldn't have been around them. And I don't think people understand this. I don't think people recognize this. And I don't fault you for not recognizing it, because why should you? This is, billions and billions of dollars of propaganda, especially since the post 9/11 world, the post 9/11 universe, where the designation is set clear, and beyond that, it's just you cannot fucking ever be like, hold up, maybe we shouldn't be invading these countries, right? Like, that's not a thing. That's like, oh, you're an un-American piece of shit. You're a terrorism lover. This really showcases Israeli liberalism from the drafter's perspective. If you're a northern Israeli citizen, sure, you could go out and protest for a ceasefire, which would end all the violence. But man, let's just throw bodies of the northern enemy, kill thousands while getting killed by the thousands. And the libtards who weren't drafted will just sit from the sidelines and say it's a good idea. Truly revolutionary thinking. Exactly. It's also, it's suicidal. It's suicidal. There are rumors of ground invasion. It's not rumors. It's happening already. So, anyway, the thing I want to explain here is that there is a deliberate reason as to why everything that they say about Hezbollah, which, by the way, some of which is true, but the reason why they don't say that about MBS or ever criticize Biden for fucking linking up with MBS is because MBS is our ally. Okay? That's it. Like, you think the fucking Saudi government is not homophobic? Like, what are you, fucking crazy? When Biden links up with MBS, shakes his hand, I don't hear any fucking criticisms about that. We back some of the most rigid, fundamentalist psychopaths around the fucking world. But you don't hear liberals chirping about that. Okay? You know why? Because they're our allies. We have to make allegiances. Yeah, Bezalel Smotrich literally, okay, finance minister of Israel, Bezalel Smotrich, literally called himself a homophobic fascist. Anyway. Hezbollah worked with Syria's dictator, but they were also fighting ISIL in Syria to keep them from taking over the Levant. They literally wanted a Muslim Levant, and Hezbollah stopped that. This shit is complicated. Thank you. Exactly. And before you guys fucking yell, Caprice on Poppy, not exactly a pro Hezbollah guy. Okay. I mean, he's Christian. He's one of those Christians that rarely ever gets coverage. You know. People assume, you know, well, he's unfortunately too brown. So people's automatic assumption is, oh, Palestinian, Lebanese, you're one of the bad guys. So that's the thing, right? Let's get back to Ta-Nehisi Coates now, because he was making a good point before I shut him off. I went on a tangent here, but my perspective on this is damn near identical. My goal here as an independent outlet, an independent news and commentary provider, is to give voice to the historically voiceless. Okay? I care about human beings no matter what their background is, no matter what their beliefs are. I make this calculation. That was 30 minutes ago. I know. Shut up. So that's why, if you want, I always repeat this point. If you want like mainstream media coverage, there are a million different places you can go to that will tell you. Okay. But if you want me to tell you that, I'm not going to lie to you. Okay.
The ability to talk. I have asked repeatedly in my interviews whether there is a single network, mainstream organization in America with a Palestinian American bureau chief or correspondent. who actually has a voice to articulate their part of the world. I've been a reporter for 20 years. The reporters of those who believe more sympathetically about Israel and its right to exist don't have a problem getting their voice out. But what I saw in Palestine, what I saw on the West Bank, what I saw in Haifa in Israel, what I saw in the South Hebron.
Oh, that's so gracious and noble of you, giving voice to the voiceless, the ego on this fella. You have to be a fucking absolute moron if you hear what I'm saying in this situation and you go, oh, it must be ego that is doing this. Dog, I'm about to go speak at USC. There are literally Zionist organizations that want me to not speak at USC later today. And they've tried to do like a messaging campaign or like a letter writing campaign to stop that from happening. Okay? Everywhere I go, because of the fact that I think Palestinians are human, or because I think that Lebanese people that died are important, that have normal lives, a position that is not unfortunately heard of at all in mainstream media, I get called a fucking anti-Semite, an Islamist fundamentalist, a terror lover, a terrorism lover who wants to blow up things every fucking day of the week. This is not ego, okay? This is just simply what I'm doing. And if you ask the people on the ground, if you actually do talk to them, if you cared about their perspective, they would agree with this assessment. These are people that do not get any sort of fucking coverage whatsoever, okay? Are you streaming the USC talk? Yes, I am.
Hills, those were the stories that I have not heard. And those were the stories that I was most occupied with. I wrote a 260-page book. It is not a treatise on the entirety of the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis.
But if you were to read this book, you would be left wondering, why does any of Israel exist? What a horrific place committing horrific
yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate for you, I
acts
guess.
on a daily basis. So I think the question is central and key. If Israel has a right to exist, and if your answer is no, then I guess the question becomes...
One more important thing, the last president of Lebanon was OAN, which is a political party that is Christian, but they align with Hezbollah, so technically the entire Lebanese government is Hezbollah. I mean, that is the calculation regardless. People are going to die. People are dying regardless of what their fucking background is. Doesn't matter. Israel's killing them, not making this distinction anyway. Also, it's a ridiculous distinction to make regardless. Like, it's not appropriate when Russia does it to Ukraine, claiming Azov battalion, claiming denazification, and it's not appropriate when fucking Israel does it to Lebanon. It's ridiculous. The problem, of course, in this situation is that the American media lovers, okay, people who read and want to be informed about this subject matter, that only look at Western media resources, have two different minds on this. When Russia does it, it's bad. When Israel does it, it's good. Why? Because that's what the media is telling them. And that's all they don't want to think critically beyond it. They don't want to go, what does my own personal morals say about this? Would I think it appropriate if Russia fucking blew up entire city blocks, killing hundreds of civilians because they wanted to get to an Azov battalion military commander? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's appropriate at all. So why do I think it's appropriate when Israel does it to Lebanon? And this kind of cognitive dissonance is unfortunately far too common. And it's far too common as a direct consequence of the way in which American media covers this issue.
Why do the Palestinians have a right to exist? Why do 20 different Muslim countries have a right to exist?
My answer is that no country in this world establishes its ability to exist through rights. Countries establish their ability to exist through force, as America did. And so I think this question of right to Israel does exist. It's a fact. The question of its right is not a question that I would be faced with any other country.
But you write a book that delegitimizes the pillars of Israel. It seems like an effort to topple the whole building of it. So I come back to the question, and it's...
Yeah, dude, this right here is such a funny and such a damning take. And not in the ways that this man thinks it's a damning take. Because he is technically right. Because everything that he's saying in the book, I haven't even read it, but I've seen some of the coverage over the book, and his perspective on the matter I'm very familiar with because I've been tracking it even before this book came out. This change of attitude from Ta-Nehisi Coates, something that I welcome and something that I've talked about quite frequently in terms of his like recalculation of the humanity of Palestinians. and how he was shocked at the utter depravity of the apartheid, especially when he went to the West Bank. The conclusion that he's arriving at is the complete dismantling of the current Israeli government and Israel as a nation state. That's a terrifying prospect for this guy, but the reality of the matter is a lot of other people are also going to inevitably come to that conclusion as long as Israel wants to maintain its genocidal ambitions, as long as Israel maintains its apartheid. It's just the correct position morally. He's mad that Ta-Nehisi Coates is lending credence to this idea. It is ridiculous. And it is no different than someone saying, if you abolish slavery, the hierarchy of the South will fall apart, that the recently freed slaves will come back and kill all their white slave masters. You cannot do that. You mustn't do that. We had the same exact argument with the Troubles. We had this exact same argument with the Algerian independence movement, the Algerian Revolution. We had this exact same argument over and over again with people with vested interest in apartheid South Africa and the maintenance of that apartheid. Okay? You're upset that the institutions that rely on dealing death and destruction as a way to maintain like ethnic and religious superiority in a nation state that is developed around said ideal are unconscionable and morally depraved. And if someone calls that out, then of course other people are going to turn around and say, yeah, we should dismantle that piece by piece. It is the correct position. It's crazy to me that that is like something that he doesn't even fucking understand. He's coming to that conclusion himself, and he's upset with that because he wants Israel to continue existing as it is. We've talked about this at length, of course, the difference between dismantling of the apartheid and nuking Tel Aviv and making all Israelis into refugees when talking about Israel has a right to exist. Exactly. Ta-Nehisi Coates is not saying nuke Tel Aviv, okay? Nobody is saying that. I'm not saying that, okay? The people that say that are angry and they're fucking chirping. They have no power whatsoever. And even if they did legitimately believe that, believe that opinion, have that opinion. And I know a lot of people are immediately be like, oh, I am. You're fucking stupid and it doesn't matter. You will, like, the American government doesn't even listen to the demands not made by fucking random anonymous accounts online, but the majority of the American public in terms of not nuking Tel Aviv, but stopping weapons transfers. Okay? Another very funny and very correct Felix position was, and I'm going to read this, okay? In terms of like lending support to Hezbollah or whatever, Felix also said, hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. He said, I hate that the central conceit here is that any American can meaningfully support Ansar Allah, Hezbollah, or really anyone like that. An American supporting or condemning any of these groups, they literally can provide no material, logistical, or any other type of tangible assistance to, makes as much sense as an American condemning the Battle of Agincourt. It's like, that's it. Like, we're just chirping into the fucking void. The American government is doing whatever the fuck it wants regardless. That much is clear. It's just like people who have no fucking, people who have no power whatsoever, either adopting the position of the American State Department in an effort to make themselves feel, make themselves feel powerful. Like, hey, at least we're giving death and destruction to these barbarians, these fucking monstrous Muslims. Yeah. Hell yeah. I don't have health care. I will never be able to retire. I will never be able to own a home. But guess what, dude? At least it's all worth it because we're fucking over some people that have nothing. Right? Like, either they lean on American foreign policy in a desperate attempt to make themselves feel powerful in all of the powerlessness that they actually fucking experience on a daily basis, or they look at all this and go, this is really fucked up. Maybe we should not do these things. Okay? But ultimately, neither side actually has any fucking change. Neither side has any real voice in the matter. Okay? That's it.
It's what I struggled with throughout this book. What is it that so particularly offends you about the existence of a Jewish state that is a Jewish safe place and not any of the other states out there?
There's nothing that offends me about a Jewish state. I am offended by the idea of states built on ethnocracy, no matter where they are.
Muslim included.
I would not want a state where any...
He said Muslim included. Yeah, no, dude. Ta-Nehisi Coates actually wants a Muslim ethno state. Oh. Like, this is like the hospital talking points. Just as many fucking chirping ass talking points as much as possible.
Group of people laid down their citizenship rights based on ethnicity. The country of Israel is a state in which half the population exists on one tier of citizenship, and everybody else that's ruled by Israelis exists on another tier, including Palestinian Israeli citizens. The only people that exist on that first tier are Israeli Jews. Why do...
It's true. Lots of glib. Well, here come the hits. Within the first 30 seconds, Tony Dokapil more or less calls Coates a terrorist lover, then vomits out every dumb pro-Israel cliche before Coates even can get a word out. We even get a why don't Palestinians have agency drop in 2016. Coates is denying agency. Repeat, Coates is an agency denier. Lots of glib racist bullshit, but Dokapil gives the game away when he positions Israel in opposition to 20 Muslim countries rather than their relationship with a distinct Palestine or Palestinian people. Interchangeable brown people versus small Jewish state is the preferred sandbox. If you're wondering, yes, there are 50 other African countries. Why are you singling out South Africa? It was a very common defense of apartheid South Africa in the mid-1980s. More precisely, 42 black-ruled states. The mechanism of churning out defense for indefensible historic forms of racist violence has not fucking changed. It's the same. Why are we singling out apartheid South Africa? I don't understand. It's just a small bean white ethno state, or not even a white ethno state, but a state that is dominated by the 10% white in group. While the violation of human rights is the norm rather than the exception in most of Africa's 42 black-ruled states, remember, black-ruled is a substitute in the same exact regard. Black-ruled versus Muslim-ruled, okay? It's always the same nonsense. The spotlight remains on South Africa. The images of racism, white supremacy, Nazism, etc. are a most effective part of a campaign to play on white guilt and to condition hatred to South Africa. While it is true that there are many things wrong in South Africa, the facts are sensationalized and distorted. This channel is full of nuts. Brother, I don't think you can be a pro-apartheid supporter in the holy year of 2024, okay? The year of our Lord. That is crazy, brother. That is actually an unsustainable position. You will be laughed out of most rooms, okay? At least the one room that you won't be laughed out is probably more damaging, which is the, Klan rally that you probably participated in before getting here. Like, that is a wild position, man. People should be more embarrassed to maintain positions like this, to say it loudly and proudly. Like, you should be embarrassed, dog. You should be fucking embarrassed. I think a lot of people see this, see right from wrong, and it hurts their feelings. And then they just, I still believe that there is like something in your brain where you see that and you go, man, you know what? This doesn't seem good. This doesn't feel good. This is making me feel bad. This is making me re-examine my defense for these unjustifiable constructs such as apartheid. And so I'm just going to yell at you instead and say, you're the crazy one. Anyway, I got to pee.
How do we support that? Why is that okay? I'm the child of Jim Crow. I'm the child of people that were born into a country where that was exactly the case of American apartheid. I walk over there and I walk through the occupied territories and I walk down the street in Hebron and a guy says to me, I can't walk down the street unless I profess my religion. I'm with another pastor. No. I want to. This is very, very important.
It is important. It is
extremely important.
Yeah, lay it down.
I'm working with the person that is guiding me is a Palestinian whose father, whose grandfather and grandmother was born in this town. And I have more freedom to walk than he does. He can't ride on certain roads. He can't get water in the same way that Israeli citizens who live less than a mile away from him can.
And why is that okay?
Why
is that? Why is there no agency in this book for the Palestinians? They exist in your narrative merely as victims of the Israelis, as though they were not offered peace at any juncture, as though they don't have a stake in this as well. What is their role in the lack of a Palestinian?
I have a very, 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 very moral compass about this. And again, perhaps it's because of my ancestry. Either apartheid is right or it's wrong. It's really, really simple. Either what I saw was right or it's wrong. I am, for instance, against the death penalty. What the person did to get the death penalty, it really doesn't matter to me. I don't care if they were selling a nickel bag of marijuana or if they were a serial killer. I am against the death penalty. I am against a state that discriminates against people on the basis of ethnicity. I'm against that. There is nothing the Palestinians could do that would make that okay for me. My book is not based on the hyper-morality
What's the last
of the
message
Palestinian
you want
people.
In lessons, because many people feel it's complicated. You say it's not complicated. Less than 20 seconds. What's your message?
Less than 20 seconds. I want people to read the book.
Well,
And I don't make the assumption that somebody would just read the book and have read nothing else about Israel and Palestine.
You're still invited to High Holidays. I'll see you at the show. I mean it, buddy.
That'll do it for us.
Thank you.
Out of time. The message goes on sale tomorrow.
That's great, man. I mean, he does such a good job. He does such a good fucking job. Do you think the reporters on their respective network know what's going on in Gaza is unethical and don't care? Are they really ignorant? It depends. There are definitely, as a matter of fact, plenty of people who consider what Israel's doing to be unconscionable, but obviously there's still a tremendous amount of editorial control over what you can and can't say, what you can and can't report, and the way that you report certain realities. I've noticed that in a wide Hasbara push, Israel's given agency to defend it to people who don't know the history of the region or how to defend it. As a result, the pro-Palestinian experts can consistently make fools of their ideological opponents. They've spread themselves too thin, not only militarily, but with regards to his soft power. Yeah. Yeah, no. Because, well, also because it's a difficult position, chat. It is a fucking difficult goddamn position. It is untenable. It's unsustainable. Because most people still have the capacity to see right from wrong. Let me tell you how. Okay? White supremacy is learned behavior. You need constant pressure, a constant feedback loop to make people feel resentment and anger and animosity towards others in this regard. Okay? And especially with respect to Israel, it's not white supremacy, it's Israeli, like it's Jewish supremacy, it's Israeli supremacy over Palestinians that are subhuman, right? Israel can maintain that inside of Israel, but Israel can't fucking traffic that behavior into America with the same consistency, right? Because ultimately, a lot of Americans are still going to view Israel as a separate entity. Now, it might pair well with America's war on terror, right? With America's attitude towards Muslims in general, but still, most Americans still see it as a foreign nation and go, I don't really understand it, man. It just seems like a very fucked situation, okay? It's a very fucked situation over there, but like it's obvious that one side is just pummeling the other relentlessly and mercilessly and doing things that I have read in my history books that were wrong. So because of that, most people, you know, when they are equipped with the knowledge of what is actually happening, are probably going to make up their minds on the issue in a way that does not favor Israel, okay? So it's very different. It's very difficult for guys like this who have a vested interest in Israel continuing its existence in the ways that it does exist. It's very difficult for them to fucking defend it, especially against the person who is knowledgeable. Like, this is a CBS Mornings hit, right? It's supposed to be a puff piece about a new book that a beloved neoliberal figurehead has written. Think about that. Now think about the reception on fucking CBS Mornings, dog. Yes, yes, his fucking ex-wife and his children live in Israel. I know. I'm sure that, you know, obviously plays a role in his analysis, okay? Yes, his ex-wife and his 2 kids live in Israel. Yes. You're missing the forest. You're missing the forest for the trees when you're missing the forest for the trees when you hyper personalize his statement, because there are so many people who don't have a direct vested interest in Israel's continuation that still repeat propaganda as though they do. Okay? It does not matter. It doesn't matter that his fucking ex-wife and his 2 kids live in Israel. Do you understand? It doesn't matter at all. There's plenty of people who have no fucking direct ties to Israel that still repeat the exact same sentiment on a regular fucking basis, right? The host, not Coates. Yeah, we're not talking about Ta-Nehisi Coates. We're talking about the host, Tony DeCoppel, who's like saying some of the most unhinged shit that you hear from Redditors against someone like myself, but this time against a beloved and well-decorated, cherished, celebrated liberal author. You feel me? Anyway, Ta-Nehisi is very well equipped to take this on, and I'm glad he's doing it, and I'm glad that he's using the spotlight that he has currently for his new book to speak on this issue. No, I don't feel you. You're on my computer. Yeah. Yeah, you're like, it is wild how easily people will just be like, well, I guess you're a terrorist lover now, to a motherfucker like Ta-Nehisi Coates. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I know many of you are unfamiliar with his work or unfamiliar with his reception in broader media, but it's like shocking to hear someone who is or was Obama's like favorite author, who's been invited to the fucking White House like 1 million times, for simply recognizing right from wrong the moment that he has the courage to fucking put a pen to paper on these issues. They're like, oh, you must be a fucking goddamn terrorist lover. You want to fucking suck Hasan Nasrallah, it seems. It's crazy. Like, that's how quickly this shit switches, dude. Fake friends. Oh, wow, I can't believe as a black man, you literally recognized apartheid when you saw it with your own 2 eyes and chose to write about it as a celebrated author. You must be, you must be some fucking freakish terrorism lover and defender and supporter. Nice, dude. But I will say that this spells a change in attitude that is welcome. The fact that they're having him on these fucking slots to defend his positions is a good thing. It will, especially because he is a wonderful communicator. He is, pretty fucking good at He's pretty good at fucking addressing distortions. So overall, it's good. It's good that he's doing this. Also, like I said, South Africa should not be singled out by Anne-Marie Kriek. Anne-Marie Kriek, a lecturer in international politics at the University of South Africa, is on sabbatical in Fort Collins, Colorado. Contrary to popular belief, the whites did not take the country from the blacks. When talking about apartheid South Africa, this is in 1982. A defense of apartheid South Africa. You might notice the similarities, the posturing against like the one tiny South African apartheid versus the scary many different black African countries run by blacks. Why don't the black people go elsewhere type shit? You may have noticed that this talking point is identical, because it is. Because the boundaries, the moral boundaries are identical. The blacks. Contrary to popular belief, the whites did not take the country from the blacks. When the Dutch settled in Cape in 1652, they found a barren, largely unpopulated land. Together with the French and German settlers, they built a dynamic society. There are endless lists of human rights violations, mounting atrocities of black against black. Political prisoners are tortured in Zimbabwe. There are 200,000 to 300,000 people behind the barbed wire in Mozambique. Escaped SWAPO detainees tell of torture, in some cases until death. The list goes on, and yet it never seems to get the attention of the media or the anti-apartheid campaigns. Doesn't that sound like exactly the same as something that's happening right now? I'm just reading this for no reason. Why is South Africa so harshly condemned while completely different standards apply to black Africa? Despite human rights violations in Zaire, President Bush applauds Mr. Mobutu for his contribution in the Angola talks while mentioning the atrocities in South Africa. Is it that one form of repression is more acceptable than another? Or is it that black-white oppression hits home? Or is it maybe that better conduct is expected of a white-ruled country than from black-ruled Africa? Much to consider. But yeah, this kind of shit is not new, chat. Not new at all. People think that the Western countries were keen on sanctioning South Africa, but it took like 50 countries and the Soviets to threaten to drop out of the Olympics to get the IOC to ban South Africa from the Olympics in Mexico. That's just one example. Yep. And for the record, something that I repeat over and over again. Okay. Something that I repeat over and over again is that the Western powers considered Nelson Mandela to be a terrorist. So did the South African apartheid government. So did the government of Israel, which was in close partnership with the apartheid South African government for obvious reasons. The American government, as a matter of fact, did not take him off the terrorism watch list, the terror watch list, until 2008. Decades after he had already been the democratically elected leader of post-apartheid South Africa. So yeah, now they use Nelson Mandela as a beacon, a shining beacon of humanity. Back then, their approach was quite different.
Israel may be now launching a limited operation into Lebanon. Are you aware of that? Are you comfortable with their plans?
I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Do you expect Iran to retaliate?
And the hurricane, Mr.
Israel may be now launching.
Yeah, we got to stop this special military operation, but I just am simply powerless to do so, even though I do have the power to not give them more weapons, but I refuse to do that. Is he really powerless, or is he just incompetent? He's incompetent. He's not powerless. The president of America is not powerless. Especially when it comes to Israel. Come on, guys. Two bits of domestic Israeli politics. One, the government just prohibited all gatherings of over 1,000 people in the center of the country, including Tel Aviv. So we can say goodbye to the hostage protests for now. And yesterday, too, the governing coalition gained 4 seats as former Likudnik, then former anti-Bibist, now former Bibi ally again. Gideon Sa'ar joined the government with his National Right Party. This will add both tensions and rigidity to the coalition. Nice. Biden is not powerless in the face of these atrocities. He has all the power. He holds all the cards. If anyone tells you that he is powerless, he's a small bean. You're out of your fucking mind. Anyway.
Airstrikes hit Houthi targets in Yemen over the weekend after recent attacks on Israel. The Israeli military says it also bombed Hezbollah command centers in Lebanon. Hezbollah's longtime leader was among the dozens of people who were killed. MTS Tayyab reports from the Lebanese capital of Beirut.
It was in these massive Israeli airstrikes on Friday night that Hezbollah leader Hasan Nasrallah was assassinated, triggering a major escalation of violence. All weekend, Israel has been relentlessly pounding sites across Lebanon's south and east, but mainly the southern Beirut suburb of Dahia, where entire residential buildings have been flattened. We went to the aftermath of one Israeli strike on the edge of Dahia, which was still smoldering.
Well, this was once a 5-story building, and it's pretty much all but obliterated. Okay, we don't know exactly what that was. That clearly a very loud strike in the distance, and it really just underscores the situation across southern Beirut as Israel continues to strike it heavily.
Over the past week, Israel has assassinated at least 5 Hezbollah commanders, 19 in the past few months, decapitating the Iranian-backed militant group's leadership. But this rapid escalation of violence has also killed at least 1,000 others in just the past 2 weeks, 105 on Sunday alone. According to the country's prime minister, who also said nearly 1 million people have been displaced. At Beirut's iconic Blue Mosque, some families, many with young children, have come here desperate for safety.
Well, this place of worship has really become a refuge for those who have fled Israel's bombing, telling us that they would rather sleep here out in the open than go back to their neighborhoods until they know it's safe.
Like Samar al-Atrash and her 3 children, who left their home in Dahia with little more than the clothes on their backs. I told my kids it's scary and that we can't go home, she says. I'm only telling them a little at a
1,000 people. But hey, dude, massive success. Hasan Nasrallah's dead. People are celebrating it. All over, all up and down the timeline. I'm a terrorism supporter, right? I'm the terror supporter. if Hezbollah conducted similar strikes to this inside of Israel, in Tel Aviv, to kill Benjamin Netanyahu, okay, and killed 1,000 Israelis in that process, Israeli civilians and military members alike, but overwhelmingly civilians, by destroying entire city blocks with 2,000-pound bombs. If you heard that, the media would be covering it as the most devastating day in Israeli history. And I know that already because it's October 7. And October 7 is the only thing many of these people exclusively talk about in an effort to justify Israel's atrocious behavior since, and in a way to almost justify Israel's atrocious behaviors before October 7, if people do know about that. But the 1,000 civilians that were mercilessly slaughtered is simply collateral damage because Israel did it. Okay? Understand that. We're not even, like, that right there, by the way, is if the morality was on an even playing field. It is not. The larger party that is a settler colonial state absolutely bears the largest responsibility for the atrocities, even the atrocities that it invites as a retaliation. Okay? It's not even a moral playing field, but I'm simply expecting that from those who are at least somewhat open-minded, because, I mean, obviously they will not operate on a moral playing field, because if they were to operate on a moral playing field where they placed Hezbollah on the same fucking moral playing field as Israel, this reality all of a sudden changes the dynamic quite a bit, doesn't it? Okay? All of a sudden, it looks like Hasan Nasrallah is far more restrained. Just like Hamas has been far more restrained than Israel. That's it. So the starting point can't even be an even playing field. You must continue to depersonalize, dehumanize the enemies of the American state and the enemies of our allies. My goal is obviously not just to put this on the same fucking morality as though there is no, like, action and reaction here. But that's a good starting point for some. Look at that. They're saying October 8th, Lebanon started firing at northern Israel. That's a lie. No, October 8th, Lebanon fired on Sheba Farms, which Israel declares its own territory. One of the arguments I always point to is that Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a moral obligation that to de-escalate when they have superior domestic defense systems. Instead, they go to war asymmetrically and claim they're the righteous ones to an objective overseer. They are, in fact, the instigators. Yes, they are. And, of course, ironically, Lebanon does not have anti-air defense systems.
This AI-generated image when
Zionist influencers in Hasbara online from Al Jazeera. Oh, is there English? All right, we'll look at that in a second. Incredible Bloomberg data visualization that clearly shows what's actually going on between Israel and Lebanon. First, despite all the talk of the threat of Hezbollah rockets hitting Israel, it's actually Israel that's consistently firing far more rockets over the border. While some Israelis have died due to Hezbollah attacks, far more Lebanese people have been killed by Israel since October 2023. And that number has vastly increased through September as it turned its focus north. Does Lebanon have a right to defend itself? No, of course not. The answer is no, it does not. Oh yeah, I saw the J-Post article. I'm surprised that they even deleted it. Look at the title of the suspiciously timed and removed J-Post article. Did the Jerusalem Post delete the article claiming God gave Israel Lebanon? Yeah, is Lebanon part of Israel's promised territory? Was the J-Post article. I'm shocked that they deleted it. Normally they wouldn't do such a thing. They don't give a fuck. They'd be like, yeah, it's true.
At times, so I don't traumatize them.
Now, President Biden has said an all-out war must be avoided. But take a look at this video from CBS News' Chris Livesay and team who are on the northern Israeli border with Lebanon, where tanks and armored vehicles have been massing in what's being described as the clearest sign yet Israel is preparing for some kind of ground invasion, something that has the potential of being far deadlier than anything we've seen so far. Tony.
Yeah, if Hezbollah thought that Israel was going to graciously take a year full of rockets, Hezbollah miscalculated. Imtiaz Tayyab in Lebanon. Imtiaz, thank you very much.
Well, a U.S. official tells CBS News that Israel has...
Fuck around and find out. 1,000 humans that were killed by Israel. Fucking pig. Gross pig. Piece of shit. Same guy, by the way.
...has notified the U.S. that it intends to launch a limited ground incursion into Lebanon. That operation could begin as soon as today. Israel has ramped up its strikes on Iranian proxy groups across the region. An Israeli airstrike struck an apartment building in central Beirut earlier today. It's the first attack in that part of the Lebanese capital in nearly 2 decades. The IDF carried out additional airstrikes in southern Lebanon as well. Meanwhile, Yemen's Houthi-run health ministry says at least 4 people are dead and more than 24 injured by an Israeli strike yesterday. The Israeli military says the attack targeted Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. The escalation follows the Israeli military killing of Hezbollah's leader in an airstrike on Friday. Now the group's acting leader is vowing to continue its battle with Israel despite much of its top command being killed recently. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Livesay has more.
We're seeing some of the clearest signs yet of Israel's preparation for an expansion of the conflict. Dozens and dozens of tanks, armored fighting vehicles, and bulldozers, virtually everything you would expect for a ground invasion. And this comes just days after Hezbollah confirmed the targeted killing of the head of Hezbollah, Hasan Nasrallah, and in the face of ongoing airstrikes in southern Beirut and in southern Lebanon, just a few miles from here. Now, if Israel is to mount this ground invasion, it comes after days and days of Israel making these warnings. But on the other side of that border with Lebanon await tens of thousands of Hezbollah fighters, many of them hardened by fighting in Syria, not to mention tens of thousands of rockets. There's also a long reputation in southern Lebanon and of Hezbollah using explosive devices along the road, using improvised bombs, booby traps, and suicide bombers. Chris Livesay, CBS News, Northern Israel.
Yeah. Oh, God forbid they use booby traps, dude. Inside of their own country against an invading force that literally used booby traps in a completely sovereign nation.
Let's bring in CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd. She's also a former assistant secretary for counterterrorism and threat prevention at the Department of Homeland Security. Samantha, what more are we learning about Israel's possible ground operations in Lebanon?
Well, we're learning that the Israeli government has reportedly given notice to the administration that they intend to launch a limited ground incursion into Lebanon. This comes as no great surprise to anyone who's been following the conflict over the past several weeks. Israel has been increasingly striking further into Lebanese territory to try to mitigate the threat posed by Hezbollah. And Israel has also been repositioning.
Oh, shit. Oh, thank God. I was worried it was for some other reason, but there's a good reason for it. Never mind. It's to mitigate threat. It's called escalation through de-escalation through escalation. How do you call Hezbollah a political party when they're run by Iran? Is Hezbollah not the equivalent of a political party in America being run by a foreign country? What? Like if Canada had an American party? First of all, Canada does have an American party. Have you ever seen like conservative leadership in Canada? They just are carbon copy Americans. That's number one. Number two, no, dog, Hezbollah is not run by Iran. They are literally Lebanese people, brother. What are you talking about? They're Lebanese Shias. They get support from Iran, which is also another Shia nation. Okay. At least the last CPC leader was American. Yeah, that's right. Hezbollah is not operated by Iranians. That's insane. No, it's operated by Lebanese Shias. Okay, well, I don't know enough to question you here, but okay, but it's fine. Go ahead. Ask me some more questions. Or maybe you think I'm lying to you. I don't know. Do you think I'm lying to you? No. Lebanon is a very diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-racial, or not multi-racial, sorry, multi-religious country. Don't tell the chatter to shut the fuck up, chatters. He doesn't know. At least he recognizes that he doesn't know. That's important. Okay, but there is no country with an equivalent party. Virtually every other country has an equivalent party. They're just usually the party in power, and their ally is not Iran, but the United States of America. If that makes sense. But because I assume you're American, you probably don't have an issue with that and don't see that as like a bad thing overall. Or like the GOP in Russia? No, not necessarily. Not even. Anyway, let's continue.
Assets within Israel itself, ostensibly in preparation for that ground invasion. Now, what remains to be seen is how limited exactly that will be in nature, whether it is in fact contained to southern Lebanon, and whether the strikes into the heart of Beirut do continue, Lindsay.
Well, so Israel has killed 7 top Hezbollah commanders, including the group's leader, in the past 10 days. How has that changed their operations?
Well, Lindsay, it's not just Hezbollah leaders. In fact, Israel has methodically been striking and assassinating the leadership of Iranian-backed proxy groups, terrorist groups, for several weeks now, whether it's Hezbollah, Hamas, or other Iranian proxy groups. This has had an impact on these proxy groups' command and control structure and its capabilities. In addition to that, the pager and walkie-talkie attack that Israel reportedly launched.
I love having a government stooge be like, no, this is great. It's methodical. But yeah, here it is. Israel's currently conducting a limited operation targeting Hezbollah inside of Lebanon, the U.S. State Department. Okay? That's from like earlier today.
earlier this month, did also wound likely thousands of Hezbollah fighters.
What did Lebanon ever do to Israel? Like, how was Israel justifying attacking Lebanon? Israel pushed out a lot of Palestinians, some of which that went to Lebanon. That became a major problem for Israel because, you know, they were using Lebanon as a way to attack Israel. Israel invades Lebanon. One of the groups that's not Palestinian originally, that are simply Shia Muslims living inside of Lebanon, goes, hold on, what the fuck? These guys are just like butchering people and blowing up building blocks with our children in it. We have to rise up in arms against them. This is a very reductive way to explain it, but that's when that's when Hezbollah is formed. Okay? Huh. I was too young to remember much, but was the U.S. War in Iraq, Afghanistan whitewashed like this contemporaneously? Like they just started by saying limited operations? Yes and no. I mean, we have done worse than this in Vietnam. Gulf of Tonkin. Israel almost done taking out the trash. Aw. Again, I doubt this chatter is Israeli. I doubt this chatter is even a Jewish American or anything like that. This is just simply a person who is celebrating death and destruction, because if he doesn't celebrate it, and this is very sad, this is the sad reality behind these sorts of trolls, okay? I unbanned him so he can speak freely once again before we ban him if they say something fucking stupid. But the sad reality of it is, if you don't at the very least like celebrate the death and destruction of Muslims and Arabs, like what is there? You know, you don't have, again, I will repeat this over and over again. You don't have health care. You don't. You will never be able to retire. You will never be able to own a home. Right? So all of that weighs on your conscience. And, you know, I guess there's got to be a reason for all of this. And I guess the reason is America gets to be a dominant force on the planet and kill whoever the fuck they want to. And our allies can do the same. And all of our enemies are barbaric monsters. So I have to celebrate this without recognizing the humanity of the victims, without recognizing those who are unjustifiably slain by this monstrous, barbaric, brutal colonial occupation. Because if I don't hold on to that, then what is the actual fucking project worth for? It's not worth a damn at all. Many of you also feel that same sense of powerlessness and anger and resentment. But you should be very excited that you, unlike these people, do not lean into like these insanely violent sensibilities. You can basically see and separate right from wrong. Two things can be true. Yes, but you have mentioned no truths so far. Some government staff are just stunned in speeches about what we've become. I mean, why are they? That's just America, baby. These got to be like the funniest people that join the American government and think like, this is like the cop that joins the police force and is like, what? Why are we like killing unarmed black people? Like, I don't understand. What have we become, dude? What the fuck? Like, I get why you would personally think that maybe you just like believe the propaganda. But like at a certain point, you gotta be like, damn, this is a death machine that I'm in charge of. A deal for a ceasefire requires a heavy diplomatic lift that seems unlikely from Biden. With some promoting Israel escalation in DC circles, the big difference is those who think a ceasefire is still worth working for and those who do not. Biden could still choose to be like most U.S. presidents to threaten U.S. arms for Israel to influence his choices. Cooler heads inside of Israel seek a Lebanon deal and not be carried away. U.S. choices have an influence on the thinking here. And so far, given the U.S. hasn't put up any kind of pushback, Israel really feels like this is its moment to seize as much as it can. Oh my God, this is exactly what I said. Okay, remember when I said exactly these words the other day? Israel recognizes the writing on the wall that it has a fucking time limitation for how much longer it can exist in the violent ways in which it does. So in that last ditch attempt, they are trying to take up as much space as they possibly physically can. The irony, of course, is that I think Israel doesn't recognize that its last-ditch desperate attempt is actually accelerating its own demise. It's Endsieg. Straight up. Heavy bombardment hit southern suburbs of Beirut. I heard it from my house. Kiel. Dog, be safe. I don't know what to tell you motherfuckers. Like, by the way, at this point, Israel's killed a shit ton of HasanAbi heads in obviously Gaza, and also is bombing a lot of you guys who are living in Lebanon. I don't know what to say other than be safe. It's crazy because this is like it's like the meme when we're doing like Stormwatch, right? And that's just a natural disaster. Israel is not a natural disaster, but our treatment of it, our treatment is. What? Curious, why are you avoiding the real reason Israel doesn't like Hezbollah? Why? Is it because I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour? Is that what you're going to say? It's because he's a little guy. A good one. I mean, this is literally Nazi Germany shit. That's it. They keep doing that. Anyway, I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, so I'm running it in the middle of the hour. Sorry, everybody. Here it is. My village, which has already been bombed, is in South Lebanon, and it leaves me in awe that while my family is displaced, they're advertising our land. Yeah, it's really fucked up that Frogan is being anti-Semitic again. Iran and its proxies are our enemy. I have no doubt the U.S. is working with Israel on attacks like this. So yes, I celebrate the killing of NASRALLAH while feeling remorse for those who are killed. The sooner it's over, the better. Thanks, man. I love the liberal mind of a Western chauvinist that still tries to portray itself as like the bold, brave thinker who still cares about the humanity of those slain. I guess you loved October 7 then. You thought it was fucking poggers, huh? You're like, listen. You know, a lot of civilians were murdered ruthlessly slaughtered. But the reality is, you know, they were trying to pull off a complex military operation. And while I am sad about the death of many Israelis, you know, I do understand and cherish it and celebrate it. And that Yahya Sinwar, what did you say? Is almost done taking out the trash. Would you make a similar assessment of October 7? Is that what you would say in that regard? On such simple terms, dude. It's like, oh, well, these guys are our enemies, you know? So we have to do whatever we want. They're the bad guys. And no matter what we want, we can't be the bad. No matter what we do, we can't be the bad guys in this situation because we're doing it to the bad guys. This guy's going to take like 8 years to respond. They're having a succession crisis and nobody's reporting on it? Dude, because it's not real, man. What are you talking about? This report has Kuwait has Netanyahu hospitalized and brain dead. This seems insane, okay? Like, dude, he made a video responding to Iran today. What are you talking about? Did you get hit by a fucking rocket fire from Ansar Allah on the way to Israel or something? What happened that you are believing such things? He's very much alive, brother. What do I say to the Christian Zionists to say Jews and Muslims have been fighting for centuries or thousands of years? That's an abject lie. Pre-Israel, Jews and Muslims actually lived in a much more harmonious fashion in comparison to Jews and Christians, especially. But if your father's a Christian Zionist, like, good luck explaining that to them. Muslims literally, the Ottoman Empire literally protected Jews. It was a safe haven for Jews persecuted by the Spanish Inquisition. The fuck are people talking about? Jews didn't like magically materialize in the fucking region, including but not limited to literally historic Palestine. Pre Balfour Declaration. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, you know? Yeah, Muslims were such an ally, such an avid ally historically to Jews that Theodore Herzl, first, before going to the Western powers, went to the Ottoman Empire, who controlled Palestine. Theodore Herzl originally went to the Ottoman Empire and demanded historic Palestine to be given as a nation state for Jews. Turkey bullshit incoming. harmonious. I mean, Jews were all in Europe for a reason. Wasn't exactly harmony that they were pushed there. How the fuck? Like, how? How do you arrive at this position? Which is worse, dog? The Holocaust, the Spanish Inquisition, or fucking paying a tax for not serving in the military as a non-Muslim? Explain that to me, dude. Dumb fuck. This isn't like Ottoman supremacy or anything like that. You're just a fucking idiot who refuses to recognize reality because it you know, doesn't correspond to your current Islamophobic perspective, I think. Oh no. What do you mean, oh no? What the fuck are you talking about? This is just like an ahistorical approach, I think. Israel's an evil ethno-state too, just saying. Just saying what? Israel's an evil ethno-state, okay, but also what? The Spanish Inquisition. I'm just saying it ain't a binary, damn. Dog, what are you, attributing fucking the Romans to the Ottoman Empire? Like, what's going on here? Like, are they responsible for Jews being persecuted too? Like, this is before they even got to that fucking area. No, explain to me what you mean, bro. I mean, Jews were all in Europe for a reason. It wasn't exactly harmony. They were pushed there. I'm talking about the Ottoman Empire opening up a safe haven for Jews that were fleeing persecution from pogroms and specifically the Spanish Inquisition. And you're over here being like, actually, the Jews were sent to Eastern Europe first. It's like, where did they come from? Who fucking sent them there? Do you think it was the fucking Ottoman Empire? Like, what are you talking about? It wasn't harmonious, that's all, man. Yes, it was. In comparison to fucking, I'm using my words very carefully, in comparison to systematic erosion of human life, it was abso-fucking-lutely considered a safe haven. The conversation and the boundaries of this conversation were around Christians historically and their own experiences with Jewish people living as their neighbors versus Muslims. Because a chatter falsely or a chatter asked me, how do you answer the question when someone says, well, Jews and Muslims have been fighting each other for centuries? That is incorrect. Okay? That is objectively incorrect. Should I lie to that chatter in an effort to soothe your own personal, I guess, biased framing on history or your own personal misunderstanding? Should I just lie to that chatter? Or should I tell them what's what?
So it is certainly the case that these terrorist proxy groups' capabilities have been.
Chatter, my grandpa is a Turkish Jew whose family spoke Judeo-Spanish for a reason. He didn't get it from fucking Duolingo. His family was expelled from Spain. No, dude, you don't understand, okay? You don't understand. Shit was... No, it's actually the big bad Muslims that were always historically enemies of the Jews, okay? Don't ever fucking go against that narrative. This right here, the notion that this is a conflict born out of like religious interest or a conflict that has been brewing for centuries, okay, in the region is an abject lie. It's a lie told by Israel to justify its nation state status because its enemies happen to be, you know, the indigenous population that's overwhelmingly Muslim. That's it. It is literally a self-serving, ahistorical approach to reality. It's no different than being like Palestinians or Jew haters, okay? It's like fucking Palestinians died defending Jews from Holocaust camps, okay? They fucking died in World War II fighting alongside British Empire, okay? It's ridiculous. 11,000 Palestinians went and fought alongside the Allied forces against Nazi Germany, but all you fucking hear is Hitler Yahoo's idiotic sentiment that like actually it was the British occupation's own guy, the Grand Mufti, that actually convinced Adolf Hitler to hate the Jews and kill them, which is crazy because like that is Holocaust denial, okay? That is exactly what that is. That is such a ahistorical approach because of your fucking fever pitch, your feverish ways of trying to fucking make this the responsibility of the Arab. So much so that you end up lying about your own history.
Been diminished. The outstanding question is whether the Iranian regime will make a strategic calculus that they want to rearm Hezbollah and others in order to launch a more direct assault, a more escalated assault against the state of Israel.
What is Iran weighing when it comes to its response, and what kind of capability?
Yeah, a Jewish cemetery in Gaza was held and maintained since World War I. Oh, don't worry. It was maintained when Israel invaded Gaza as well, even though they desecrated every other fucking cemetery, with the exception of the Jewish cemetery in Gaza, demonstrating their capabilities of maintaining a cemetery and not defiling them. Yeah. Yet another example of how the Palestinians and their resistance and their militant groups treat Jews with dignity and humanity that Israel does not offer to the Palestinians at all.
Abilities does it have?
Well, Iran has significant traditional military capabilities, including a significant arsenal of missiles. Hezbollah, for its part, has over 100,000 missiles that do have the capability to strike within the heart of Israel. Israel has sophisticated air defense systems, which would go into play if that occurred. But Iran has a very sophisticated traditional military arsenal, which it uses to supply proxy groups like the Houthis, like Hezbollah. At the same time, Iran has a global terrorist network with operatives all around the world that it could choose to activate, which it has activated, to strike not just Israel, but to strike Americans as well, based upon perceptions of U.S. complicity in both the war in Gaza as well as these assassination attempts. So Iran could choose to flip that switch, rearm these groups, launch another direct attack against Israel, and potentially activate operatives around the world. What Iran is weighing is whether it wants to get into a direct conflict, not just with Israel, but with the United States. The U.S. has deployed and repositioned a very significant amount of military assets in the Middle East, Lindsay, and those assets would come into play if there was a more escalated response by Iran and its proxies.
What does the U.S. do?
Notice. Wait. I dropped something. I don't know what it was. Anyway, notice how Chinzilla over here, Jawzilla, said escalation through de-escalation through escalation when it comes to Israel. But very clearly says it's escalation when it's fucking Iran doing it. The metrics are so fucked up, bro. God damn, dude. God damn. It's like, oh, Iran better not escalate. Only Iran has the capacity to escalate. When Israel escalates, it's actually doing that to de-escalate.
Doing to prevent a potential regional war from happening?
Well, from a military perspective, the United States spending likely billions of dollars to put an additional carrier group, air capabilities, air defense systems, troops in the region is a measure to both defend the state of Israel, defend U.S. citizens in the region, help with any kind of evacuation, but also to deter Iran's proxies from a more direct attack by showing that they would likely be unsuccessful based upon U.S. military capabilities in the region. I also, based on my experience working with Iran, on the Iran nuclear deal and other matters, would render a guess, Lindsay, that the United States is likely engaged in some sort of back channel message passing with the regime in Iran to convince them not to escalate the situation further. One, because Iran is unlikely to be successful, but two, the cost for Iran would be so significant in terms of financial outlays, weapons outlays, and potentially more sanctions that it's just not worth it. So that back channel private diplomacy as well as the military deterrence are two key tools here, in addition, of course, to the diplomacy that the U.S. and others are engaged in.
Sam Vinograd, thank you so much.
These are remarkable scenes, an extraordinary exodus
underway here in a Lebanese border town called Masna. Thousands of people here carrying their things, carrying bags and blankets, their personal possessions, children, on their return to Syria. And you know, many people left during the Syrian civil war, but they now think that returning to Syria is a better bet. It's a safer place to be than Lebanon right now. I mean, they're also carrying stories about the Israeli bombardment in the south, in the east, in the southern suburbs of Beirut as well. One person who went by, he'd been pulled out of the rubble. Important to say, though, that some people are taking a risk, particularly the men. They run the risk of being conscripted into the Syrian army. Hello, salam alaikum. Of being judged as defectors. The Syrian regime will be looking for dissidents as well. So they are running a risk, but it seems to be a risk they are willing to take. People do not want to stay in Lebanon. That is not an option if you have an opportunity to leave.
I speak a lot about the leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, I want to address you, the people of Iran. I want to do so directly, without filters, without...
Uh-oh. Bro, same playbook. Israel has a right to defend itself. I love that he's talking to the people of Iran in English. Uh-oh. I want to free the Palestinian people from Hamas. I want to free the Lebanese people from Hezbollah. And I want to free the Iranian people from Ayatollah. Where have I heard this before? It might as well be the kiss of death, dog. When Israel says, oh, I care about the people, that means he's going to send some fucking packages, okay?
Middlemen. Every day, you see a regime that subjugates you make fiery speeches about defending Lebanon, defending Gaza. Yet every day, that regime plunges our region deeper into darkness and deeper into war. Every day, their puppets are eliminated. Ask Muhammad Def. Ask Nasrallah. There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country. With every passing moment, the regime is bringing you, the noble Persian people, closer to the abyss. The vast majority of Iranians know their regime doesn't care a whit about them. If it did care,
I think what's really funny about this is that, like, you can make the exact same article example out of Benjamin Netanyahu and Jews across the world, and certainly Jews in Israel too. But anyway, this is like telegraphed even from the invocation of Persian to the Los Angeles constituency, okay? He is not talking to the motherfucking Iranians. Well, he is. He's threatening the Iranians in Iran. Just like when he said this about Lebanon, he was threatening the Lebanese population, or at least like just telling him, like, you're going to get bombed. That's what it is. This is great.
if it cared about you, it would stop wasting billions of dollars on futile wars across the Middle East. It would start improving your lives. Imagine if all...
It's so funny because it's like, again, resource-rich nation. And like one of the biggest problems it faces is not necessarily its like funding of terror around the region, like its funding of the axis of resistance, but instead unimaginable levels of sanctions that it has to deal with on a daily fucking basis. Like, it's literally Israel and America.
All the vast money the regime wasted on nuclear weapons and foreign wars were invested in your children's education and improving your health care, in building your nation's infrastructure, water, sewage, all the other things that you need.
It's so funny that we're watching this because it is damn near identical to Hitler being like, to Hitler doing those speeches. Well, I guess like Hitler didn't truly want to fucking, you know, get the smoke from England. But remember those Hitler speeches that we were looking at, the AI translation, or like all the misinformation surrounding all of these like Hitler lovers basically lying about his intentions to present him as like a peaceful dove, while also simultaneously being like, you know, he had to deal with the Jewish problem. And it's like, what the fuck are you saying, dog? You are literally an anti-Semite. Anyway, a lot of those speeches hold great resemblance to what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying here. It's like, I don't know if there was any AI translation of like early Hitler speeches towards like his ambitions in Eastern Europe, but it would probably resemble what he is saying here. We have no smoke for you. We want to defend our citizens. We just simply want to live side by side with you. And we want to make sure that, you know, you are saved from the scourge of communism. Yeah. He said the same exact shit, bro. After he spoke to the people of Lebanon, also in English with English subtitles. Can you explain to us regular viewers why Lebanon is not fighting the Hezbollah? What? Why would Lebanon fight more Lebanon? Also, there's virtually no like real standing Lebanese military. Hezbollah is Lebanon's only fucking form of defense against Israel.
Imagine that. But you know one simple thing. Iran's tyrants don't care about your future, but you do. When Iran is finally free, and that moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everything will be different. Our two ancient peoples, the Jewish people and the Persian people, will finally be at peace. Our two countries, Israel and Iran, will be at peace. When that day comes, the terror network that the regime built in 5 continents will be bankrupt, dismantled. Iran will thrive as never before. Global investment, massive tourism, brilliant technological innovation based on the tremendous...
What? I'm new here. Why weren't American revolutionaries simply protesting George Washington?
tremendous talents that exist inside Iran. Doesn't that sound better than endless poverty, repression, and war? From Qom to Isfahan, from Shiraz to Tabriz, there are tens of millions of good and decent people with thousands of years of history behind them and a brilliant future ahead of them. Don't let a small group of fanatic theocrats crush your hopes and your dreams. You deserve better. Your children deserve better. The entire world deserves better. I know you don't support...
He's right. I just feel this way about Israel, though. And America. Like, remember what I said about reactionaries? Like, reactionaries love to talk about the exact same shit that they are pulling off in their own countries but then like complain about it when brown people do it, you know, when browner people do it. It's always the same shit. People will be like, I can't believe the Taliban, bro. I hate what they're doing. And it's like, dog, you want the same thing but Christian. Like, what are you saying right now? I can see your other tweets, okay? Oh, man, you hate fanatic theocrats, huh? You hate him so much, you put him in your fucking governing coalition. You hate him so much that you are one. I love when this guy says, yeah, fanatic theocrats are putting the interests of their own ambitions, putting their own personal interests against the interests of the people. It's like, you're talking about you. You're talking about America and you.
What the rapists and murderers of Hamas and Hezbollah, but your leaders do. You deserve more. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you.
Yeah, you deserve more bombs. It seems you haven't been bombed enough as of late.
You. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did fucking Hamas do? What are you talking about? Like, there is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again. Meanwhile, we know Israel has done it. What do you mean there's no Lebanese army? Hasn't America donated more than $3 billion to the Lebanese armed forces to advocate for its security, according to the U.S. Department of State? Yes, there is a standing Lebanese military, but it's basically nothing in comparison to Hezbollah. Yeah.
CNN has learned of cross-border commando raids by Israel into Lebanon, into the southern part of the country. These raids back and forth could be a sign that a larger ground invasion could be coming. Obviously, there have been airstrikes on Beirut for days now. Let's get right to CNN Chief National Security Analyst and anchor Jim Sciutto, who is in Tel Aviv. Jim, these raids, what do they show and what do they tell us?
Yeah. Well, John,
more explosions about 5 minutes away from my home in Beirut, Jannah. I have no choice but to drive up to the mountains now. Have a good stream. Good luck with educating some of these delinquents. Hopefully, brother, one day you will live in peace and harmony. Okay? Inshallah. Stay safe, chatter. Phase ended. Oh, the phase subathon ended. Congratulations to the phase subbers. Okay, I phased the fuck up. I participated in that a little bit. As y'all know, I stay fucking phased up and I stay prayed up.
you could call these shaping operations, smaller special forces raids, as well as just the barrage of airstrikes that we've seen over the last several days, not just taking out Hezbollah leadership, but going after firing positions, missile launch sites, missile and rocket storage sites in southern Lebanon, would all be part of laying the groundwork for a broader ground incursion or small-scale invasion, whatever language you use. So one can say that those operations have already begun. And keep in mind what the Israeli goal here is, as stated publicly. We're not guessing about this. Israel's goal, as officials have described, is to move Hezbollah back from the border. And to do that, they seem to be making it clear they don't just intend to do damage to Hezbollah forces along the border, but push them back. The typical dividing line is the Litani River, about 10 miles back from the border, so that when you have the Israeli defense minister go speak to Israeli forces now massing on the northern border and use this phrase, "We will employ all the capabilities at our disposal," that's quite clear public signaling about what may very well be the next step. And I think you could see these special operations raids, as well as the bombing and the strikes we've seen in recent days, as part of that same ground operation.
Jim, what is now known about Hezbollah as it is currently constituted? There will...
Yeah, Jim, tell us more from Tel Aviv about how Hezbollah is the true evil here, and that's why Israel has to defend itself by invading Lebanon. Come on, guys. Don't you get it, dude? This is a tale as old as time itself. Israel has never in its history, at least in its outward communication, I'm not talking about fucking Ben Gurion's like writings about how it is a colonial force or whatever, or how they must purge the fucking indigenous population there. And of course, the indigenous population there is going to fight back. But in terms of its like outward Western facing communication, Israel has never been like, yeah, we want this land. It's for us. Fuck you. Okay. No, it's always, we need to defend ourselves. Okay. The Holocaust happened. We need a place. If we don't have a place, then the Holocaust too is going to happen again and again and again. Okay. That's why we need this place. That's why we need this space. Now we're going to carry on a genocide. And the more territory that they've taken over throughout time, the more they have fucking kept just encroaching on other regional boundaries and destroying them, gutting them, never letting them have any fucking opportunity to fucking create a nation state like Palestine, while simultaneously going, oh, well, our people moved there. We have to defend themselves. We have a right to defend ourselves. We have to defend those people there. This is just the strategy since day one. It's not like Israel didn't say this about the West Bank. They did this. They did this in Golan Heights. They did this in every territory that it is fucking occupied. Oh, we got to defend ourselves, man. We just got to do it. We got to do the damn thing. It's crazy. Like, and anyone that doesn't recognize exactly what's going on, which is identical to what they said about Gaza. Bro, they said this about Gaza. They literally were like, we are liberating the terrorists. We are liberating the Palestinian children from the Hamas captors. Israel must have a right to defend itself. Boom. Fucking genocide in Gaza, okay? Same shit about places where there's no Hamas, like fucking the West Bank. They gotta defend themselves from the terror children in the West Bank occupied territory, which we must occupy. Now they're doing it in fucking Lebanon. Oh, we want to separate the Lebanese population from the treacherous nature of Hezbollah. We want to separate the Iranian population from the treacherous theocracy of the Ayatollah regime. We know what that means when they say that.
An ability to carry out retaliation.
You know what, John? I think to some degree in recent days and weeks, if you go back, for instance, to the pager attack, as well as the killing on Friday of Nasrallah, we've seen something of a piercing of the bubble of Hezbollah's military capabilities. As advertised, this was Iran's strongest proxy weapon in the Middle East and against Israel, its strongest piece of that ring of fire around Israel. We talked to great length about the many tens of thousands of missiles and rockets, etc. But now, in just a few days' time, Israel has not only dismantled its leadership right up to the very top, but it's taken out a lot of those very missiles, which raises questions as to whether, even if a decision were made by Hezbollah to carry out a sizable retaliation, who would make that decision and how would they communicate that to field commanders to then carry it out. It's not clear that they have the capability to do that. And I don't mean to underestimate.
Wait, did I tell you have a right to defend yourself from the top of the hour ad break? Because I might have forgotten. Did I serve it? No? Well, you do. By subscribing. You do. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and you have a right to defend yourself from said ad break by subscribing, which you can do for $4 before it ends, before the month of September ends, or for free with the Twitch Prime. Gizmo Max says, fuck you. You are both a mod and also a subscriber. You are fine. Okay? But others who are not fine, the defenseless, you might get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Even Israeli officials say that other than the assassinations, they've barely hurt Hezbollah's capacity. Of course, dude. And also, this doesn't like magically go away. People's resentment towards Israel bombing them and killing their family members doesn't go away when Hasan Nasrallah is assassinated. It's not like the guy was single-handedly like brainwashing everyone in Lebanon into hating Israel, okay? That's why the exact same fucking approach exists in Lebanon as well. You kill Yahya Sinwar, okay? It's not like the Palestinian people are going to be like, oh, I guess it's over now. Like, I guess thank you for fucking humiliating us and subjugating us and killing us and destroying our lives. I now have a totally different analysis of the situation. It's like, dude, what are you saying? People are still going to want to understandably fight back. Like, gutting the command structure of Hezbollah doesn't do anything. It just like kind of buys you time for a brief moment. But if you immediately go and invade afterwards, you'll see that that command structure it still has a very clear line of succession. This is a standing military with a lot of fucking combat experience.
Hezbollah's remaining arsenal or the threat, but the blow that Israel has struck in recent days really raises questions as to what they're capable of. And we should also keep in mind Iran's public comments, which has been to say, we're kind of leaving this to Hezbollah to retaliate. We're effectively sitting this one out, not to minimize Iran's own.
My Lebanese Catholic friend wore black and was mourning Nasrallah. So many are pro-resistance, even in communities that traditionally weren't. Of course. Like, dude, of course, man. Of course. Like, these people understand why Israel killed Hasan Nasrallah. They didn't kill Hasan Nasrallah because he's homophobic or his like domestic politics in Lebanon. They killed him because he stood as a threat to Israel, doing whatever the fuck it wanted in the region. Anyone who tries to tell you that is different, okay? Like, there are straight up, there are Christian Palestinians, Christian Lebanese people in this chat that also understand exactly what I'm saying. There are Syrians who celebrate the death of Hasan Nasrallah, partially because of the Hezbollah operations in Syria. But also, I'm certain that there are Syrians who don't necessarily hate the operations, especially against ISIS-style Syrian forces. You know? But none of that matters in this situation. What matters is what Israel is doing. And what matters is why Israel did what it did. They openly stated it. They did not kill him for any reason other than the fact that he was fighting against and putting a price on Israel's permanent genocide of the Palestinians. And if you were to ask those Syrians who are celebrating Hasan Nasrallah's death, I'm sure many of them would probably tell you that Israel is still a far greater threat. Unless they're stupid. And people can be stupid, for the record.
own capabilities, but at least from the public messaging standpoint, they seem to be keeping their powder dry as well.
It is something that absolutely bears watching. Is Hezbollah on its heels as much as it seems, at least from everything we see and hear? Jim Sciutto, it's great to have you there as our eyes and ears. Thank you so much. Sarah?
All right.
If Israel attacks Iran, would Russia respond? I don't think so. Yep, Maronite Lebanese here. Hezbollah is not without sin and has treated Syrians horribly. We don't forgive that, while simultaneously recognizing Hezbollah is the only thing standing between another occupation and the Lebanese people, and no other social, economic, or criminal issues can be properly dealt with during genocide. Yes. That's like, this is something that Americans will never fucking comprehend, because they have been the dominant force in their lifetime and in the lifetimes of their parents and great-grandparents, okay? And even before then, they were a violent settler colony. So they were always the dominating force. There's only been like 17 years since 1776 where the United States has not been in active fucking conflict. So, and sheltered from the impact of said active conflict due to its geopolitical placement on the map. Okay, it's far away from all of the death that it deals by nature, surrounded by sea. So Americans have no way of understanding why people that might have differences in opinion in terms of like domestic affairs will harden their position and recognize the true evil or the greater enemy that is destroying them. Like the 3-minute ad break that I forgot to run, which I'm running right now, okay? They killed Hasan Nasrallah for the same reason that they killed Ismail Haniyeh. I mean, the Ismail Haniyeh thing is even worse, honestly. Isn't this just sort of a similar argument that there's no point in taking out Al-Qaeda leadership because they would just reconstitute under the cause of hating American imperialism? But Al-Qaeda doesn't exist now, so... Dog, if you're comparing Al-Qaeda to fucking Hezbollah, I don't know what to tell you, okay? It's like thinking that if you kill American generals, that the American military is going to cease to exist, okay? That's the better comparison. Also, Al-Qaeda still exists, largely as a consequence of our great ally Saudi Arabia consistently using it as a weapon in places like Yemen, as a matter of fact. So, I don't know. Like, whenever people fucking talk about like Al-Qaeda or ISIS and bring these like obvious militant groups that are Salafist in nature or are funded and facilitated and doing so much death and destruction to not necessarily America or American interests really, but certainly against like America's enemies or wherever America has interest in invading or whatever. It's like, if you're comparing them to their fucking natural enemies in the region like Hezbollah or Hamas, regardless of their different sects, because Hamas is Sunni, Hezbollah is Shia, okay? But if you are comparing these groups to one another and pointing to their similarities in any capacity, I think you might be a little bit Islamophobic. I don't want to say that about you, chatter. You seem to be at least like somewhat charitable here. But the only comparison that you can point to is that they're just like, they kind of look the same, I guess, from afar. Because they got big beards and sometimes wear turbans and shit. You know? Because in its action, okay, and also direct allegiances, okay, you can say the my enemy is my friend or whatever, but like in terms of like offering material support, Israel has aligned with ISIS in the past, openly in Syria. Okay? Israel has. Saudi Arabia, another ally of Israel, still very much utilizes Al-Qaeda in a similar capacity. So the notion that like these guys, like Hezbollah, like America's enemies are closer to ISIS and Al-Qaeda is so funny when it's actually America's ally and America itself and its own material interests align with ISIS and Al-Qaeda in the region. Israel also, much like ISIS, desecrates cultural landmarks on a regular basis. Israel also uses the shield of religion as a justification for its actions, just like ISIS does. Okay? And Israel, on top of that, has directly given weapons to ISIS in Syria and has offered medical treatment to ISIS soldiers in Syria. I'm not arguing one way or another, just saying they both have reasonable basis for fighting against Israel and or Western forces. What? Not hating against Al-Qaeda or ISIS is ridiculous. What the fuck? Saudis are Zionists now. They're not supporting Al-Qaeda just because they're Sunni Lamafal. That's not how it works. I'd believe you if you said Qatar. Sorry, but Sunni jihadists, Saudi Arabia equals Saudi Arabia / Israel is Iranian Kool-Aid. I don't know what you're fucking saying. I agree with some of the things that you're saying, but I don't think you understood what I said at all. I don't think Saudi Arabia is supporting Al-Qaeda because they're Sunni. I think Saudi Arabia is supporting Al-Qaeda because it is comprised of Saudis and it is a militant asset that Saudi Arabia uses in a similar vein to like how America uses ISIS from time to time. Also, Israel is supposed to be the Jewish state. How the fuck does that factor into your equation when Israel is aligning with ISIS? Saudi supported the Salafist rebels in Syria that literally tried to ethnically cleanse the Christian village I'm from. Yeah.
This morning, the U.S. is preparing its military as fears grow that Iran may be planning retaliatory attacks. CNN's Arlette Saenz is at the White House with more on how the Biden administration is sort of viewing all of this at the moment, and they're meeting at this very moment. What are you learning, Arlette?
Well, Sarah, President Biden is hoping to prevent this situation from escalating into a wider regional conflict that could engulf the region. That is something that the administration has feared and really tried
Tantuni or Monte, easy.
to work to prevent for the past year. Now, a U.S. official tells CNN that one major area of concern right now is the possibility that Iran could be planning an attack in the wake of Israel's killing of Hamas leader Hasan Nasrallah just last Friday. So the U.S. is working with Israel on its defenses, this U.S. official said, hoping that a joint defense and a change in the U.S. military posture in the region could potentially ward off a potential attack. Now, this official did not outline what an Iranian attack would look like or specify the exact moves that the U.S. could take. But the Pentagon, in a statement on Sunday, did stress that if Iran tries to, or any of its partners or proxies,
Being charitable, but I think what that chatter was saying is that ideological insurgent forces like Hezbollah and Al-Qaeda can be broken from their American hatred with consistent security measures. No. Because Hezbollah's reason for existence and continued war is directly a consequence of Israel's actions in the region. Okay? The more it's more similar to the Taliban if you want to fucking talk about it like that. Okay? Another Islamist fundamentalist military force that also controls civil governance, okay, historically in Afghanistan. The reason why many do not want to make the Taliban comparison is because it is one that does not favor that argument that they're trying to make. That's it. That's it. 20 years of bombing Afghanistan, and then we just gave the country back to the Taliban and fucked off. Only hardening their position. Iran's regional affairs, Lebanon, Hezbollah, Palestinian territories, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hamas, Iraq, PMU militias, Yemen, the Houthis, Bahrain, Al-Ashtar brigades, Syria, several militias.
tries to use this moment to target either American.
Aiden Hutchinson on the Lions wearing a shirt of Hasan fit tonight. Damn. Swagged out. I would rock this shit for real. He's got, I mean, down to the Travis Scotts too. Travis Scott's real tree camo, sleeveless vest up top. I don't think I would go with the real tree in this though. Honestly, I feel like it's a little bit. It's a bit much. Piss jug in tow.
Personnel or American interests that the U.S. would respond to defend the American people. The Pentagon has noted that they have significant capabilities.
She called Hasan Nasrallah a Hamas leader. Yeah, I don't care, man. What difference? What difference does it make? It's a distinction without a difference. Hamas, Hezbollah is the same. Houthis is the same. Okay, they're all terrorists. They're all against Israel and America. So they're all bad guys, no matter what they do. Okay. They're bad across the board. And because they're bad in their domestic affairs, they're also bad in their deterrence measures against the state of Israel. Israel is good. The propaganda is always going to be the same. Make no mistake. I'm not saying that like I agree with these guys every fucking day of the week. Of course I'm not. But it doesn't matter. It does not fucking matter at all because that's not why they're getting killed. They're getting killed and they're getting bombed because they provide a deterrence to Israel.
In the region, including a carrier strike group, and they are also working to increase the readiness of U.S. troops who could mobilize to the region. Now, President Biden on Saturday convened a meeting of his national security team along with Vice President Kamala Harris to assess the situation in the Middle East and also talk about the readiness of U.S. military forces. And just yesterday, he stressed to reporters that he believes an all-out war must be avoided. Take a listen.
Can an all-out war in the Middle East be avoided? It has to be. We really have to avoid it.
Yeah, what are you going to do about it, jackass? You don't want to fucking avoid it, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
We've already taken precautions relative to our embassies and personnel who want to leave. But we're not there yet, but we're working like hell with the French and many others to see this avoid. Thank you.
That last line there is a reference to the U.S. hope that there could be some type of diplomatic solution to try to return Israeli and Lebanese civilians back to their homes.
Why are the Lebanese forces retreating? Amazing how they say you're a terrorist sympathizer because you do basic assessments of these world events. It's never counter arguments or something intelligent. It's why I get my news from you. Thank you. Yeah. No, it sucks because it's like that line of attack is of course a very, very successful line of attack. That's all you need to do. You just go, he's just supporting terrorism. It's like, nope, I don't support Israel and I don't support America. Okay. You can't say that. No, no, no. These guys are the far greater terrorists in that regard. Okay. Gross, stop reading comments that agree with you. I got to do that every now and then, chatter. I always fucking read. I always read the haters. Once the dust settles, you're going to get blamed for the genocide by liberals because you weren't loud enough. No, I think that this community and myself will probably get blamed for Kamala Harris's defeat if she loses in November. This is what X said 2 days ago. Who's X? Like Twitter? I saw someone call you a 4chan Nazi for watching a Houthi clip. Yeah, dude. It's ironic because virtually every single person that says that is directly a 4chan Nazi. Either was a 4chan Nazi and now they think they're a liberal, but they still want to say the N-word as a white guy, or are directly still very much a 4chan Nazi, but they know liberals are so squishy and so easily duped. You know? Weird question. If you don't agree with America, why live in America? Well, one of the beautiful aspects of America is that I can disagree with it and still live here. And secondly, where am I supposed to go? I have thought about it. This is like the 1 year for the first time in my life after living here for almost 2 decades at this point. This is one of the first instances where I was like, damn, man, I maybe should fucking leave because this shit sucks. The problem is, where do I go? You know, where do I fucking go? Where can I go that isn't directly involved with America? And do I want to live there? Don't come to Germany, shit's cooked. Exactly. Most of Western Europe is directly cooked. And the conditions are worsening there in a similar capacity. You said Austria. That's a funny time to say that, chatter. Like, oh yeah, I left the American Nazi governance to go directly to Austria, which is trying to do exactly what it did historically not that long ago, not even 100 years ago. Anyway, there is virtually no country on the fucking planet. Yeah, Jesus Christ, don't ever advocate for change in the place you call home. I know. And well, the other side of that story is I've thought about like potentially leaving America like once ever in my fucking life. First time ever I've thought about it. And immediately my second thought was, well, I'm not a pussy. Like, what the fuck? I'm not going to run away from the problem. I'm going to keep fighting against the problem. That's bullshit. That's it. Especially because I know if I did, they'd be like, oh, that pussy left America. Why are you still talking about American affairs? You left America, you fucking pussy, is what the people would say. When I didn't have a nice car, they would say, you're driving around in a busted down fucking Toyota Camry because you want to LARP as a poor person. When I got a nice car, they said, oh, look at this fucking rich piece of shit buying and flexing his nice car. There's no winning. I just do what I do.
President Biden also said he does plan to speak with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu soon, though officials have not detailed how soon that conversation might happen. But Biden making very clear there that he wants to take whatever steps possible to try to ensure that this war does not spill out into a wider regional conflict that would engulf the whole region.
Arlette Saenz, thank you so much for reporting there from the White House. Kate?
And with us now to talk much more about all of this is a former IDF spokesperson, retired Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conriquez. Thank you so much for coming in. It's good to see you. So this new reporting
that's crazy, bro. They brought this fucking ugly freak back. Oh my God. Dude, they're running the hits. Wow. They even brought the same guys back, dude. Israel dropped these guys and they're still, American media is still using them. That's wonderful. What a delight. What a delight. What's next, bro? Are you going to bring Elon Levy? Dog, this is so the same exact strategy that they're running now for Hezbollah in Lebanon that they were running for Hamas in Gaza, that they are unironically using the same people. They're dusting them off.
That Israeli special forces have been carrying out targeted raids into southern Lebanon, gathering intelligence ahead of a possible ground incursion. From your experience, if this is happening, do you think a ground incursion is inevitable?
Well, nothing is inevitable. First of all, good morning to you and thanks for having me. Nothing is inevitable if at this stage ceasefire agreements or talks would be successful and the French and the Americans would get Hezbollah to agree to implement Security Council Resolution 1701 and move beyond the Litani River, then no such ground operations would be necessary. Israeli civilians would be able to move back to their homes. And I think Israel would be very happy to avail itself to other threats that it has against its national security, unfinished business in Gaza and elsewhere. So no, this is definitely something that can be avoided. But as the trajectory is now, it looks as if nobody's really making it something that can be avoidable. And Israel, as a sovereign country, has a responsibility towards its people to allow them to go home safely. And I think the operations and what you refer to, the information, is part of making that happen and taking the necessary preparations in order to bring their civilians home.
Profoundly destabilizing news.
Guys, you don't understand. One, Israel has a right to defend itself. Oh my God, they got John Kirby, of course, weighing on the death of Hezbollah leader Hasan Nasrallah. You guys don't understand. One, Israel has a right to defend itself. Two, Israel has a right to take over that territory if it chooses to do so in an effort to defend itself even better. Okay. Also, three, best defense is a great offense. Okay. And last but not least, we promise we won't take over that territory that we used to fucking occupy before Hezbollah existed. If Hezbollah just, you know, puts their arms down and retreats.
The Middle East, where the Lebanese have just recovered the body of Hasan Nasrallah, the leader of Iran-backed Hezbollah, which the U.S. government considers a terrorist group, who was killed by an Israeli strike on Friday. President Biden said the killing gave Nasrallah's victims and their families a, quote, measure of justice. But as Israel struck more Hezbollah targets overnight, President Biden also called for a ceasefire in the region, as U.S. officials watch carefully for Iran's threatened retaliation for Nasrallah's death and the possibility that Israel could move ground forces into Lebanon. Joining me now to discuss, White House National Security's communications advisor, Admiral John Kirby. Admiral, thanks for joining us. So, first of all, is President Biden glad that Israel took this action?
I don't think anybody's mourning the loss of Mr. Nasrallah, a known terrorist, a guy with American blood on his hands as well as Israeli blood on his hands. This is a terrorist organization. He was the leader of it. And I think people are safer without him walking around. But they'll try to recover. We're watching to see what they do to try to fill this leadership vacuum. It's going to be tough. Much of their command structure has now been wiped out.
So the Israeli strike targeting Nasrallah flattened several large buildings in the heart of densely populated Beirut, the suburb of Beirut. Do you have any indication at all what the civilian death toll might be?
I don't think we have an exact number, Jake. We certainly assume. In fact,
someone said, do you think if Turkey's military intervenes in Lebanon to save the Lebanese people and help the Lebanese National Army, would you say that it would be a heroic move similar to China? Brother, if you think that Turkey is going to use its NATO forces in defense of Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is an enemy of Turkey, okay, both because it's a NATO force, but also because they literally fought each other in Syria. Let me tell you something, okay? You're living in fucking La La Land. There is 0% chance there is 0% chance that Turkey would do such a thing. Oh.
we go so far as to say we know that there are civilian casualties here. There's no question about that.
I mean, dozens, hundreds, thousands?
I don't think we can quantify it right now. We're in touch with our Israeli counterparts about that. Each single civilian death is a tragedy. And certainly, while, again, nobody's mourning Nasrallah's death, we certainly do mourn any loss of civilians.
Turkey was pro-ISIS because ISIS was fighting Kurds? No, dog. Turkey was pro-ISIS because ISIS was being used as the other side of accelerating conflict in the region by the United States of America. You think Turkey gets to fucking offer logistical support to ISIS without America's know-how? Like, what are we doing here, guys? Come on, please, please, please. Be for fucking real. I will forever repeat something that is really significant that many people don't even know. Turkey has many American military bases. Some of those many American military bases literally have American nukes in them. Okay? American nukes. Do you now think that Turkey gets to do stuff without America's know-how, that's crazy. Turkey is a NATO nation. It's just not, that's not happening. From one side, you don't support Israel, and in the other hand, you don't support Hamas or Hezbollah. Can you elaborate on what your beliefs are on the situation? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. I don't support Israel. I believe the Israeli apartheid has to be abolished. And in terms of like anyone that fights back against that, I understand exactly where they're coming from. I might not agree with all their methods, but I totally understand the resentment that other regional actors have.
Life.
So before President Obama gave the order,
in terms of like defending its own territorial sovereignty and its own territorial boundaries, by the way, they are correct. Okay? Like October 7 aside, every action that like any kind of Palestinian resistance group engages in terms of a spontaneous militia against Israeli incursion into Gaza is morally righteous and also legal under international law. So, you know, all that conversation is ridiculous. It is both legal and moral. You would expect the same. You would do the same thing. If someone was blowing up your fucking houses, you would try to fight back. I might not agree with I don't agree with Islamist fundamentalism, okay? But that has no weight in this conversation when we're talking about Israel conducting a genocide. Nobody can point out a single terrorist attack by Hezbollah, but they are called that. I mean, people can point out attacks by Hezbollah. Come on, dog. Like, they kind of were very successful at suicide bombing. Like pretty successful. Don't check your pager. Lol. Oh my God. Hasan, you are so in the tank for Hezbollah. I hope that they blow you up. Dude, you think I haven't heard this before? Like, what the fuck do you mean, bitch? I'm an American citizen living in the United States of America. If it offends you that much that I think America's actions are not good for you and not good for anyone else in the fucking region, all right? I don't know what to tell you. That's so fucked up to say. I'm sorry people are so cruel. I mean, look, dude, this is the one area where they got me. There's not much I can do. I'm a white dude. Okay. I'm a white dude who's cisgender, heterosexual. I'm a man. You know, you can't really get me on many things. This is the one area where you can immediately dehumanize me and say that everything I have to say and everything I have to stand for is actually biased. You can portray me as like this evil barbaric force. This is the one aspect of it. And so you just got to hand it to him. There's not much else you can do, you know? I don't think Turkey's as restrained by the U.S. as you say. They certainly are to an extent, but they've also done things like invade northern Syria and bomb American-funded and trained allies without American approval. Yeah. You think America cares about the allies that it trains in the area as much as it cares about its second largest military force in NATO? That's just a little give and take, chatter. The fuck are you on about? How many times have Americans just fucked off from the region after arming Kurdish militias and then been like, all right, go to town? Come on, brother. The only shit that Turkey does that is outside of the scope of American interest is stuff that America actually responds to, okay? Like not allowing, originally, in its statement, not allowing Finland and Sweden into NATO, or securing energy contracts with Russia, or trying to get Russian anti-air missile systems while still staying on the F-35 platform. And when they do that kind of stuff, because Turkey is like definitely wild in its own foreign policy, America kicks in and goes, "Hey, calm down. You can't do that." That's it.
For SEAL Team 6 to go in and take out bin Laden, there was talk of an airstrike against the compound, and the decision was made to not do so, A, because they weren't sure about the intelligence, and B, because they were worried about, Obama was worried about civilian casualties. The Israelis went a different direction. Obviously, their intelligence was solid. But do you think Israel made the right decision doing it the way they did it?
Again, I think having decimated the command structure of Hezbollah certainly works to the Israelis' advantage. It's actually good for the region, good for the world. I'll let the Israelis speak to the decision-making process they made, why they chose to go this route. We are continuing to talk to the Israelis about what the right next steps are. And as you rightly said in the opening here, the president continues to believe that there needs to be time and space.
I think it's funny to say Obama cared about civilian casualties, but in this instance, the American foreign policy has gotten more reactionary. So I think it's important to make note of that. Okay? It's correct. America's foreign policy has gotten significantly worse in the last decade. Okay? We are so much more violent, even though you're like, how the fuck can we get more violent in terms of like the cost benefit analysis of like civilian to enemy combatant ratio? Like, America doesn't give a shit about civilians, for sure. Okay? For sure. But at least in its communications, like George W. Bush, which is a fucking warmongering, monstrous piece of shit, his administration has a permanent slot in the worst layer of hell. Even they fucking had a different communication when Israel assassinated like, you know, leadership within the insurgency or militancy when they killed like civilians alongside them. Like, at least they cared about trying to present themselves as like this moral nation. Okay? We've completely dropped that. And it's not just the Republicans that have dropped that. The Democrats have dropped that as well.
For diplomacy. And that means we'd like to see a ceasefire in place so that that diplomacy can breathe.
Iran condemned the killing of Nasrallah and said the U.S. is, quote, complicit in Israel's actions. How concerned is President Biden about the potential for a direct conflict, a direct military conflict between Israel and Iran, and maybe even involving the United States? Iran certainly has tried any number of things, including recently hacking President Trump's campaign, talking about an assassination attempt on President Trump. How concerned is President Biden about a possible direct confrontation between the U.S. and Iran?
We've been concerned almost since the beginning of this conflict about it broadening, widening, becoming a regional war. That's why, again, the president and the G7 leaders just a few days ago talked about calling for a 21-day ceasefire, and everything else that the president's been doing, including adding force capability, military forces to the region, is designed to prevent that exact outcome. Now, we'll watch and see. We've seen the rhetoric coming out of Tehran. We'll watch and see what they do. We certainly will make sure that we have the capability to not only defend our troops and our facilities, diplomats and military, as well as Israel itself. If it comes to that, hopefully it won't.
There was a State Department spokesman the other day who said that he didn't know of any incident in recent history where escalation led to de-escalation, and that is obviously a concern when it comes to these big strikes by Israel, no matter how abhorrent the targets, if there are civilians that are taken out in the process. Do you agree that escalation seldom leads to de-escalation, as that State Department spokesman said?
I think what we would agree on is that there needs to be an effort to de-escalate here. Again, Israel has a right to defend itself and a responsibility to do so. I mean, Hezbollah, under Mr. Nasrallah, was a lethal threat to the Israeli people. They want to get their families back to those homes and kibbutzes in the north. We want to see that too. We believe and continue to believe that an all-out war with Hezbollah, certainly with Iran, is not the way to do that. If you want to get those folks back home safely and sustainably, we believe that a diplomatic path is the right course.
The Biden administration, quite frankly, seemed caught off guard by the strike. We were told that the president didn't find out about it until planes were already in the air. When the Secretary of Defense landed at Andrews, he seemed to distance himself from the strike. He said the U.S. was not involved in the operation. And before that, the U.S. thought that there had been buy-in from Prime Minister.
That's a straight up lie, bro. Nope. Also, not only is that a fucking straight up lie, but also beyond that, how many times has Israel done this? Anthony Blinken will go into a meeting with like Israeli government, and then immediately after he's like done with the meeting, before he gets on the plane, they're like, hey, Anthony Blinken, Israel just like facilitated the largest land grab in Israeli history since like 1967. And it'll be like, oh, I didn't know that just happened. They're like, yeah, no, it just happened right after you left the meeting. Like, it's just, they're dog walking our people, dude. They're dog walking our fucking leadership. Straight up. Biden will be like, oh, Israel, don't do that. And then the next day, Israel will be like, fuck you. Biden will be like, hey, Israel, cut it out. Two-state solution. Next day, Netanyahu was like, suck my dick. No state solution.
Mr. Netanyahu as to a ceasefire with Hezbollah, but then ultimately he was not on board. How strained are relations between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
These are two guys that have known each other for 40 years, Jake, and they have never, and I suspect they will never agree on every single aspect of
Hasan, I'm curious about Jordan specifically. Although the people of Jordan sympathize with the Palestinians and the Lebanese cause, I'm curious why the kingdom's government is not extremely critical of the Israeli government. Do you know? I don't know. Maybe because the fucking kingdom is literally an imperial vestige directly created by the British Empire and placed in a position of power. Like, Jordan, straight up, I'm sorry to say this to all the Jordanian chatters, but like, it's just territory that's waiting to be seized one day, okay? It's just a holding ground. That's it. It is a holding ground for all of the Palestinians that escaped Israel for the most part, and whoever the fuck lives there still. That's it. It's just sitting there waiting to be, you know, annexed and acquired for security reasons later, maybe like 10 years down the line. That's it.
Foreign policy and what we're trying to get done in the Middle East. But they do agree on the big thing. And the big thing is the safety and security of the state of Israel, and, you know, trying to avoid an all-out war that would put the people of Israel at even greater risk. They agree on that. They're going to continue to talk, and they'll be candid and forthright with one another.
Yeah, Seamus, ignoring Jordan, still collaborating with Israel regardless of the solution. The Jordanian foreign minister makes a salient point here. Okay? And if Netanyahu does not want a two-state solution, can you ask Israeli officials what their end game is, other than just wars and wars and wars? Yeah, it's true. Jordan's foreign minister Ayman Safadi on Friday responded to Netanyahu's claim that Israel was surrounded by enemies by saying 57 Muslim Arab countries want peace within the context of Israel ending its occupation and a Palestinian state. How dare you say that about Jordan? I pay my electricity bill, which goes to the government of France, so I can watch you. Yeah. Our tribes here won't allow it. Trust me, they have lots of guns in Jordan. Dog, look at fucking Hezbollah. It's probably one of the most powerful standing armies against Israeli incursion. Look at the way that Israel is treating everyone that is in the vicinity. And look at the way that, first of all, if you're saying that about your tribes in Jordan, how do you pair that up with the way that your current government treats pro-Palestinian protesters? They're like black bagging motherfuckers out there. Okay? If they get a little bit out of line. It's like, is it Jordan or is it Columbia campus in New York City? I don't know. Jordanian Mama Liga. Yeah. No, they are fucking not, dude. Oh my God, sucking Hezbollah dick. Bro, don't blame the Jordanian king. We all know anyone who stirs the pot will just receive the promoting democracy treatment. This isn't like sucking Hezbollah dick. I'm just telling you, are you actually gonna fucking act like the Jordanian king is not a colonial vestige? Like, what are we talking about? What's going on here? Like, the Jordanian king's wife is Palestinian, and I'm still saying this, okay? Technically. You don't know how nationalist the countries with monarchs are in the Middle East, trust me. You use her title of queen, peasant. True. Some have the idea that Jordan is safe from Israel because of the amount of Palestinians who live in Jordan. No, it is precisely that reason that they are not safe. This isn't to like say that, you know, you shouldn't offer Palestinians a place of residence or allow them safe harbor. It's just that Israel will use the Palestinians like it did in Lebanon to attack eventually when they want the territory. That's it. It's that simple. No, we all know he is, but at the same time, what the fuck can the motherfucker do without America's barreling against them? No, I mean, you can say that about why he is also in a defensive posture and participated in the defensive measures defending Israel against Iranian retaliation. Just Iranian retaliation. That's it. That's the point. The Arab nations will not let Israel annex Jordan. That's crazy because Israel's currently kickstarting the affairs of further annexation beyond Syria and beyond Sheba Farms into Lebanon now. So I haven't really seen the Arab nations do anything but say this at the United Nations. Finger wagging. Now, listen, this is why I say they're in a holding pattern. Arab governance, for the most part, how about Egypt? Come on, don't get me started on fucking Egypt, okay? Arab nations are in a holding pattern. They are there to ensure that their citizens don't rise up and decapitate their leadership and do a fucking coup d'etat. Their entire purpose is to be like, no, we hate Israel, I promise you, while also still getting a steady flow of weapons from the United States of America, which also obviously means you have to associate yourself with Israel, both on paper, post-Abraham Accords, or pre-Abraham Accords, off paper, off the record. There is no difference between Turkey and the Arab nations that we speak of. All of these regional actors would be so much happier if everybody shut the fuck up about Israel. They would be, they would love it. They'd be like, oh, thank God. Especially when it comes to Turkey, it's like attacking Hezbollah is also beneficial for Turkey anyway. It eats away at the regional influence and power that Iran has. Iran and Turkey are at odds with one another, both by way of NATO, but also because of Turkey's own regional interests. Like, it's just, you know, they'll openly say it at times. I think MBS said something similar recently. He just openly was like, oh, God, these fucking Palestinians, they just won't go away. The reason why they think that is because they want American weapons. They don't care that Israel exists there. Okay, they don't care whose territory Israel takes up more and more of. My Jordanian friend theorized that Jordan has undiscovered oil reserves, so that it stays neutral refugee state under Western influence. Oil would create a power imbalance. Jordan is a buffer state. Israel doesn't really want it. It doesn't have much power for them to take, except maybe Bethlehem. What is this? Al Arabiya. Israeli army announces the start of a ground operation in Lebanon. 3:53, right at the top of the hour. No way, guys. I can't believe Israel would start a ground operation in southern Lebanon. What the fuck? I'm shocked. Who could have foreseen this? Who could have seen this coming, dude? Well, you should have fucking seen the top of the hour ad break coming too, because I telegraph it every goddamn time at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $4 until the month of September is over, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Didn't you literally call this happening back in like November last year, or was it like 1 week after October 7th? I mean, I've been saying this for some time. I don't know exactly when I started saying it, but it's been a while. Man, I mean, there are, just look back at my tweets. You'll find it. I kept saying over and over again, that, you know, right as the month of October has begun, the October surprise has begun, which is not a surprise at all, but an October assurance at this point, an October promise at this point. This is why they pay me the big bucks, baby. This is why. Before you say, oh, dude, like, why can't you predict something good? Sorry, good things don't fucking happen. Do you think there's a Ryan Ruth of Lebanon out there? No. You always said Hezbollah, Lebanon will stop Israel if they invaded. Do you think this is still the case with NASRALLAH gone and the leadership basically gone? I still think that the Hezbollah defenses are pretty significant. I just look to what I look at what Israel has been able to do in Gaza and how much of a penalty they have incurred in Gaza. And then I think about how much more powerful the standing military and how much more combat ready the standing military of Hezbollah is in Lebanon. I look at the history of the Hezbollah resistance in Lebanon against Israeli invasion. And I think to myself, this is an insane endeavor to engage in if you do not have full-blown commitments from America coming in and also helping you. You just created Rian al-Ruthi by denying his existence. Our Lebanese warrior is real. How's Israel invading Lebanon with a shortage of tanks and APCs? What's Israel going to do? Fucking bonsai charge over the border? First of all, America. I'm just going to keep saying the United States of America. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre walks back Biden's comfortable with them stopping comment when pressed by a reporter. What is this?
The president said this morning that, quote, I'm comfortable with them stopping with regards to the Israeli potential incursion into Lebanon. What did he mean by that, and does that mean he's uncomfortable with them continuing?
No, answer that question, which is we believe that Israel has the right to defend itself against Hezbollah and Iran-backed groups. We have said that. We've also have said that Israel is in a tough neighborhood. You've heard us say that. They really are. And so we believe they have the right to defend itself. What we also want to see is a diplomatic resolution here. We do want to see a ceasefire. Ultimately, that's what we need to see in order to...
Israel has a right to defend itself. Again, guys, okay? Sorry. Southern Lebanon is just standing there looking good, okay? It's kind of their fault for being in this tough neighborhood, okay? You don't understand. It's like you're fucking stupid and silly and anti-Semitic. You're stupid and anti-Semitic for saying that what Israel is doing is not defense but offense. Okay? Why are you not seeing the truth that Israel has to invade southern Lebanon? God. Ugh.
Get to a place where we can get to a ceasefire, right? Where we can see citizens going back to their homes on both sides. So that still remains to be true. But do we want to see, ultimately want to see, get to a place where we get to a diplomatic resolution? Yes, that's what we want.
What is this? You finally got a Mossad DM?
No, what we have said is consistently.
Oh, shit. The Black Trans Pride Worldwide? No way. No way. Congratulations, Andrew. I think it was Kwame Ture that said, he said, if Israel's the good guys, then God bless the villains. I think it was Kwame Ture, if I'm not mistaken, that once said famously, if I'm the Imam of Mecca, okay, and America's fighting the devil, I'm gonna fight on the side of the devil. It's true. P.S. As a Lebanese American citizen living in Lebanon, I can confirm that the U.S. has yet to charter any planes for us. On October 7th, the U.S. immediately chartered flights for Israeli American citizens. Maybe us Browns are bad for the upcoming vote. Yeah. By God, they did it. They did it. I thought maybe they wouldn't, because maybe they would recognize that this is not the greatest idea, considering the diaper brigade's glaringly obvious L's that they've taken in terms of like militarily defeating Hamas. Nope. Now they're going into fucking Lebanon. Oh my God. I hate to say it to the Lebanese American chatters, but you have been relegated. You have been downgraded in your hierarchy to the lowest rank, which is Palestinian American. Unfortunately, you are in the crosshairs of Israel. Israel has a military and material interest, and therefore now you are, in the way. In accordance with the decision of the political echelon a few hours ago, the IDF began limited, localized, and targeted ground raids based on the precise intelligence against Hezbollah terrorist targets and infrastructure in southern Lebanon. These targets are located in villages close to the border and pose an immediate threat to Israeli communities in northern Israel. So the problem with this, by the way, is that Israel doesn't just like go and do a precise and limited targeted operation. They usually are too cowardly to actually fucking put their diaper wearing troops in the line of direct fire. So they just like blow up everything before they move in. So that's what they're doing. Remember when they did this in Rafah too, by the way? The IDF is operating according to a methodical plan set out by the General Staff and Northern Command, which IDF soldiers have trained and prepared it for in recent months. The Israeli Air Force and IDF artillery are supporting the ground forces with precise strikes on military targets in the area. There you go. Here it is. These operations were approved and carried out in accordance with the decision of the political echelon. Operation Northern Arrows will continue according to the situational assessment and in parallel combat in Gaza and other arenas. The IDF is continuing to operate to achieve the goals of the war and is doing everything necessary to defend the citizens of Israel and return the citizens of northern Israel to their homes. By the way, they said this verbatim about Gaza. Israel has learned that if you want to do a ground invasion that the U.S. pretends to oppose, you can just call us something else at the beginning. Problem solved. They did this with Gaza too. Wow, I'm not even following. I'm not following Dylan Saba. That's crazy. He's pretty cool. This man has been in Turkey more recently than me, let me tell you. Yeah. Officials believe Israel will not conduct full invasion of Lebanon. If Yemen was next, Hasan, would it be amphibious landing operation or parachuting operation or both? I'm worried for the Yemenis communities. I don't know if they'll touch Yemen for now. Anyway. What was it? What was like the Russian government's official statement? What was it? Limited ground operation. Didn't they use the same exact words? Special ground operation? Al Jazeera is live covering it now.
This is a war against Hezbollah by Israel. If the Lebanese army get involved, then it suddenly becomes a war by Israel on Lebanon. So that's why the Lebanese army have withdrawn back to their barracks. They're calling it a tactical redeployment. But Hezbollah have also issued a statement, just very quickly. They say that they've shelled an Israeli force at the gate of the Shatula settlement with artillery shells and achieved a direct hit. That's likely to be one of the positions that the Israeli army have come in to southern Lebanon from. And they also say they've gone on to hit 13 targets during the day. So that ground offensive is now happening. The Israelis say it's localized, it's limited in scope. That's the kind of language you've also heard from the Americans as well. But let's see how this goes.
Yes.
Hezbollah's strength has always been to fight on the ground.
Imran, thank you for that. Imran Khan, live there in Marjayoun, southern Lebanon. Let's find out what's happening in Beirut, the Lebanese capital, because there were intense airstrikes there in the last few hours. We heard some heavy bombing and warnings from the Israeli army for some residents of some suburbs of Beirut, the southern suburbs, to evacuate. Dorsa Jabari is in the Lebanese capital for us. Bring us up to speed with what's happened there, Dorsa.
Well, the Israeli military carried out at least 7 airstrikes in the southern suburbs of the capital, including neighborhoods of Imberge as well as Leilaki, which is close to the airport. Now, based on the footage that we've seen come out from those neighborhoods in Dahya, it appears that residential buildings were once again targeted, and at least 4 or 5 of residential buildings have been completely leveled in certain neighborhoods. Now, according to the Israelis, they did put out a warning issuing residents to evacuate certain areas within Dahya, saying that they're going to be using full force to attack what they called were Hezbollah strong assets within these areas and these neighborhoods. But many people are telling us now that they have also struck various other neighborhoods that were not part of the evacuation order. Of course, all this comes as we are now seeing Israeli boots on the ground onto Lebanese territory. And this is not the first time that the people of Lebanon will wake up to the news in their country to hear that this has happened. This will be the 4th ground offensive that Israel has carried out on Lebanon since this country became an independent nation in 1943. Israeli troops invaded Lebanon in 1978, in 1982, in 2006, and now October 1st, 2024 will be once again remembered as a day that Israel entered Lebanese territory.
Indeed. And the warnings they've issued to residents of those southern suburbs of Beirut earlier to evacuate. I mean, these are densely populated areas, especially one of them, the Burj al-Bashna refugee.
They just bombed the Hodeidah port, which is 80% of humanitarian aid that Yemen goes through. What do you mean they won't touch Yemen? No, I meant like they won't invade Yemen. Sorry. I should have said they will. I don't know. I don't think they will try and like invade Yemen. I think they'll just keep bombing Yemen as they have. They have their hands a little too busy right now with ensuring that Israel invades Lebanon successfully. Why don't they have air defenses? I mean, dude, if you have air defenses when Israel fucking bombs Beirut, you just laser the Israeli F-15s. You can't have that, can you? Who's going to give you the air defenses? They want to make sure that the people that give you the air defense, if you're Lebanon, is going to be Western allies. Okay? Because you're officially in the orbit of Western empire. Number one problem there is Hezbollah is the most resilient and strongest political force in the country. You're not going to let fucking Hezbollah take control over your air defenses. Are you kidding me? That's basically like giving it to Iran directly. So that's number one. In the eyes of the Western world, that's how they see it. Number two, if you give them air defenses, they're going to fucking use them. What do you mean? If you have any kind of like real sovereignty, if you have any kind of real sovereignty in terms of air defenses, like, yeah, you think Israel can fly over your country and bomb your capital? Fuck no. Israel is attacking Syria. Not sure if true. I think they're more focused. I think they are more focused on. They're more focused on Lebanon right now.
To say.
Israel may be now launching a limited operation into Lebanon. Are you aware of that? Are you comfortable with their plan?
I'm more aware than you might know, and I'm comfortable with them stopping. We should have a ceasefire now.
Let's get reaction with Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. for us. So the Israelis have now confirmed that they've begun what they're calling this limited ground offensive into Lebanon. What is the U.S. position in all this, Mike? And what can you tell us about the additional troops that the Pentagon is deploying to the region?
Well, the U.S. Is making its statements saying that it continues to defend Israel's right to defend itself. There have been diplomatic contacts, says the U.S., but the details of those diplomatic contacts have not been made whatsoever. As to those troop reinforcements, well, the Pentagon has now confirmed that more troops are being sent into the theater. Now, what has happened is that there has been an aircraft carrier strike force in the region for a long period of time. It was due to be replaced by another carrier strike force headed by the Harry F. Truman aircraft carrier. But now what is happening is that all the forces in place will remain there. So essentially what is happening over the next few weeks is that the U.S. will be doubling the amount of personnel it has in the region. We're talking about up to 40,000 people. The Pentagon has said that what will be moving in as well is additional fighter aircraft, obviously on the aircraft carriers and in the aircraft strike force. But it does appear that there is a ramping up of the U.S. presence in the region.
And as this ramping up is happening, Mike, the Biden administration has been repeating the same rhetoric as it's been doing in Gaza. Does Washington, does the Biden administration, do they have any sway, influence over Netanyahu and what he does in the region?
Well, for months, the Biden administration called for a ceasefire in Gaza. Over the past few days, it has been calling, along with its allies, for a ceasefire in Lebanon. Israel has listened to neither of those calls. The war in Gaza has continued, as we see the war in Lebanon now apparently intensifying and even escalating further. Now, the Biden administration has repeatedly called for a de-escalation of violence. That is clearly not happening, very much the opposite. So the question does arise. What kind of leverage or what kind of influence does the Biden administration have over the Netanyahu government, given the fact that it has called for ceasefires on so many occasions? The Netanyahu administration has simply ignored these calls and carried on doing what it is doing. So the U.S. sits back and says, yes, we defend Israel's right to defend itself. However, at the same time, it doesn't appear to have any power to influence the way in which Israel conducts what the U.S. says is the self-defense operations, which is now very clearly a ground offensive in Lebanon, which may be the prelude to something even greater.
Mike, thank you very much for that. That's Mike Hanna live there in Washington, D.C. Well, Israel has been reinforcing its northern command in preparation for a potential ground assault into southern Lebanon. The 36th Division is already there, mainly made up of artillery and tank brigades. Recently, the 98th Division of paratroopers was deployed to join them. These soldiers have seen extensive combat in Gaza in the past year. And 2 reserve brigades have been called up to join the 30,000 soldiers already there. Most likely the reserve brigade of the 98th, so 3,000 more highly trained airborne troops. And a reserve armored brigade with 4,000 more soldiers and tanks. This unit has been training for a possible invasion scenario. And the Israeli military has released a statement announcing this ground offensive. A spokesperson said the IDF began limited, localized and targeted ground raids based on...
It's crazy because it's always limited until it's not. You know what I mean? It was limited incursion into Rafah. It wasn't. It's always a limited incursion into Gaza. It wasn't.
To Israeli communities in northern Israel.
The moment Israel starts saying, oh, we're going to fucking, we're going to save your people from, insert whatever fucking leadership exists in the area, know that they're coming. Okay. And it's the same technique every time.
Analyst for Mint Press News and is joining us live from Texas. Thank you so much for being with us, Greg. So they're describing this as a limited, localized and targeted ground raids. What does it mean exactly? And limited, but to what extent? Who defines those limits?
Well, like a lot of the IDF's operational objectives, the language is very vague, so it's kind of hard to determine what exactly their goals are. It began early over the past couple days with limited special operations raids to gain intelligence, to engage forward operating posts for Hezbollah and basically gauge enemy capabilities. Now they're following it up with a combined arms ground force with tanks, infantry, and artillery. if it looks limited, that's a pretty significant force they're sending in there based off of the units they've amassed. According to their long-stated goal, it's their desire to roll Hezbollah up to the Litani River so that they can redeploy air defense artillery systems in the buffer zone and move the Israeli citizens back to their homes. Now, I don't envision that this will go exactly according to plan. Benjamin Netanyahu is riding in on a wave of public euphoria after the massive blows done to Hezbollah. However, they are still completely capable of independent action, working in units, working in teams, just like they did in 2006, where they're able to heavily attrit Israeli tank divisions.
Right. I was going to ask you about that, about how Hezbollah might respond. Keeping in mind the severe blows they've sustained in the last 10 days or so, and you know, what sort of tactics we might expect from Hezbollah, because all analysts have said in the past that if there were to be a ground invasion, then Hezbollah would have the upper hand here, that they would be in an upper position, in a better position if there was a guerrilla war going into Lebanon today. What's your take on that? And given the number of troops Israel is deploying in this, what they're calling limited operation, how far do you think they're going to go into Lebanon?
Well, if their stated goal is to get the northern residents back, they're going to have to push pretty far in. One thing we have to understand is that Israel is a country with not a lot of strategic depth, which means there's not a lot of standoff distance between the front lines and their population centers. So they're going to try to push forward. They're going to have to hold ground, and they're going to have to be fighting Hezbollah guerrilla teams in like 4 to 12 man anti-tank squads, perhaps, in their backfield, because they've honeycombed their entire military infrastructure and sophisticated fortified tunnels that are just as effective or more so effective than what Hamas has been able to attrit the IDF forces in Gaza with.
Right. And they're conducting this operation, this offensive, ground offensive in Lebanon, they say in parallel with the ongoing campaign in Gaza. But how long can they sustain that? A war on two fronts. Are they capable?
Well,
go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, they have financial and munitions support, as well as political cover from the United States. Yes, they're having to call up reservists. Most of these reservists are conscripts, essentially. After 2 years, you don't really know how to do your job effectively. These aren't professional soldiers, unlike some of the Hezbollah fighters that they do this essentially for a living. So how effective will they be in ground combat? Yes, they do have some veteran units going in there, but most of these reservists have seen as their military deployments enforcing apartheid and checkpoints in West Bank. So that's another consideration. We don't know how long they will be able to maintain both the action in Gaza, the action in the north. And there's also, everyone needs to keep in mind, there is a multi-brigade level action in West Bank where they're clearing refugee camps in north and pushing down further and further south in the West Bank as well. So how long will they be able to do this? Well, the far-right government right now is pushing for it. It says it's in agreement with the military command echelon, but we've seen cracks between the two parties, the political and the military command. And this is kind of unprecedented. We're still waiting for an Iranian response. But what's going to be the main factor, I think, is how many casualties are going to be produced on the Israeli side if Hezbollah really gets stuck into the fight, because they historically have a very low tolerance for taking mass casualties.
Right. It would be quite interesting to see what happens as far as the Hezbollah response is concerned and what their capabilities are today, given, again, the blows they've sustained in recent weeks. I wanted to ask you about the U.S.
Chat, notice how no one is really fake outrage because Hasan didn't think Israel would actually invade Lebanon. Not the same reaction for Ukraine. No, the difference is I did actually think Israel would invade Lebanon. I said that.
What does that mean?
I was right. You didn't think Israel would Lebanon? You didn't think Israel would invade Lebanon? No, I did. I said it would.
I've seen a lot of sensational
like routinely, as a matter of fact. I've been saying it for months.
Airborne deploying to the Middle East.
I was saying that I'm worried that Israel's October surprise would be an invasion of Lebanon while also simultaneously trying to bring American troops into active conflict. If you mean this morning, I meant it wasn't confirmed yet. Like the official invasion was not confirmed. So that's the reason why I said this morning it's not happening yet. Like, don't spread misinformation. But that's the difference. I've been saying I suspect Israel will invade Lebanon.
Actually began a few hours ago, and in addition to the sounds, we have actually been able to see some of the explosions happening over the hill right behind me, which is Lebanon. Indeed, there, as you were hearing, yet another artillery round going over. We have seen some of those explosions happening inside of Lebanon. We also saw flares earlier today, and we are hearing the whir of a helicopter in the distance. All of these, of course, signs of the multiple ways in which the Israeli military is carrying out this operation, from the air, from the ground, and with support of...
Come on, bro. Get to southern Lebanon. How about you report from southern Lebanon, bitch? Why are you reporting from northern Israel, dog? What's going on? Why don't you want to be on the other side? You're a journalist.
North towards the Lebanese border. As that artillery fire continues in the distance, we aren't able to see those explosions right now, but there is a bit of light behind that hill, which tells us that there are either flares or explosions happening behind there, which is, of course, inside of Lebanon. Aaron?
All right, so let me, Jeremy, just to understand here, because...
Latest reports say the Lebanese forces have withdrawn behind the UNAFA line. How do you think the presence of UN peacekeepers will affect the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah? I don't know.
Factor once you start having soldiers in. Is there any sense of,
considering they've like bombed past that point already on multiple occasions throughout the past week, I don't think they give a shit. I just don't get it, because like this is the most,
sources, and
this is
one
the
of
most
those things
moral
is that,
army
first
on the
of all,
planet. Like, why are they so afraid of being on the other side, being on the receiving end of Israel's bombing campaign? It's the most moral army. They won't kill you. You have a press vest on. They never kill journalists.
Now, I was cautioned by some sources that this is not a very large force going into Lebanon, but they wouldn't say exactly how many forces there are. And as I've said before, they are incentivized to continue to characterize this as limited, as targeted, as small. And I would also note that when Israel began its ground operation in Gaza, which, of course, we've now seen Israeli troops pour throughout the Gaza Strip, invading the entire Strip effectively, at the time, they also characterized that as a limited ground operation that was slowly expanding. And of course, it ultimately expanded into an all-out invasion. I'm not suggesting that's going to be the case here with Lebanon. We don't know how deep this is going to go. Some former generals who I've spoken to suggested that Israel should perhaps capture 8 miles of territory into Lebanon to remove the threat of anti-tank guided missiles from the area of northern Israel, where some 60,000 residents have been evacuated. It's not clear if Israel is going to go that deep yet, but again, we will see. I expect that we will see in the coming days as this operation will likely expand, will go deeper into southern Lebanon. The question, of course, is how deep and for how long will troops be there, and whether or not they could get bogged down in a fight against Hezbollah.
all right, of course, Lebanon, a sovereign country. All right, thank you very much, Jeremy Diamond. We're going to be going back to you, of course, as you get more information and depending on what you hear and see there. As we heard that outgoing artillery fire from Israel into Lebanon behind Jeremy over these past few moments. Fareed Zakaria joins me now, host of Fareed Zakaria GPS. So Fareed, you hear Jeremy's reporting that this is obviously goes beyond the Special Operations Forces, which have been operating over that border, that this is bigger.
Come on, man. The complete like a fuck's given by Fox News. No, they're locked in, baby.
Hezbollah has been able to drive out.
Fox News doesn't give a shit because they're locked in on the election and winning it. Okay, and Benjamin Netanyahu is helping the Fox News side win the election as well.
To begin with that lightning communication strike, the cell phones and pagers exploding,
then artillery and aerial bombardment that would essentially try to destroy a whole bunch of the weapons caches and target mid-level leadership, and then go on and target the high-level leadership. But to complete the job, they do have to go in to get at those weapons caches. Hezbollah has its own network of tunnels, much like Hamas. They have to do all of that. So
They just
far,
have to keep
Israel was
blowing that
always
shit up, man.
deterred from doing this because of the fear of Hezbollah retaliation, Iranian retaliation, the retaliation of a kind of the axis of resistance that Iran had always talked about. But what they have done is they have pressed forward, taken the risk, and they have proved that that axis of resistance and Iran is more of a paper tiger.
So let me just ask you, I mean, obviously, and what they did, even on the pagers, we understand hacking into odometers of Hezbollah leaders' cars and possibly even into their smart TVs to hear their voices. I mean, the level of intelligence involved is truly incredible to contemplate. But yet, as Jeremy said, once you actually have soldiers and human beings going over the border, you get into it, you don't know what's going to happen from there. How confident are they that they know what's going to happen from here, that this limited ground operation remains that way, as opposed to something which it appears very clear that they don't want and maybe couldn't even take on, which would be a full-scale invasion or some kind of an occupation?
Yeah, it's very risky. But look, they faced a problem.
As a man not known for sitting on the fence, he passionately opposed the invasion of Iraq, and now he feels that Hezbollah is justified in attacking Israel. The Respect MP for Bethnal Green is in our central London studio. Very good evening, good morning rather to you, Mr. Galloway. How do you
Considering Israel loves invading Lebanon, it's like a thing that they enjoy doing more than anything else. Okay. There is a shit ton of media coverage that you can point to where they engage in similar justifications for why this had to happen, which is kind of cool. Like they have a lot of, they love bombing Gaza and they love invading Lebanon. It's like a thing they have to do. Okay. It's just a thing you gotta do. You understand? It's the thing that they like the most after killing Palestinians. Well, sometimes they invade Lebanon to kill Palestinians, It's just like, that's like kind of a double Monty there, A national pastime, if you will. So, small bean Israel, yeah, autistic and stimming. It's not, they got to do that.
justify your support for Hezbollah and its leader, Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah?
A preposterous way to introduce an item, and what a preposterous first question. 24 years ago, on the day my daughter was born, and I've just celebrated her 24th birthday, I had to dash to the maternity hospital to see her given birth from a mass demonstration in London against the Israeli invasion and occupation of Lebanon. Israel has been invading and occupying Lebanon all of my 24-year-old daughter's life. The Hezbollah are a part of the Lebanese national resistance who are trying to drive, having successfully driven most Israelis from their land in 2000, Israel from the rest of their land, and to get back those thousands of Lebanese prisoners who were kidnapped by Israel under the terms of their illegal occupation of Lebanon. It's Israel that's invading Lebanon. It's Israel that's attacking Lebanon, not Lebanon that's attacking Israel. You've just been carrying a report of 10 Israeli soldiers on the border getting ready to invade Lebanon, and you ask us to mourn that operation as if it were some kind of war crime. Israel is invading Lebanon and has killed 30 times more Lebanese civilians than have died in Israel. So it's you who should be justifying the evident bias which is written on every line on your face and is in every nuance of your voice and is loaded in every question that you ask.
Right.
Why should America be allowed to give long-range missiles to Israel, including hundreds of nuclear missiles, but Iran
because
is
it's
not
given
allowed
it to a
give
terrorist
missiles.
organization.
But they're not a terrorist organization. Only in the mind of Rupert Murdoch's Sky and the Times and the Sun and the News of the World.
I'm going to
They're
stop
not
you
a
there, Mr.
terrorist
Galloway.
organization.
Prescribed
It's Israel
terrorist
that is the
organizations.
terrorist
One man's terrorist
state.
is
Yes,
another man's
precisely.
freedom fighter. We know that perfectly well. In most people's eyes, they are deemed to be. They had a choice, didn't they? Let's.
Damn, they muted his ass, bro. I've only heard Galloway on Palestine, and people have told me he's bigoted on many other issues. Yeah, he's fucking turf. But like, yeah, he is. He has the correct take on Israel. That's, I mean, I don't really give a shit. And it's the same with like fucking Norm Finkelstein. People will be like, "Aw, have you heard this 800-year-old man's takes about trans people?" It's like, yeah, I know, man. Yeah, I know. He's old as fuck and he doesn't get it. And he just like thinks it's identity politics or whatever. I don't give a shit. Okay? It's the same, bro. It's always the same shit. It's always the same shit. They do this for fucking Hezbollah too. It's like, oh, have you heard Hasan Nasrallah talk about gay people? It's like, yeah, I know, man. I would not like him to fucking run California. Okay? But that's not the conversation. That's not the conversation at all. Ever hear like an indigenous elder knowledge keeper's take on student loan relief? Yeah. It's just like there are says a lot about the LGBTQ movement. Wait, what? No, it doesn't. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, old people don't understand it and they're like scared. Newsflash, you know? Wow, shocking. Like, that's not the conversation that we're having, okay? It's far from the conversation that we're having right now, especially because it's like Galloway, I think, is collectively worse than Finkelstein because of the grifting and Russian funded prop and also just chilling with Saddam. But yeah, his Palestine takes are still right. Yeah, I mean, Norm Finkelstein has said a bunch of pro-Russian shit too, so... What is their logic? Nasrallah was bad to the gays and therefore Lebanon shouldn't exist? No, it's just like he is, Hasan Nasrallah is still a conservative reactionary when it comes to domestic affairs, okay? It does not change the dynamic even a little bit. I don't think that the way to deal with conservative reactionaries is bombing them and everyone around their vicinity. That would be insane. If I was like, dude, I fucking hate the Republican Party, we should bomb the South, would be a psychopathic fucking argument. Okay? Like, it's ridiculous. It's not like Israel killed Hasan Nasrallah because he was homophobic or because he killed a bunch of people in Syria. Israel killed him because he was a threat to Israel, okay? That's it. Look at this. Americans refuse to understand that constant destabilization is the reason why these groups pop up. It's true. Increased bombing will win the war. Increased bombing will stop the infiltration. Increased bombing will break Hanoi's morale. Just one more step up in the bombing. What is this? How the Lebanese got so good at smoking American soldiers? Like when I consistently say I think that we should have health care for all, okay?
Israel's prime.
Like that means fucking people that you despise, okay? People that you hate, people that want you dead, people that want me dead. I don't care. They still deserve health care. And the likelihood that they will want me dead diminishes dramatically. Okay?
The minister has warned Iran that nowhere in the Middle East is beyond its reach.
There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country.
Just today, its airstrikes killed Hamas's leader in Lebanon, 3 commanders from another Palestinian group, and at least 45 people in one attack south of Beirut. And as Israeli tanks prepare to cross the border, the number of people fleeing into Syria for safety has passed 100,000. Let's first get the latest from Alex.
Yes, a new phase in this war absolutely underway. Israeli defense officials have said it openly. The invasion has begun, by which I mean technically small groups of special forces crossing the border, probing reconnaissance missions. And the reason they would do that is to presage a larger invasion. Now, the Israeli Security Cabinet in session, emergency session now with the Prime Minister.
Update, my dad was in denial and now he's completely freaking out. It's just like shocking to me that your fucking whole ass Lebanese father was oblivious to the nature of the events that were obviously going to unfold. Like, I don't understand it at all. Like, how the fuck do you not think Israel is going to invade? Like, they have been telegraphing this invasion for months at this point. I mean, I feel bad, but it's like crazy that your dad literally was just like, nah, dude. Nah, I'm built different. I mean, I guess because they fought with the IDF during the war on supremacy. I mean, that makes sense. Dude, is bad is really bad. It's just like, I guess it's like a chatter being like, my dad is a fucking undocumented migrant and he's pro-Trump, you know? Like, we get that shit. Yeah, he's Christian Lebanese, chat. His dad is. By Western standards, every leader in the Mideast is homophobic, whether they're Christian, Muslims, or Jews. It's reductive to talk about someone's homophobia or transphobia when they're fighting against colonialism and genocide. Once again, I'm going to repeat the Felix Biederman position, which is that America was insanely homophobic and literally had segregation during World War II that did not stop us from, and also was already in the beginning phases of like empire. That did not stop us from championing Easy Company, and I will still salute the goddamn flag every time I watch Band of Brothers. Okay? It has nothing to do with America's actions against Nazi Germany. And it was well celebrated, and it was well deserved to be celebrated. The celebrations were well deserved. Okay? You still root for Easy Company, regardless. Okay? Regardless of America being a segregationist, homophobic shithole. Okay? HasanAbi, gays are pretty shitty allies, though. What are you talking about? Gays are pretty shitty allies. Suck my dick. Wasn't Peter Dow a child soldier for Maronite militias, but he turned out okay? Yeah, but he was like also insane for a very long time. Now he's almost insane in the other direction. For the record, this does not mean that like homophobia is appropriate, okay? Obviously not. But it's ridiculous to bring this up. Like, you can't even get legally gay married in Israel. What the fuck are we talking about, dude? Like, or do you think that like every Israeli gay just loves Cyprus as a travel destination, and that's why they seemingly always get married there? Also, having this conversation as you're striking Beirut is pretty funny because Lebanon is objectively as gay, if not gayer than Israel. Okay? So I don't know what's going on there. It's literally a war between the two gayest forces in the region, I guess. I wonder how much destruction of his family's home country it will take for Loner Box to stop sucking Israel's dick. He's too brainwashed against Islam and living too good at being a deorbiter. I think he's beyond saving. I don't really care.
The Americans briefing the incursion invasion will happen in the next few hours. If it does, the Israelis very much saying this will be a limited operation, cutting off the Shia villages along the border from which they say Hezbollah has been increasingly firing rockets into Israel. But make no mistake, invasion, incursion, whatever your language, this will be, if it happens, the fourth time that Israel has invaded southern Lebanon in the last half century.
They just like doing that, bro. It's kind of fucked up. Yo, dude, it is in Israeli culture to invade Lebanon. You are being culturally insensitive. Every time you speak against chocolate hummus made by Sabra, okay, you are speaking out against Israeli culture, and that is culturally insensitive. Every time you speak out against Israel invading Lebanon, you are speaking out against what Israel must do. This is anti-Semitic. It's culturally insensitive. How dare you say such things? They have to do that. Christian group Janub El-Rab donates blood in Lebanon, commenting on their actions. A member of the Soldiers of God, Janub El-Rab, told the Lebanon Mirror website. It's also pretty funny. Anyway, I'm not even going to get into that. All right. We may have significant political differences with the party, Hezbollah, but we will not be a dagger in their back. We are the children of one country and family, and blood will never turn into water. Look at these fucking studs. Fresh and Fit is anti-Israel. Bitch, I don't give a fuck what Fresh and Fit is. They can suck my dick. Don't fucking... It's like saying Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel, dog. Or Sneeko is anti-Israel. Yeah, they're also anti-Semitic. I don't give a fuck about those dipshit losers. All right? The fuck? He's also a Fed, isn't he? Oh. These guys are like the Lebanese Proud Boys teaming up with the leftists. Insane. Yeah, I mean, it's not insane. It's something that understandably happened in Ukraine. It's something that I said would happen in Ukraine if Russia were to invade, or said it was like part of my analysis within Ukraine, something that I brought up in terms of like addressing the denazification argument that I always thought was fucking ridiculous, was literally this point, which is when you fucking invade a country, okay? When you invade a country, especially one that you've invaded before, you know, Russia, Ukraine comes to mind again, you end up propping up all of the most like nationalistic, sometimes reactionary forces against you, and they become the galvanized, emboldened, righteous emancipators. Okay? Yeah, Mao and KMT might be a good example. Exactly. I mean, even fucking inside of Lebanon, like Hamas's most significant aspect of governance was that they utilized the entire Palestinian resistance forces, including people that they fought against actively. Anyway, the interview with the Arabic and Lebanese politics scholar is going to happen tomorrow. My dad asked if we can buy our land back from the Israelis once they steal it. Good luck. That ain't happening. Yeah, no, some fucking the most inbred person is gonna occupy it. Like a dude who cannot read or write is going to be living there. Okay, sorry, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, chatter. I don't make the rules, Capri Sun Poppy. What's up? March is here. Yeah, he's going to be rocking dreads and spitting on your dad for being Christian and Lebanese and assuming that he's probably Muslim regardless. But it doesn't really change the dynamic. He's going to be spitting on your dad, Capri Sun Poppy. He's going to be engaging in defensive spitting.
Well, with me here, Secunda.
Well, Chris, here in Lebanon, a mood of deep and widespread public anxiety as everyone waits to see what Israel does next. And really, it does seem as if the ball is firmly in Israel's court. They're the ones setting the agenda right now. For all the fighting talk that we've heard from Hezbollah, Israel has really been dealing Hezbollah some devastating blows, as well as killing many civilians. It seems more than 1,000 people killed since this latest upsurge of violence. In terms of what might happen next, Hezbollah may decide that they somewhat favor an Israeli ground incursion because it gives them the opportunity to launch guerrilla attacks on Israeli soldiers. So far, their attacks, their responses to Israel's airstrikes have not been particularly effective given Israel's powerful air defense systems. We've been reporting today on the impact of those Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon.
No, he's not wrong when he says they almost favor a ground invasion. What he's talking about is that, like, they are well positioned for a ground invasion. He's right. They have hardened their defenses for a potential Israeli ground invasion that they successfully thwarted in as late as 2006. And since then, they've only gotten infinitely stronger. They have entrenched positions, and they have said time and time again, come and grab the smoke. When Israel is your neighbor, understandable that you would, mount a defense, especially considering that this is not the first, nor the second, nor the third time Israel's invading. It's technically the fourth time. So, yeah, after the second time, you're like, okay, we're used to it. It's going to happen again. It's definitely likely.
Where many people have been killed, a warning that some of the images in our report are distressing.
They've been searching here for survivors and dead bodies for more than 24 hours. A huge pile of rubble and twisted metal now lies where a 6-story...
Do you think supporting Hezbollah is helping reach your goal of converting more people to the left in the United States? Pretty sure it has the opposite effect. What is this, like, fucking silly ass following since 2019 liberal ass attitude, brother? I know for a motherfucking fact that you are pro-Israel. Okay? This is not a support of Hezbollah, okay? In terms of defending Lebanon, yeah, I do. I do want Lebanon to defend itself. I believe that it has a right to defend itself. Do you have an issue with that? It is a sovereign state. Doesn't matter who's defending it, they're still defending it. Okay? I don't give a fuck about my converting more people to the left ass sentiment here. Definitely pro-Israel, yeah? Yeah, we knew that already, dumb fuck. I know, we know. You are a fucking pro-genocide, pro-apartheid, silly ass fucking loser watching since 2019. I know exactly what you are. I know exactly who you are. I know what community you come from. All I needed to know is you've been following since 2019. Okay? We know what community you come from. Go back to defending the right of white people to, in saying the N-word. Okay? This is so funny because, like, you're not on my team at all. So why the fuck do you act like you care about converting people to the left? You know? This is not about left versus right. It's not like Hezbollah is a leftist institution. Okay? It's not. It has nothing to do with left versus right dynamics. It has everything to do with right versus wrong. Like, this is not team sports, you know? This is like when Republicans talk shit about pig and walls. Like, bitch, why do you care? I will say, though, I do respect this chatter for at least, like, openly and immediately recognizing their bias in this position. He's like, yeah, he's definitely pro-Israel. Okay, I respect that. I mean, I don't respect you. But I do respect that you at least have the decency to not, like, try to masquerade further and be like, I'm a pro-Israeli leftist. Because if you're a pro-Israeli leftist, there are many Israeli Jews in this chat who are actual leftists. You would be, you know, swinging from the mountaintops, from the fucking rooftops, screaming about the abolition of the apartheid. You know? Definitely leftist according to U.S. standards. Yeah, I don't know what your standards are, but I don't know what you mean. You can't be fucking pro-Israel and be a leftist at the same time. Yeah, dude, I'm a pro-Nazi Germany leftist, actually. I think it's pretty sick, like, what they're doing. They just want to, like, defend the Volk, you know? Swedish right. Yeah. I'm a pro-apartheid South Africa leftist. I do think that the Boer population have a right to exist. Look at all the other countries in Africa. Look at all the black-run countries in Africa. And look at how fucked up those countries are. Why can't this one little white-run African country exist? This is so messed up, dude. It's just really messed up. I'm a leftist, by the way. So much of the this kind of, like, resentment just straight up can be reduced to one thing, right? And that is just how much you hate Islam and Muslims in general, how much you find Muslims as a scourge. That's it. If you resent them a little bit, like, you might think what Israel's doing is unconscionable. If you resent them quite a bit, if you resent them, like, a lot, you're like, oh no, dude, I love what Israel's doing. It's sick. Anyway. Don't care about Muslims, but I think Islam in general is a bad religion. Yeah, you're right, man.
The apartment block once stood until it was struck by Israeli missiles yesterday afternoon. Mustafa is part of a local civil defense team who rushed to the scene in the village of Ain al-Delb to the south of Beirut.
We arrived and we saw a massacre. There were people living here who had already been displaced from the south and were staying with relatives.
Were any of the people here fighters?
There might have been 2 or 3 guys who were Hezbollah members, but there were not any senior commanders here.
Amongst the reported victims, 9 members of the Faris family. At least 45 people are known to have been killed here. Dozens of others are said to still be missing.
It looks like they may have just discovered yet another body beneath the rubble. They've asked us not to get too close out of respect. This appears to have been one of the deadliest Israeli strikes on Lebanon so far, but Israel's assault shows no sign of stopping.
Hezbollah is being pummeled with Israeli airstrikes across Lebanon. the missiles Hezbollah have been firing by contrast.
How do you think the media coverage of this war will change compared to the coverage on Gaza? Not even a little bit. I think that it's exactly the same. It almost operated like a reset. Notice how nobody's fucking talking about how mad Israelis are about their hostages being retrieved. It's like moths to a fire, okay? Like literally everyone was like, okay, never mind. Fuck the hostages. Fuck the ceasefire. Fuck the genocide in Gaza. All we care about now is just like pummeling Lebanon. It's great. And you look bothered as fuck. I mean, I am definitely bothered. Yeah, I'm bothered by the worst possible scenario that I suspected would happening. But yeah, if you're asking me, like, is the Western media coverage on this going to be different? No, they're going to bring up, like, you know, anti-Hezbollah Lebanese people, prop them up in media to be like, no, this is actually so sick. It's actually great that this is happening. I'm glad that, like, Israel is blowing up southern Gaza. They should annex it. They're going to, you know, they're going to, and they have started already, contextualize all of the violent actions that Israel is engaging as a belligerent, as though it is perfectly permissible, perfectly within the confines of international law. And it's actually its responsibility to engage in this kind of thing by saying they're just doing this special military operation that is tactical, that is precise against Hezbollah. They're liberating Lebanon from Hezbollah, just like they were liberating Palestine from Hamas. Okay? That's it. I think a war with Hezbollah will boost Israel's propaganda. Unfortunately, there will be footage of them fighting another military instead of just bombing civilians. I don't think it'll boost their propaganda. If things go as they have gone in the past, I think that they will probably get, they probably will. You said southern Gaza, the shit's going to be so similar, you won't be able to keep it straight. Can't wait for the news spoofs. Oh, they've done that. They kept saying Hasan Nasrallah is the leader of Hamas. Anyway, if you want to be liberated from the top of the hour ad break, then all you need to do is subscribe. Okay. Also, we're going to move on to, I feel it should be easier for the left to push back against the Islamophobia against Lebanon, considering more diverse demographics, but it's just not happening so far. Dude, what are you talking about? There's Christian Palestinians. Nobody gives a shit. Israel has blown up literal fucking churches, dude. I'm born in Sweden. This country is totally nuts. The current government is the most Zionist in history. They also have the Sverige Democrats, which has closely worked with Israel and Israeli groups for years. People like that chatter is brainwashed by Swedish media, which tells them that Hezbollah is coming to the West next. Idiots, all of them. Yeah. Netanyahu's already moved on from Lebanon. The Lebanese invasion is already set in motion. Benign Burger, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Canadian Succubus, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Why is Syria being bombed though? Just for funsies, you know. There's some remnants of the IRGC there in Damascus. They're probably bombing it for that reason. I don't know. Just to get them to not retaliate at all. Dude, at this point, honestly, it's probably because just Israel likes bombing places. That's it. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say other than this. Like, they just like doing it. Okay? That's it. Damascus, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, they were fucking sniping Christian women coming out of a fucking church with like copter snipers, and the world did nothing about it. They killed like American, Canadian, Australian, British citizens. and the world did nothing about it. Why the fuck would they care if they fucking bomb Lebanon? It's their hyperfixation. They just like bombing places where Muslims live, you know?
Often intercepted and doing little tangible damage. With an Israeli ground offensive looking increasingly imminent, Hezbollah's deputy leader gave the group's first televised speech since the killing of leader Hasan Nasrallah last.
Why are people on Israel's side when it comes to Lebanon? When they started with the pages, what's their justification? Hezbollah, that's it. They took Hamas out of the equation and now just repeat Hezbollah. It's the same kha sound even, okay? It's no longer Hamas that needs, the Palestinian people that need to be liberated from Hamas. It is now the Lebanese people that need to be liberated from Hezbollah. That's it. Hezbollah. They're terrorists. Hezbollah. And like the fucking counters are the same too. These motherfuckers spent the last 12 months being like, Hasan loves terrorism. He's pro-terrorism. He's pro-Hamas. He's pro-Hamas. He's pro-Hamas. He's pro-Hamas. He loves terrorism. And immediately, as soon as Israel swapped his targets to Lebanon and Hezbollah, now they're like, Hasan loves Hezbollah. Hasan loves Hezbollah. He loves the Houthis. He loves Hezbollah. He loves Hezbollah and the Houthis. That's it. Literally, it's always the same shit. Okay? I say, don't fucking bomb these places and stop the genocide. They say, oh, you must love Islamist fundamentalism. Yeah, I mean, we're memeing about this like dire situation, but it's 1982. A Likud prime minister invades Lebanon without a clear war aims or a defined exit strategy. It's 2006. A former Likud prime minister invades Lebanon without clear war aims or a defined exit strategy. It's 2024. A Likud prime minister. They were calling me HasanAbi. Now they're gonna call me HezbollahAbi.
Last week.
We will face any possible attack, and we are ready. If the Israelis decide to enter by land, the resistance forces are ready for a ground engagement.
Is it not really a bad look for the U.S. that they aren't offering U.S. Lebanese citizens evacuation? Dude, it's expensive. Also, they're lowered on the priority. Sorry. HezbollahAbi ağza daha hoş oturuyor. Yok abi. Hamas abi daha kolay söyleniyor.
We are confident that the Israeli enemy will not achieve its goals, and we will emerge victorious from this battle.
But Israeli intelligence has managed to penetrate deep into its enemy's operational secrets. Last night, for the first time, they struck central Beirut, killing 3 members of a Palestinian army.
Yeah, see? Look, it's the same shit. Look. Eli Lake, I'm sorry for your loss. I know how much Hasan Nasrallah meant for you. Our country is funding this bloodbath. Sending more of our troops and bombs to the region is not advancing peace. Okay? The U.S. government are conspirators of the war criminal Netanyahu's genocidal plan. I'm sorry for your loss. I know how much Hasan Nasrallah meant for you. It's the same fucking shit, dog. Nothing else. March, are we ready to roll? Oh, we are. Okay. Yeah. Israel just airstrike a Syrian journalist in Damascus. Crazy how much recycled Iraq war rhetoric we're seeing. Tlaib's a fucking sitting member of Congress. It doesn't matter. She's a Muslim and a Palestinian. That's it. If you are pro-Palestine and also Muslim on top of that, even if you're not Palestinian, they will just say this shit. The fact that you're also Palestinian makes it so that you're an enemy combatant. Okay. Yeah, I have to go, but I'm going to be live still, obviously. I'm going to continue being live. Breaking, major explosion in Tel Aviv from Yemeni Houthi hypersonic missile. Is it? Can I send you something through TTS chat? No, you can't. I don't know if that's correct or not. The
armed group and terrifying local residents.
We're going to USC.
Imad lives in the building that was targeted.
I was just outside and rushed to see this catastrophe. There's still an unexploded bomb inside. This is the work of our enemy who knows no limits.
There's a pervasive sense of fear. Around 1 million Lebanese people are said to have been displaced already. Amira and her family.
I fucking hate you says it's a missile interception. The root of the support from the West is that they want an ally in the Middle East. They will not waver that support, unfortunately. When you leave, everyone's going to have to watch mainstream media like CNN, and we'll be pulling out their... Dog, I'm not leaving. I'm still live. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just swapping to... I am just simply swapping over to a live broadcast. An IRL broadcast. All right, what is the March? Is it ready to go? Is it on? Is it turned on? Okay. All right, I'm gonna play this real quick. And I gotta.
Family are sheltering outside this mosque.
The situation here is very difficult. There is no food, no milk, no nappies, nowhere to sleep. There is 6 of us, and barely a blanket and a pillow between us.
Lebanon has been here before. A bloody Israeli invasion 2 decades ago ended in stalemate. Now a new generation faces a deeply uncertain future.
Well, joining me now is General Khalil Helou, formerly of the Lebanese Army and now a parliamentarian candidate and a member of civil society. I mean, if this invasion is happening now, and it might be happening in the next hour or two, who is going to defend Lebanon? The Lebanese army or Hezbollah?
The Lebanese army follows the instructions of the Lebanese government. The Lebanese government is asking for the implementation of the 1701 United Nations Council resolution. And this means that the Lebanese army's mission in South Lebanon is not a combat mission.
So it won't do anything to defend the country?
The duty of the Lebanese army is to defend Lebanon if there is an invasion. And the details are left, the tactical details are left to the commanders on the theater of operations. And everyone knows that the balance of power is not at all in the favor of the Lebanese army. And this war was started by Hezbollah without consulting neither the Lebanese army, neither the Lebanese government. So the Lebanese army now is going to have the burden to defend Lebanon. But to defend Lebanon is not only by military means, it's also by the United Nations Security Council resolutions also.
What about Hezbollah then? I mean, you know, how large is their fighting force near the border? Where are they?
There is no assessment, not any precise assessment about what remains of Hezbollah forces on the ground in South Lebanon. The major forces are in the tunnels, and we assume that they will use these tunnel shafts in order to attack the Israeli forces that are advancing or that will advance in South Lebanon. But we should wait for the next couple of hours or couple of days to see if the potential is still the same as it was before.
If the position of the Lebanese government and therefore the Lebanese army is that it wants the implementation of the UN resolution that says Hezbollah withdraws from the border and the Lebanese army polices that area, has Hezbollah made a strategic error today by going on television and saying it will fight?
Of course, because Israel was exerting a huge pressure on Lebanon and on Hezbollah and the international community was asking for the implementation of this resolution. So the positioning of Hezbollah tonight gave Israel an argument in order to carry out this invasion, and this will complicate the situation totally. And the role of the Lebanese army at that moment is to keep as much as possible neutral in order to replace Hezbollah, because there is no solution otherwise than implementing the 1701.
I mean, 1,000 people are already dead in the last few days.
Yes.
This invasion will have massive consequences for the Lebanese people. I mean, what is the proportion of support in this country for the course Hezbollah is putting you on?
This is a huge cost, and I don't think that Lebanon should have paid this price for nothing, because the balance of power was clear. But I think that the assessment and the judgment of the situation was wrong from Hezbollah.
But are you a lone voice, or do many people think like you?
Well, the implementation of the 1701, this is the only solution that still remains implementable now.
General, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Well, Israel's military has declared areas of northern Israel a closed military zone as it steps up preparations for a ground invasion of Lebanon. But it leaves Israel fighting ground wars on two fronts. And as Israeli forces prepare to move into Lebanon, Hamas fighters ambushed Israeli vehicles in southern Gaza, killing several soldiers. Our chief correspondent, Alex Thompson, reports from Jerusalem.
We've seen all this before, of course. Just under a year ago, heavy armour massed for the invasion of Gaza. But this is today, northern Israel. The IDF, Israeli Defense Force, saying it's special.
Would be interested in his backgrounds. What did he gain with such answers? I don't know, but we are about to get picked up. Hasan, you missed it. There's no two-front war. There's a genocide and invasion in the north. Why do they keep saying that? I mean, look, the calculation with respect to Hezbollah is going to be even like Hezbollah is active outside of Lebanon. Hamas is not active outside of Palestine. So the coverage in the Western world is even going to be more aggressive. That's it. What are we going to be doing at the... Ynet says there was an interception in the center, no explosion. Okay. They're bombing Syria as well. What the fuck is happening? I know. I'm on my way to USC right now. I will be delivering a talk on like toxic and positive forms of masculinity in on the internet. I'm going to be talking to some we'll probably have a little bit of conversation on what's going on here as well in front of a live audience. USC, University of Southern California. Okay. It's of course wild that I'm doing this in the midst of a fucking active ground invasion, but yeah. We're going to be swapping over to the IRL camera. Do we watch? I'm not going anywhere. We are just swapping over to the IRL camera. Fuck me, dude. Oh my God. I get so fucking annoyed. Hi, yi, yi. Okay. All right. I'll keep playing this video. Okay.
Special forces already conducting probing operations on the ground in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah says it's ready for what would be Israel's fourth invasion in 50 years.
For the return of the residents of the north to their homes, we will be ready to make every effort. This is your mission. This is the mission of the IDF. And this is what we will do. And we will employ all that is needed. Your forces, other forces, from the air, from the sea, and also from the land.
Central Jerusalem, and you could so easily be forgiven for believing this country is at peace. Until this dramatic appeal he said straight to the people of Iran.
There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country. With every passing moment, the regime is bringing you, the noble Persian people, closer to the abyss.
So why, and why now? Perhaps because Iran promises revenge after Israel killed the leader of Hezbollah, Iran's delivery team for war on Israel 3 days ago. As with Gaza, the same question, though, now hangs over Lebanon. What is the strategy?
I think that in the last 2 months, the Israeli IDF, the Israeli army, managed to more or less conclude most of the military goals in Gaza. And it was more, I would say, ready to take care about the northern front.
Israel, of course, can convert concrete to dust and rubble, degrade a militia, decapitate its command. But what then? When movements, ideologies and dreams remain intact and only politics can work, what then?
We should seek a political solution, what we call a kind of the end game scenario.
And that's a two-state solution, ultimately, isn't it?
I think the two-state solution is in the air, is somewhere. I think that everybody understands that the world and the region is not ready for a two-state solution by now.
That's all kind of close to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's official residence in Jerusalem this morning. The placards demand peace, a deal to release their loved ones, the hostages, still enduring unimaginable situations in the tunnels of Gaza. But peace, of course, is not on the Netanyahu agenda in Gaza any more than Lebanon. Gaza, near Khan Yunis today, Hamas attacked a number of Israeli military vehicles, seriously injuring several Israeli soldiers. Hamas remains in action almost a year on. Nuseirat, Gaza today, 6 more people killed in an Israeli airstrike. Like a scene from an earthquake, those trapped but alive, pinpointed, reassured, and perhaps pulled from the rubble in time. Hezbollah says the Gaza war is why it stepped up its rocket attacks into Israel. Thus, Gaza's violence now brings Lebanon to the brink of a 4th Israeli invasion. And war on a third front continues in Yemen, where at least 4 people were killed by an Israeli air assault on what it said were Houthi rebel positions yesterday. As Lebanon awaits possible Israeli invasion, Israel expects Iran's response any day now, after it killed the Hezbollah leader in Beirut on Friday. It remains all about attack and response, the sound of meaningful diplomacy all but drowned out by the din of war.
Well, as you heard, Israel is directly threatening Iran and its so-called axis of resistance. They clearly believe it's a battle they're winning. The group has long been coordinated and funded by Iran, linking together proxies and militias spanning the Middle East with common goals, resisting Western influence and confronting Israel. One of its members, Hamas in Gaza, has borne the brunt of Israeli strikes since its October 7th attacks on Israel, greatly weakening its firepower. Since then, the Houthis in Yemen and militias in Iraq and Syria have launched retaliatory attacks on Israeli and American military bases, but have been largely repelled. And now Hezbollah, seen as the Axis's most senior member, has also faced major losses at the hands of Israel. So where does this all leave the axis of resistance? With me now is the Iranian academic Mohammad Marandi, who is normally based in Tehran, but you were here in Beirut when this broke out, and you are still here. You know, Iran says that the attack on Nasrallah will be avenged. Where is the revenge?
Well, I came the day after the genocidal onslaught on Lebanon to bring aid and also to give support in any way that I can. There will be revenge, have no doubt. The Israelis will be punished. But I think that you're mistaken. These are not proxies. Ansarullah in Yemen, they defeated the genocidal onslaught that the Americans helped the Saudis with. and proxy doesn't win such wars. They don't win in the Red Sea against the Americans trying to block Israeli trade and stop the genocide and implementing the Genocide Convention. Proxies like Hamas cannot be a proxy when it and Islamic Jihad have prevented the Israeli regime from taking Gaza for almost a year, this small piece of land.
But if Israel is crossing into Lebanon tonight, is Iran going to do anything about it?
Iran will do. I'm not in the government and I'm not in the military, but I have no doubt that Iran will do what it takes to help Hezbollah by any means necessary, and the Israeli regime will be defeated. And I think people should be careful about not falling into the trap of this media campaign that's now growing in the West, that Hezbollah is falling apart. Hezbollah's weakest link has always been Beirut, because Beirut has, since before I was born, it was a center of espionage.
Yeah. And it worked. But you heard our previous guest, the general from the Lebanese army, retired, saying this was a big mistake by Hezbollah and the people are going to pay the price.
Well, there are many generals, former generals in the Lebanese army that say otherwise. The United States will never allow the Lebanese army to even have air defense. They will not allow them to be able to defend the country, because the United States does not want anyone to be able to defend themselves against this Israeli regime. The Americans are helping, and the Europeans, your government, is helping in this genocide in Gaza. And Hezbollah played their heroic role of trying to draw away the Israeli army from Gaza, just like Ansarullah in Yemen. These are the heroes. And the Western governments, they are the terrorists, because they are helping this genocide. All of these, I was 1,000 meters away from those bunker busters. 83, they say they were. Hundreds of people were slaughtered. I know a husband and wife that I think died. I think they lived in those buildings.
I mean, there have been no reliable numbers coming out of that, have there? I mean, it's been very confusing.
There are 6 towers, and those I was here for my sabbatical for a year. Those 6 towers were full of families, but the West talks about people like Justin Trudeau.
Ordinary people will pay the price in this war, as they already have.
They're paying the price because the West is supporting genocide. They're giving the Israeli regime bunker busters to slaughter in Gaza, to slaughter in Lebanon. But Hezbollah's military is intact, and we will see in the coming days that the Israeli regime will fail. They have struck in Beirut, but there are thousands of kilometers of tunnels underground with advanced weapons and highly motivated people who will defend their country.
Why is Hezbollah opposed to the UN resolution that had kept the peace for a while? Why is Iran opposed to just that as the solution? That you pull back, you stop attacking, that's it?
The Hezbollah supports the sovereignty of Lebanon. The United States and the Europeans will not allow Lebanon to be strong. They want a weak Lebanon, just like Jordan, just like Egypt.
But if the Lebanese government wants the UN resolution to be the solution, why is Hezbollah opposed?
The majority of the Lebanese parliament is the Hezbollah coalition. They won the election. But in the Western world, in their worldview, they don't count. Anything that serves the Western narrative is what is acceptable. The majority of people in Iran, in Lebanon, they voted for this coalition, which includes Hezbollah. The majority. And Hezbollah supported the Palestinian people in Gaza while the West was helping with the genocide. So the moral ground is very clear. It's clear who is immoral. It's the West and the Israeli regime, and these people are the heroes who are trying to stop the regime from carrying out genocide in Gaza, and now the regime is carrying out genocide in Lebanon.
Mohammed Marandi, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Well, we can now speak to Orna Mizrahi, who spent 26 years in the Israel Defense Forces and was a Deputy National Security Advisor for Foreign Policy. She is now a senior researcher at the Institute for National Security Studies at Tel Aviv University. Thank you for joining us. If Israeli forces are crossing into southern Lebanon tonight, what is the strategic goal? When do they stop?
Okay, the distinguished guest that you have just asked the question was so cynical by saying that Israel is the one that slaughters and wants this war, but he forgot one thing to mention, that the one that started this war was Hezbollah on the 8th.
Yeah, like to shoot in 60 FPS, I wonder why.
Well, I don't know. I feel like he knows better. All right, we swapped it. 3, 2,
1. There it is. Okay, there's a little bit of a delay, but what's up, everybody? Yeah, thank God. I know. I've been monitoring. I was monitoring. I know. I wanted to let the man cook, and then when the chef was out, when the chef was no longer in the kitchen, I chose to swap it out. Okay. You don't need to hear any more of that. All right, we are currently on our way to the University of. Oops, I was gonna run a 60-second secret ad break in the middle here. Did it work? Wait, what the fuck? Why is it not working?
So what's our ETA so I can tell them?
Oh yeah. It just says failed to start commercial. What is happening? Why can't I do it? Oh no, do I no longer have the power to run commercial ad breaks? This would be devastating.
I figured I'd get up.
Anyway. It's right there. It's right there. March, 26 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah. Not most deaf, thank you for the 5-2-1 gifted subs. Anyway. On subbing, let's fucking go. Okay, everybody calm down. Alright, so we are on our way to the University of Southern California, also known as the University for Spoiled Children. Okay, no disrespect, but that's what they call it. Okay. I'm going to be delivering a speech on toxic masculinity, positive masculinity, influences online, things of that nature. I believe let's see, let me find it real quick. Let me Capitalism is Voluntary, an evening with Hasan Piker, USC Visions and Voices is the name of the event. The type is diversity and conversation. The genre is cinematic arts, humanities. The description is political commentator and activist Hasan Piker, one of the most viewed streamers on the Twitch platform, where his 2.6 million followers will stream live from USC's Boulevard Auditorium with an in-house audience. Piker will dive into a wide array of topics ranging from politics, presidential election, his unique career path, breaking down capitalism, the manosphere, and more. The program will include a Q&A. Piker's commentary on the 2020 U.S. presidential election was in the top 6 most watched sources of coverage online, and his coverage of the January 6th attack on the Capitol reached a concurrent viewership of 231,000 viewers. In October 2020, he streamed himself playing video games with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar in support of the Get Out the Vote initiative. Raised in Istanbul, Turkey, Hasan Piker is a Los Angeles-based media personality, yada, 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 yada. And it was organized by Tara McPherson from Cinematic Arts, Sydney Harmon Academy for Polymathic Study, and Inez Novicic, Sydney Harmon Academy for Polymathic Study. Okay. The numbers are bad, though. It says on Twitch, Hasan Piker live streams to an audience of an average audience of over 20,000. We're 30K, Andy, at least. Like, that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that they hit me with that. Man, LA looks like nice. LA is very lovely. The weather is beautiful. Everything is nice.
This amazing sun flare going on in the camera right here.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
That's cool.
I lost it as soon as I said that.
Oh, there it is. You got it back and then you lost it. You wrote a speech? I did not. I was supposed to, but I totally did not, which is terrible. I also had the questions that I think they were supposed to send me, but I did not look at the questions either. So I'm just freestyling it. I think one of the things that I have noticed is that I rely too much on my freestyling capabilities. Maybe a little too much, to a fault. March, I found a fucking incredible Japanese curry place. It is like to a T.
Can I guess the name, or should I not dox it?
Guess the name.
Chevy Curry?
Piece of shit.
I'm tapped in, bro. You can't.
Bro is tapped the fuck in. Yes, my ADHD is bad, I know. Anyway, like I was saying, I think my I rely a little bit too much on my freestyle capabilities and the fact that I don't like shutting the fuck up ever, almost to a fault. And I think that it comes in handy in most instances. Like yesterday when I was doing the Quen collab, she was like, oh, you know, I'll send it to you for final edit approval. The collab went really well. She said, she was like, oh, I'll send it to you for final edit approval. I was like, you think I said anything that I fear will come back to me in a negative way? You crazy? I do this for a living. Never stop chirping. Can you clean the window? No. How could I do that right now? If you weren't a streamer, would you do these college talks more? Probably not. 6 hours streaming directly into a speech, that's some stamina. You already got it, baby. Hasan, can you mow the lawn of the neighbors? Yeah, no, I don't think I'll be able to do that. I'm sorry. But yeah. You rely on your yaponomics, but you also never prepare for anything for any event. Yeah, that's how it's good. If I prepare for it, it wouldn't be real, it wouldn't be decent. Okay. How are you not car sick? I don't know. I don't usually get car sick. But to be honest, this is one of those instances where I might. You know, I don't usually do these kinds of things at college campuses ever. So I am definitely, and I purposely didn't promote it because I didn't want like fucking like psycho right-wingers to try and like block it.
My girlfriend graduated from USC and I met one of her ex-classmates this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, I'm gonna go there on Monday to speak with Hasan. He's like, he was super excited. He's actually a huge fan of yours. He was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be at that. There's like a lot of like.
Okay. Are you nervous? I don't know. I think I'd be a little bit more confident if you know things weren't so heated all the time. Like if I was viewed as an apolitical actor or something, yo, shit got dark.
I know. It's because they put it on auto-way, so I'm just gonna manual to it.
Arthur. That's Arthur's fault.
Actually.
Yeah.
Which is okay. Oh, he like switched a lot of shit actually. Never mind.
What?
He actually switched a lot of shit.
He did.
Yeah.
Boom. The light came back though. We're good. Cinema. Life. Glad Arthur finally got rid of that accent. Yeah, it was fake, chat. Uh-oh. He was faking it. Oh, I'm German. That's what he kept doing. And then every time the cameras were off, he's like, hell yeah, brother, I'm actually Texan through and through. I got all these suckers duped into believing that I'm actually of German descent. That's what he kept saying. I was like, damn, bro, what the fuck? You have a thick-ass accent. Yeah. Kept saying, sprechen Sie Deutsch. Yeah. Whoa. police activity. What the fuck's going on here? We're not even in the hood yet. For those of you who don't know, USC is in like smack dab in the middle of downtown.
Not quite downtown.
I mean, it's one of the not so great parts, I'd say.
Oh no, yeah, it's definitely sus.
Yeah. I told him to put nothing in the green room, but now I'm thinking, yeah, that might not have been the best decision. Some water, too.
Sure, they'll have something.
Yeah. It's crazy. They have like a rider.
Yeah.
The boys all grown up.
You've had riders before.
I guess.
It's definitely not the first time.
It's a nice car. The EQS. I wish it wasn't so pill-shaped. How do you like this car, sir?
Yes.
You like it?
Yeah.
Did you have other EVs before?
Yes, good. I don't know. Electric, only car electric, very good. EQE, Tesla, EQS is a long charge.
Uh-huh. Oh, how long does it go?
400 miles.
400 miles? For real? It goes for 400 miles?
Yeah, 100% charge at 400 miles.
That's crazy. I have a Taycan.
Should tell Austin to get one.
I should tell Austin to get one? Austin. Oh my God. Austin. Oh, there is waters here. Let's go. Little baby waters.
Life.
Every time the light hits.
It is giving life.
Nick rides for the TVU so bad.
Is it? But you're saying it's too complicated.
I think you need to have your own server for it to work as efficiently as it does for Nick. I had him talk to my brother about setting one up. Potentially. We back. Why not invest in a metal bottle instead of drinking from plastic bottles that messed up your hormones? You're right, bro. I brought these with me. When you're thirsty, chatters would be like, if you're in a desert and you're fucking thirsty, chatters would be like, why are you drinking from a plastic water bottle in the first sight of water when you should have brought your own metal bottle with you? I'm thirsty, dog. The fuck do you want from me? Does Uber happen to have water in it? That one friend who's too woke is literally the fucking is the summary of everything that this community stands for. Shit, we missed a turn. we're gonna have Q&As. I don't even know if we're gonna do an actual speech. I guess am I gonna deliver a speech or something? I think.
To my understanding, it's gonna start with some sort of like host, moderator type person.
Okay, good. Because I have no.
Lead you through some questions.
Yeah.
It'll turn into a Q&A thing.
Because I got nothing in the tank.
You could freeze that.
It's empty up in here. I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna start talking about the parallels between Wano and a country that I don't want to mention. You know what I'm saying? Take a caffeine pill. I love how you literally have no idea what you're doing. Dude, this is how I live my life. Living La Vida Loca, baby. I'm always... Listen, the Lord works in mysterious ways, okay?
It's really great for the people around you that work with you.
Oh, is it, you're saying that unironically, I assume. It seems like you are being sarcastic, but I'm gonna take it as though you are being sincere, because it suits my purpose. Chat, by the way, I had to change my pants because the other pants, when I sit down, are just like, they scrunch up too much. It's the worst part about the L'Keep pants is that, like, they're so fire when you're standing. They look sick. The silhouette is sick. But when you sit down, it literally tightens up in your groin area. And in my hip flexors too, because I got those strong ass hip flexors. Also, speaking of strong ass hip flexors, here, this part we didn't even do in the HasanAbi broadcast earlier. Look at this. So I was hitting 435 for 5 with so much ease that I was speaking through it, right? Hold on.
Deadlifting 405. 430. 430, sorry. 435. 435. Small weight on there. Yeah.
So, I was doing 435s with such ease. Yeah, these are the pants I was wearing earlier. But I had to change them back into the Yojis because when I sit down, they get like weirdly tight for no reason. But yeah, I was hitting 435 with such ease that I was like, instead of, last week we did 455 on my top set for 5. I was like, you know what, fuck it. Instead of 465, let's go up to 475. So first I did it for 2. And I didn't have enough grip strength to hold it up. And I don't have wrist wraps. And I had to put towels on because like I couldn't grip it firmly enough. So then I put towels back on and I did it for 3, but it wasn't a very good set. Well, look at that. What the fuck?
I get that.
Oh. But yeah. I don't know why it ended abruptly. I guess I didn't do... I thought I had it like go all the way. But yeah, I did it for 3. And... Chat, don't objectify people. Well, good thing I stayed for the deadlift. I gotta go now. We could look at USC. Thanks, chatter. How much are you selling the towel for? Nah. Hasan, I saw your chest expand 0.1 inches, meaning you're breathing improperly. Why not expand your diaphragm and breathe through that? That's insane. Shut up, nerd. Erming, who asked? Erming. Armageddon. Bro, you should learn how to breathe like those dudes in Demon Slayer. That'd be sick as hell. Went to Sigma. Oh god, the odds of a bug on my head. Oh, also, I finally got to the 5th gear. You don't watch One Piece, do you? Marsh is what? He's going, nah. Marsh doesn't watch One Piece. Shit has gotten out of control at the end of Wano. The payoff is crazy. It is the longest edging session. It's edge maxing.
That doesn't sound good.
It is the longest edging session. It is perma goon maxing. It's perma edging. But finally, it's like, it's gotten to a point where its payoff is remarkable. It's still frustrating. I don't know why it's beeping, because that guy is not even close to you. $400 miles on one battery is pretty crazy.
What is the Taycan get?
Taycan says it's like 250 or something.
But that's cap.
But it's usually less. Like, I mean, it's never what they say it is.
Is it like with gas, where like city driving versus highway driving is different mileage?
I mean, yeah, it's the principle doesn't change.
I don't know.
Why would it change?
I don't do cars, man.
What? Think it through. Think it through. You don't do cars. You have literally a car guy car. You have a Supra.
Yeah, that done nothing too.
It's the most car guy car that one can have.
It can go fast. It's fun.
That's crazy. That you don't have any like. You're worse than me.
Calling me stupid right now?
No, they're calling you wicked because I immediately made them forget about your ways. Just like everybody forgot about the top of the hour ad break.
Wow.
Which I can run, apparently. Oh my god. Yeah, I done did it. Y'all got comfortable for no reason. You thought I wouldn't be able to run 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. You were wrong. Turns out I can. Now, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, then all you need to do is subscribe. Which you can do for $4 in the month of September or for free with Twitch Prime.
You know, 5 gifted subs triggers a Gamba sub.
Yeah, but I feel like Twitch has cooked me. Every time I get 5 gifted subs, the Gamba gets triggered and it's like 1 sub. I wonder how many the Twitch total gifted subs look like.
Like platform wide?
No, well, that too. That I want to know. I'm sure they'll reveal that information. But I want to know what it would be like. Like, how much did they farm that on, like, the FaZe? Like, Iron Mouse farmed it pretty hard. She now has the most. It's crazy how many subs people have.
300,000 subs.
That's, like, insane. That's actually crazy. I mean, congratulations to Iron Mouse. She's giving half of that to the IDF, yeah. Immunodeficiency Foundation chat, not the other IDF. Congratulations to Nephew, Jason,
so
fucking.
The subathon's over. Can we get him on the pod?
Oh yeah, bro, he's too big for us now.
Maybe.
He's gonna be like, nah, Unc, sorry, I don't know you like that. Sorry, Unc, I already did. I'm too big for you now, Unc. That's what he's gonna say. It's gonna hurt, but that's how it be.
You should try at least.
That's how it be, dude.
I think it'd be great to get him
Just like what you did to your unc? Oh my God, you're right. Do we get any gifted subs in that? We got one. Freckled Origami gave me 5 gifted subs, and a hype train started, and that's it. I've fallen off, dude. I done falled off. It's over. Twitch gave 1 gifted sub. This is why Jason's not gonna come on the stream, or not stream. Come on the pod. Unc is cooked. It's over. It's Jover for Unc. L Unc. I went from W Unc to Lunk. Where is it? Chat, don't do more than, if you're gonna gift like 20 gifted subs, don't do it. Do it in 5 gifted increments. That's how you game the system.
No, it's for every 5. So if you do 20, it triggers several times.
Oh really? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. So Qatari Cat just gifted 100 and Twitch gifted 39.
Yeah, exactly.
39 for 100 gifted?
That's good. Right?
I guess. It's more than 1 for at least a couple.
I don't know. Someone do the math on that. Again, I'm not a math guy. I do cameras.
Alright, we're here.
Oh, we're here.
I think.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You too, sir.
Down for a little bit.
Okay. You said we got a golf cart or something?
Those two. I don't know where they are, though.
Alright. Hello. I'm supposed to speak at an event. They said that security was supposed to greet us here and give us a golf cart. Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit, thank God I brought my ID. Did you bring yours?
Do you have a picture? Oh, yeah, it's good.
No. I have it.
Type ID too. Sponsor one of this party, okay? Oh, that's nice. Great idea.
Make sure you don't show anything.
Oh, I got you. That's it.
Is that me on your jacket?
You said that last time. No, it's Donald Glover.
It looks like me and Kaya.
Okay, no, it does not. Okay, I'm gonna show chat so they can decide. He thinks this looks like him.
You're not showing it. Hold on. Give it to me. At first, it kind of looked like. Oh, wait. You almost
revealed my.
Yeah, you almost revealed your information.
I can give you guys the number for DPS. They're going to be the ones that can help get you a card.
We can walk. I don't care. Okay. Or do they have it on the way? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, they would be the ones to help you out with that. It might be dark. I think they sold at 6.
Yeah.
You guys want the number?
Wait, hold on 1 second. Let me look at this real quick. What did they tell us? What did? Oh, you told them?
I just told them.
Oh, okay.
They said they were watching.
Yeah. Okay. Security officer will be on. Yeah, they said.
Yeah, I guess you guys can come on down here.
Okay. Thank you.
But yeah, so what did they say? Like where to go? Yeah.
What's up, man? Yeah.
I watch you like every day, bro.
Hell yeah.
What are you doing here?
I'm speaking on your campus.
Where?
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm heading to dance practice, so I can't go. But let me get this really quick.
I mean, you can obviously enter.
Sorry for that face, bro. I'm just shocked to see you, man. Damn,
Nice to meet you.
Person. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
I'm a political commentator. Political commentator. Yeah.
Oh, you're Mr. Fife.
Yeah.
Where can I watch your content and stuff like that?
Twitch.
Twitch?
Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Why is there so much security on the entrance of the campus?
So basically, they're just trying to register people just to take a track record of who's coming in and out the campus.
Uh-huh.
Just due to the protests that are happening in May.
Yeah. Okay. What are these? What do you mean? What, you got a problem with my dogs, dude? That's crazy. Did they say? No, it's fine, yeah. Did they say that they're coming, or what did they say? Here, I can hold that for you. While you hold the camera. I'm going to use it as a blunt instrument if necessary as well.
Okay, yeah. All right, what's up, YouTube?
Oh, yeah. What's up, YouTube? We're at USC campus today, and I'm going to be delivering a talk to a bunch of wonderful USC alumni and also current students. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast. Yeah. This is the weapon I have to defend myself. Turns out there's a lot of heavy security presence on campus, and also that they're registering every single person that walks in through the boundaries, through the gates. I suspect as a... Oh, are we we're not following them. Yeah, all right. Have a good one, guys. As a direct consequence of the post-October 7 anti-genocide protest, that's a big no-no on most American college campuses at this point. USC being a private institution, obviously probably has even more rigorous checks. They can deny people entry into the campus. So that's what's going on. Also, I was a little worried about talking about Israel-Palestine in the Uber. That's why I said Wano and how the similarities between the unmentionable country and Kaido. I didn't actually name the country by name because I was a little worried that my Uber driver might have different opinions than me politically, and I wanted to be kind and not be like a dick, you know what I mean? That's weird. Calma, yeah. I'm a little on edge. Hasan didn't want a bad rating from that driver. You probably look big and scary with that thing over your shoulder. Put it down. No, I'm gonna keep it on my shoulder. Is that it? Maybe.
Yeah, it is.
All right, let's go. Damn, this guy's gadded up. What's going on? Hasan.
Hi, I'm Bill Smith.
Nice to meet you, Bill Smith. What's up, man? Hasan. David, nice to meet you.
Good to see you. Please jump on in.
All right.
You can up here if you want.
I'll sit in the bag. It's all good. Oh God, you know what? Me and Bill, we're gonna make sure the weight is distributed evenly. Because I've been on these before, and it was let's say catastrophic.
What happened?
What do you mean? Oh, when I was in France, when we were doing TwitchCon, I got on a golf cart and we went down a hill, and we took it at like 30 miles an hour, and I think the weight wasn't distributed evenly, and this guy was just flexing his skills. He was driving like a madman and broke some ribs as a consequence of the golf cart incident. Still went to my meet and greet though. Did it for like 3 hours with broken ribs. Let me tell you, it's not great when you're hugging, 1,000 fans with a broken rib.
Well, if you really want to, we can try joyriding on this later tonight after the event.
Okay, after the event is fine.
Remember Austin got pretty roughed up on that one too.
I will fight you every time you bring that up. This motherfucker had a finger bandage. He fell on me. He is the reason why my ribs broke, because he fell directly, slammed his body into me. I softened his blow. Oh damn.
Not bad.
That's crazy. Well, yeah, I'm excited overall. This campus is beautiful, man. American college campuses are so crazy. They're so nice.
Oh, really nice.
Yeah. Hi. That's funny. Dude, imagine you didn't know I was coming on college campus and then randomly you look up and you see me, you're a fan. That's crazy. It's got to be wild.
Well, you can see your face in the distance.
Oh, wait, really?
Wait, where? The tall sign. I don't see it. And you can see your fans waving. Oh. Oh. I would take you over there, but you will be mobbed if I did.
Yeah, let's not. Is it slammed? Is the event like fully occupied, or were there? I didn't really promote it for obvious reasons.
We'll definitely have a solid like 400 people out for you tonight.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. So that's the front of the venue where everyone will walk through. I'm taking you to the backstage right door.
Mm-hmm.
And then Marsh, I'll show you where to set up in the house in a bit. Sure. And Bill's with you the entire night.
Hell yeah.
I'll be sitting in the back. Anything you need. Sorry, on over this way.
This way?
Can you come open the door, please? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. What's going on?
Hey man, how are you? I'll give you a credential list in just a second. Sorry.
All right.
I'll leave you to Tara and David.
Hello. Good to see you again. Well, we've met before, right?
On Zoom.
Yeah.
We just met on Zoom. So that didn't feel real.
What
Hi,
up?
Marsh. Marsh, I have met. So nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
And do you want to go in the green room?
Damn, let's look. Yo, Pop,
wanna look out
show
here?
this real quick. This is crazy.
So
Wow.
when you're doing your like opening monologue part, do you want to sit in the chair or stand at the podium? Or
I mean,
just
I can
freestyle out
do
front?
both. How long am I supposed to do the monologue for? Because I did not.
10 minutes.
Okay, I'm
to
not
15.
gonna lie to you. I did not prepare anything
I saw
for it.
that on your Twitch stream as you were
Okay.
driving over. I could spy on
All
you.
right.
Discussed. So I think 10, and then someone's going to come up here, ask questions,
That'll
and
be
then
me.
it'll be a more open format.
And so we'll sit here. We'll just chat.
What about the students? I thought students were supposed to come up as well.
Students are not because of the security concerns with the university. So
Mhm.
because we got like 27,000 emails asking us not to have you come. So that like amplified.
That's a lot of emails.
That is a lot. They were templates. They were probably a bot, right? But it did amplify the anxiety of my administration. So,
Uh-huh.
but we're still here, and that's good.
So
And
students are not going to be able to ask questions?
They will. There'll be a QR code that circles up,
Uh-huh.
and it goes to a Google form. And they'll
Mhm.
put their questions in, and then Inez, who you'll meet in a moment, who's my media producer, will come out after we've talked for a minute, and she'll stand at the podium and ask the student questions.
Okay.
Because the provost did not want students on stage since it's streaming, because they don't want students to get doxxed, right?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel responsible.
No, totally. That makes sense.
I mean, I am used to getting, I don't get emails anything like you do, but I get plenty, so I just filter them to my hate mail folder. But the students, have careers ahead of them. So we'll
Yeah.
keep them. But you will meet at the meet and greet after, you will meet, several students.
Okay.
And that'll be in a different space and more informal.
Okay. All right, perfect. Sounds
Are
great.
you going to hit somebody with that?
No. We were just trying to figure out where is like the best possible place to put.
In case you guys didn't have a tripod for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Area over there.
Do you think you want to just set up back there? Or do you
Yeah,
wanna-
we'll probably
Are you
talk
going to
about-
be able to take audio feed from a board?
So, if that doesn't work, we'll just lav mic him and whoever he's speaking to and do it that way.
Yeah.
And that works fine too.
Margot's your audio technician for the evening.
And Margot's great.
I have sound already running over there. Okay, I would just basically need to.
So
plug it in.
for the meet and greet, do you want to have the students come up individually and just say hi to you? Would you
We can do
rather
that.
sort of sit and just chat with a group of them and not have a meet?
How big is the meet and greet?
You never know with students, but I'd say
We'll go
there'll
to
probably
class
be
over here. We'll go in the
35
rooms
to
and
40
chill.
students.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we can do one by one. We can do it as like a big group.
We'll see what
I
you
assume-
feel like.
yeah,
after.
yeah,
We
yeah.
can be totally
Okay.
flexible. The poster that looks like this,
Mhm.
sort of. We have a stack of them, and we'll like have you sign them to give to students if you want to do that.
Yeah.
You know, I think they would like to have that.
Definitely.
Is there anything in particular you want to talk about more than not, or?
No, I'm down to talk about anything. I'm down to talk about anything and everything.
You know, the students, are really going to want you to follow through on being a professor now that you keep saying that.
No.
You're
That's
take a
the.
huge pay cut, dude.
Well, yeah.
Massive pay cut.
No, that's my. That would be more of a passion pursuit, I think, than anything
Later in
else.
life,
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, do you want like a walkout
Perfect.
song?
This is Hasan.
Do you want like a song while people come in?
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. A walkout
song? Yeah, you want like a walkout song?
On the podium, right?
I don't know. Do I want to? Sure. We should do a walkout song. What should we do, chat, for a walkout song?
There we go.
15 minutes of a monologue.
We can do a whole playlist.
And then he and I will sit and chat for a bit. Then Inez, who is outside doing some shooting but has on an orange suit. Inez
I
will
have the
come up
tiger. Y'all are lame as hell.
ask the student questions.
Y'all are so goddamn lame.
Okay, sounds good.
So,
Do you have a preference on which seat you would like?
No.
Okay.
we should put him on the left.
Put him on the left.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. How do you want to do this? We start at 7?
7. And students will probably start coming in about 6:30, I think.
So me and you can go.
Can you put them to your PC on a video while I tripod and audio test? Or do you want to?
I don't have a video on my PC get ready to go. You're gonna have to.
I mean, I just don't want them to like maybe get like scuffed audio for a second or not.
They're gonna get scuffed audio. There's because I don't have remote control.
Okay.
Over my PC.
So when you come out, we'll have someone push the curtain open and you'll come out on stage, right?
Well, that's what they told me. Okay.
And then, Hasan. So you'll enter center stage. We'll have 2 people page the curtain open for you.
Okay, perfect. Damn, this is way bigger than I thought it was gonna be in terms of like.
Oh, amazing.
Wait, did you get one for me?
Yeah. Did you
Oh,
want
that's
cream
crazy.
or no cream?
No cream.
Yeah, this
Oh
is
damn, it's Starbucks.
Yeah.
You're gonna get me canceled, David.
I actually put on the there list, no Starbucks. Sorry.
I'll just use it on that glass. I'll just put it in there.
That's a good idea.
Sorry, that was me.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's
Well, welcome to campus.
this is great.
Yeah, we're excited. We're excited about it.
I'm gonna dump this in the backstage so that it doesn't. If I make a mess, it doesn't. You know.
I'm gonna go post the tripod up over there, and during that time I'm gonna hand the camera off to you just to take care of them.
Yeah.
And then I'll come get them.
There's a green room back here, so if you want to just hang, you can do that and have put your down.
So that they can stream him. And I guess we have to figure out how those.
Sorry.
So sorry. How that audio will work together. Do you want?
Where do I put this?
I'll take that.
You got? Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I'll
sorry.
introduce you to Yana real quick. Who's
Hi.
one of our
I'm a little
student
under the
journalists.
weather.
Okay.
I just came
Not gonna
from
touch you.
Michigan reporting, but I work on social media for the Reclaim Project. So.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, thanks
All right.
for being here.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is like far grander than I thought it was going to be.
There's a line, huge line outside already.
I said we were driving by. Oh brother.
The students are
What's up?
super excited.
They are really excited.
This is
Hasan.
Ineos, who
Nice
is
to
a
meet you.
PhD student in my program, but also a very talented documentary filmmaker. So he's doing some media work for us as
Hell
part
yeah.
of our research group.
That's dope.
So, yeah.
You wanna go check out the back room?
Yeah.
So do you want a handheld for when you're talking? Do you want a lav mic? They have
We
both
can do
options.
a handheld. Is this a green room?
Yes, it's not very
All right.
fancy.
No, it's all good. I was just wondering where it was. Okay. Whoa, it is lit in here.
Yes.
It's not effing, I hope.
We could probably turn some of them off. So these are the posters. Look how good you look. But it's your old haircut.
It's my old haircut. It's all good.
David's fault because he sent them to me.
This was the good photo. Up until you got it chopped, this was the photo.
Yeah, this was the one we were using for a minute. What's up?
You film the filming?
No, not at all.
Yeah, right? The students
Yeah.
watching the screen. So I was convinced you were repping those because they're in every shot.
No.
But David told me you couldn't because that's
Yeah.
illegal on Twitch.
Yeah, we can't.
I'm gonna prop this up.
Also, I don't know how I once I realized it's a Philip Morris own brand, I was like, maybe not the best idea.
So are they basically like Skoal for the 21st century? Do you have to spit? Or
No, not at all. So it's like it's not like chewing tobacco or anything. It's basically just pure nicotine.
I grew up in the South, so.
Oh no, I used to chew and smoke. So nicotine gum helped me no longer be addicted. Yeah, I haven't smoked in years.
We're gonna need you to be the voice of the left in media for many years, so you should keep that.
Yeah. If I make it that far, we'll see. Oh man.
You don't have to shoot me at all.
So, I thought that the focus of today's topics were going to be about mostly like masculinity and the presentation of masculinity. I don't mind if we go completely outside of that. I have no issues with that. I also have no issues with like freestyling in general. I mean, that's what I do best. That's the only thing I do usually. So this is like, the way I see it, it's no different than any other live stream that I would do.
Like 3 buckets we'll kind of touch on, and one will sort of be a little about your career and what you do and on Twitch, because I know a lot of students are interested in that, right? And it's not something they learn much about at university, because you know, as I was telling David, most of my colleagues didn't even know what Twitch was, right? So it's not like they're getting taught much here, except in the comm school. So we'll do that a little bit, and I would like to talk about politics some, because you're good at that, and USC had a really fractious, tense encampment breakdown last year, and the students were treated very badly this summer, right, that were arrested by the university, and all these fences you see, those were not here.
Yeah, I noticed that even like entering, like I've been to USC campus before, I never had to like go through, you know, like the ID checking process before.
So it's, I think, you know, we should dive into things you've been talking about for a long time. I've talked to several students in the last few weeks young women who found your stream because of your Gaza content over the last year, right? Who didn't know you before, right? But were told by people that you were someone they could learn about the history of the region from. Right? So some of them will be here, right? So
hell yeah.
And I am part of the Palestine Justice Faculty Group. I've been BDS for 12 years, 14 years, right? So this is an opportunity for us to have a little bit of conversation about Palestine that doesn't happen very often, if you're comfortable.
No, I'm totally comfortable about that. No, I was just trying to see what, like, I just don't want to. The only reason why I asked is because I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to ruffle any feathers or anything like that. If the conversation is supposed to be focused on like masculinity, I'm fine with doing that, but I'm more than comfortable.
I want to talk about too. That's what our project studies. I study hate online. I've talked to many young men, one who will be here to meet you tonight that we're working on the short doc with, who have exited far-right rabbit holes because of you, right? Like that's not
it's amazing.
Just one person, you know, it's like just in our tiny sample, it's many people. Right? So you offer like this really fantastic model of masculinity that is like broy.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Inez is our media producer extraordinaire, who is a journalist who worked for VANCE and CNN and works with CBS. Now, right?
Hell yeah. There's a camera right there. We're live streaming it already, just so you know.
That's totally expected.
Okay. Just let you know, so you don't feel blindsided. What's up, guys?
Hello. Hi.
ask you like 2 questions really quick?
Yeah, for sure. Oh, is this for like the USC?
Yes.
Okay, student journalist. Let's do it. Should you want me to stand?
It's okay. Whatever you want to do. Sorry.
All right. March is going to get on my camera. All right.
Hello. So, Hassan Piker, what does Hassan Piker mean to you?
Hasan Piker, what does it mean to me? God, just a guy trying to live every day, one step at a time, do the right thing.
Fire. We also want to ask, what's a masculine object?
A masculine object? Damn, immediately my mind went Freud. Like immediately I was thinking like, what's the most phallic figure that I can think of? Cigar, eggplant, things like that. But I think, you know what a masculine object is? The weight belt that I use when I'm deadlifting. Because it braces my core, it's protective, but it's necessary. That's a masculine object for me.
That's a good answer. Do you have any other questions, guys?
Maybe last question, how do you define masculinity?
Oh, how do you define masculinity?
Oh, this is a tough one. How do I define masculinity? It's just, I think a lot of people consider traits such as confidence, like they mistake confidence for masculinity, and that's pretty much it. I don't really put a lot of thought into it, ironically enough, even though today's talks are gonna be about masculinity. But for me, I think it's basically being the best version of yourself and being a confident human being.
Fire. Okay, thanks everybody. We good?
Yeah.
All right, awesome.
But it's not, nice to meet you. It's not necessarily just a masculine trait though, which I guess we'll talk about today.
Yeah, we will.
Oh, you wanted to keep going.
Dane and Sophie and
Hi.
Ineos and Yana all are part of Reclaim, which is our project that's kind of thinking about new models for masculinity. So that's how you're my syllabus tomorrow.
Oh wow, okay. Like I'm being taught in college courses. That's crazy.
You are being taught in college courses.
That's crazy.
In my men and masculinity.
All right, let me ask you, what do you think masculinity is?
Oh, okay. I really wasn't expecting something like that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know.
In front of your teacher too. You're cooked. You're about to get graded on this.
Dane knows that I love him, so it's fine.
I guess I've had to ask that question to so many people that like I just feel like anything that I thought was like an objective definition has just sort of gone away, because I feel like I get like every answer to the point where like masculinity is just like anything. And like some people say like, oh, masculinity is like being strong, being a manly man, protecting your family. And some people are just like, oh, masculinity is like being a good person. So I just feel like it's like almost meaningless at this point, because like
that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, it's just like a universal. It's just like whatever is good is masculine.
I think that's why I focus more on like the misappropriation of the term masculinity, like, or the way that people call themselves like alpha men. It's usually just a catch-all term, but what they technically mean is like being confident. And it's ironic because like people that consider themselves as alpha males are anything but confident. And I think that most of the time they try to masquerade as this like macho figure, what they think is like supposed to be this masculine beacon. And they're overcompensating usually for their own personal insecurities. In my experience, that's what I found. And I definitely understand that too, given, I mean, I was a young boy at one point in my life as well. I'm 33, I'm old now. But, I definitely found myself in the throes of like portraying myself as like what I thought were masculine figures in media and like resembling those traits that I thought were cool and thinking that they were masculine. So I definitely understand how people can be susceptible to that, especially young men. Yeah.
Awesome.
I wanted to ask, like, what do you think young boys, like young men who are on the internet, like, what should they do or what should they know about, like, as they learn about themselves and masculinity and, like, as they go through those teenage years?
Don't trust anybody that presents themselves as like if you're 14 and you think, wow, this guy has cool cars, he's always surrounded by scantily clad women, he's so alpha, I want to be just like him. Know that that's a trap. If a whole ass adult is portraying himself that way, then they're overcompensating for severe crippling insecurities, and that they're trying to project an image of what you consider to be success, and you shouldn't be duped by that. You should be your own person instead.
What are the demographics of your audience right now, and how do you view kind of your role as this messenger, as this person to them?
We do a census every year. I don't know what the exact numbers are. I keep forgetting, but I think it's predominantly white men that are 30, like around 30 plus, or 20 to 35, let's say. And yeah, him. Exactly. But we have, I think, what's the percentage of women in my community?
It depends on the platform.
It's 67% men, 24% women, 8% non-binary.
And it's also primarily like 25 to 36.
Yeah, 25 to 35 is like the largest demo, which is interesting because like my demographics have aged as I have aged. Because like I looked at it, like we've been running the census every year since 2020 consistently, and over the 4 years, like the demographic is also just aged 4 years into like different brackets. But yeah, that's the dynamic. It's like quarter women, 8% non-binary, and then the rest is
I
men.
bet there are more women on Insta checking out your outfit every day.
I think there were in the past. It's actually interesting. Before I got on Twitch, I still had like somewhat of a social media presence when I was on the Young Turks. And back then my audience was 75% women, 25% men on Instagram. And when I got on Twitch, I can check it right now, but when I got on Twitch, it went to 50-50. So I don't even know. It might even be like majority men now, but we'll see. Let's take a look. How do I even
I think you're
find?
50-50 on Insta.
I think it might be. David would know better. Let's see. Insights. How do I find that? Overview? In the last 7 days. I don't really post that much either anymore on my Instagram, but
So are you posting in the morning all of those story updates, or is that your army?
oh no, I do that, yeah, but that's just like, yeah, I use the story function more, I think.
Who is there? I didn't get that. Could you try again? Who is there filming you work out every morning?
Oh, I do that myself. I just prop it up. We have an influencer beam at the gym that I work out at. And
Thank you so much.
oh, thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
Are you all going out to the house?
Yeah, we have to get some shots outside.
Okay, let's do.
Inez,
Yes.
are you
Yes, I'm here.
set up for the
I'm
questions?
gonna talk to David.
About, do you have like an iPad or something?
I was gonna do my
Oh, it's literally 50-50. It's 51.5 men, 48.4% women. Damn, you nailed it.
That's your job, right?
Yeah.
YouTube's a little different too, but Twitch is the male-dominated one.
Yeah.
YouTube's a little bit more in the middle.
Interesting.
I think it's very platform centered for sure. Like Twitch is a overwhelmingly male dominated
The
platform.
old people watch you on YouTube because
Yeah.
Twitch hurts my brain.
Yeah, I get that a lot, but like actually I have a relatively young audience on YouTube as well, because YouTube's audience skews younger, so it balances itself out. I remember talking to YouTube a while ago where they were like they were telling me that I have the youngest demographic overall of any kind of political content on the entire platform. Yeah.
Like the piece you put together really quickly after the New York Times dropped the story about young men and women drifting farther apart politically. You know, when you package that on YouTube, that's a really tight, great episode that kind of gives some explanation for that and the manosphere.
The way I work is I try to make it so that my commentary already is like as quickly packaged as possible, as like neatly. I try to cover stories with that in mind.
Do you have like a small team that just cuts the stream down
Yeah.
into the YouTube kind of chunk every night?
Yeah.
It's like a speedy operation. And
Yeah.
stuff comes up.
And it's like pretty, like I said, it's just I try to make it as like as fast paced as possible, so it's like already packaged with like as limited amount of editing as possible. And the only thing I ask of my editors usually is to just like add, because I pull data a lot from my head, and it's good that they will go and find the data and just like slap it on there, so that there is like, you know, so that it's sourced adequately.
How much time do you have to spend? How do you even find, and I'll probably ask you this outside too, but how do you even find time to read as much as you must have to?
I don't know. That's everything I do is like, everything I do basically, every moment of my life is geared towards it. So that's how I'm able to keep up with it. Like I'm like an information sponge.
You could actually be a professor because we have no work-life balance either. We're just not
Yeah.
interesting, right? So, you know, that, like, everything's thinking about your work all the time, right? That's what we do.
Yeah.
But we have fantastic students.
Well, now that you're not on Twitter as much, I think it's been easier. Back in the Twitter heydays, I feel like it was nonstop.
What do you mean?
Like we'd go to dinner or something, or you'd be at dinner with people.
Oh, yeah.
You'd have to like be checking Twitter. Like,
Yeah, I used to.
It's breaking and everything.
Yeah, I definitely feel like, I mean, I've done a decent job of like keeping up with stuff even outside of Twitter now because I deleted it from my phone. But like Twitter definitely was a really solid way for me to keep up with everything that's going on back in the day. But I've just stopped going on Twitter unless I'm on stream.
Like my husband had already bought a Tesla that I have to drive right now because I gave my son my old car, and we had to put a bumper sticker on it that said, "We bought this before we knew what a dickhead he was," right?
Exactly, that's actually on the, that's on the bumper sticker.
That is our
That's
bumper
amazing.
sticker because I just stand like comfortably right around in a Tesla.
Yeah.
Speaking of toxic masculinity.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't afford a Porsche.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of great EVs now, though, and that are affordable and reliable, luckily.
What I should get, like the Kia 6.
The Kias are pretty solid.
And then the Ioniq, which is kind of goofy looking, but
Yeah.
I might be able to work that. You don't put me on there.
No, we gotta get someone here, Tara.
I was gonna also explain to Marsh he should feel free to keep the stream camera just on the side.
Yeah, well, it's tough coming up. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay,
Yeah.
I'm kidding, but I am not
Never
the.
immediately.
Yeah.
I try to, but sometimes it breaks.
It's okay. I mean, I'm not
Who's in the Rivian?
I have a nephew who I'm going to gain so much credibility with for like having met Hasan Piker.
Hell yeah.
And my son will be in the front row because he's also
I feel like you get that a lot.
a huge fan.
I do get that, yeah, for sure. That's great. Your W auntie, your W aunt.
One of the young men you'll meet tonight we're doing a short doc with, and he spoke in the doc very eloquently about your influence on him. So
That's nice.
He came up from Fullerton to meet you. He's not a USC student. He's very excited.
That's sick.
Yeah, I was gonna say too, I was just initially a report on the election and I went to a Trump town hall and about like thinking, I'm interested to hear, I guess, how you view the role of being able to de-radicalize some people. And these people, especially from places like Michigan that are economy, and I feel like we all know the election is such big stakes, so much more than that.
Yeah, but I also don't necessarily think that like Trump is good on the economy. That's the other aspect of this. Like, I mean, I'm not exactly too fond of the Democratic Party either, but in terms of like de-radicalizing these people, I think that overall the number one thing is that there needs to be like a level of charitability. So if they approach the conversation with like inherent hostility, it's going to be pretty difficult. Like people make up their minds about you, they put you in a neat little confine, neat little box, and they go, "Oh no, this is a liberal. Like this person has these opinions, right?" So I try to broaden the kinds of content that I make for that reason. Like I do collaborations, I play video games, I cover culture, lifestyle, things of that nature, because I want to ensure that like people don't have this like set image of me as this person with these ideals that can be very easily, I think, manipulated and used against you, and you can be presented with in a way to an audience that is uninitiated, in a way that does not correspond to your worldview at all. So I think that's important. And when I'm around people with different opinions, and I am around people with different perspectives all the time, regardless of the 8 hours that I'm spending online, I also try to spend as much time as possible in the real world. I try to approach them where they're at. I try to understand where they're coming from and communicate to their desires, which is ironic because that's kind of what I want the Democratic Party to do as well, as a more successful counterbalance against growing fascism that I see within the Republican Party. And they fail to do that on every front, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah. It's very disappointing.
It is. Yeah.
We're trying to, going into gaming spaces and all of that is interesting for us. And
Gaming spaces are, I think, too focused on women being in video games right now to focus on anything else. They probably don't even know that their election is coming up. They're too predisposed with woke ruining video games, which is a direct rehash of the Gamergate stuff that used to happen way back in the day. DEI.
Critical race theory.
Yeah. Pronouns, DEI, woke, that kind of stuff. Chat, stop asking March to do emotes that I will not be saying.
So, Marsh, how much are you every day with someone?
I'm waiting for your answer, bro.
In my videos, no.
No.
It depends on. If we travel, then yes. It's like the podcast is weekly.
Yeah.
And then if we travel, it's every day.
Yeah. Okay. He hates it.
No, I love it.
Yeah. I whip him regularly.
That's fine. I like it.
Yeah. He's.
I feel like the basketball game has improved over the last
Oh wow!
6 months or so.
Wow, you are.
You can talk of the dream con.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I'm getting better every day. I can dunk now, which is good. I gotta get even better. Honestly, there's a lot.
You're kind of buff to play basketball, right?
I'm a little big. I'm definitely a little too big.
I am 6 feet tall and I'm the shortest person in my family. So my brother and dad were both 6'8", and my dad went to college because he was 6'8". His dad had been a coal miner, and they're very thin, right?
They didn't ball, or they had to have.
My dad did. He was a player. He wouldn't have gone to college if he didn't play basketball.
Yeah.
It was.
That's a waste. If you're 6'8", it's just a waste of height right there.
But I bet he didn't weigh 180 pounds, when he went to college. He was underfed, I guess. But.
Yeah. It's like Wemby. He's eating good now, though. Okay. Like Baron Trump, exactly, chat. He's Slovenian too. It's such a waste. He's going to NYU. He's gonna be a lib. He's gonna be a lib by his second year. He's gonna fall in love with the emperor with a septum ring, and come out of that process reading Kurt Vonnegut or whatever. He's gonna get woke.
I'm not sure Vonnegut would take you to woke, but maybe.
It's the wokest people I know have Kurt Vonnegut tattoos like Lol overruled. Yeah, he's gonna be bisexual.
What time should we put the camera over there, you think?
I don't know.
Is he walking on the stage
So
at
if
7?
we start in 20, then probably start in the next 5 to 10 going up there and setting it up.
They opened doors about 7 minutes ago, so the students will be filing in now.
So it's up, you either wait for them all to come in and then go after, or you go now if you need extra stuff?
I'm just trying to decrease the amount of downtime where the camera is posted over there, and like there's like no streamer on camera, you know.
Did you figure out how we're gonna do the audio?
So that's the thing. I'm gonna bring both the lav mics.
Okay.
As like a fail-safe, if everything just does not work, I'm gonna put them on you. And we'll do that. But they have reassured me that like we'll just jack it straight into the camera, and then it should just work like the handheld mics that they give you and stuff.
That sounds crazy.
I know. But
I don't know how that's gonna work, but this is like, I mean, this is where the media.
I'm actually okay. Okay, yeah. This way I'm more nimble if anybody needs me.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I can stand. I've been
totally
sitting
good.
all okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have the fail-safe. So chat, fair warning, there might be some scuffed audio at some point.
Yeah.
Why are you so worried, bro?
I don't know why I'm so worried. I don't know. They're used to it.
We put some out on the
It'll be good.
table, so it'll be there when we go out.
They.
Have you ever seen a Powerade in a can?
No.
That is wild.
Chat deserves less, March.
Well,
One of them
that
has
one's zero
0.
sugar,
Yeah.
so, but I've just never seen it in a can.
Monster Energy.
Oh, it's the White Monster Energy. That's the boomer drink of choice. That's what I.
So maybe I should have it.
That's what I drink all the time.
Yeah, but zero sugar.
Chat deserves less. You're so right.
So energy drink just means it's full of caffeine? Yes.
Oh yeah.
I probably don't need any caffeine at this point.
White Monster's the best monster. I agree. Okay, I chose a walkout song. Can it be a YouTube song? It's not on Spotify.
Is it the chair? Is it the Mazzy song?
No. It's not. It's gonna be Thank You USA, which is from. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
You love Sosa.
No. Thank You USA, You Are My Best Friend by Armand Miftari. And there's a music video too. You can play that as well if you want
Send
to.
me the video. I'll go talk.
Were they shooting outside some too with the students? Yes. It'll be good. Thank you.
Can they beam the music video to the main?
Like to the projector?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is that possible?
It's going to shoot outside
Just
too.
send me the link right now.
I did.
I'll go find them. Okay. I think other David. Or whoever, yeah, because I think he was running production, right?
I don't know if they'll be able to do a new song now, but we could ask David. You want to text him?
Let me go find. I thought they were just floating around out there.
Because they have a playlist that they set up.
Hind Hall too? No, I'm not coming out to Macklemore, dude. I'm coming out to my goat, Armand Miftari, the Albanian legend. This is a very pro-NATO song. Yeah. It mentions Bill Clinton by name and Tony Blair. Don't worry, it's not problematic.
I'm not worried about it.
Okay, I just want to make sure. You can't just pick Chapel. I mean, that's the expected one.
So also tell me how, like, is somebody feeding you things from the chat that you then call out? You're just
No.
able to multitask.
No, I'm
You're
locked
pulling
in.
out yourself.
Wait, he's scanning the chat.
I'm the one scanning the chat. Yeah.
How you could just do that for 8 hours a day.
Yeah, it's not good.
You must be fried.
I do get fried by the end of it for sure.
Because just when we were in Zoom land and I was chairing my department when that happened, we'd be in Zoom 8 or 10 hours a day. And I just wanted to lay on the floor after that. It was like focusing on the screen that much is intense. So you could keep up with the chats when they're scrolling by at like 1,000 miles an hour? Because they go fast.
You can scroll through it and kind of pause it, basically.
Okay, I told David to ask for Phenomenon by Chaperon. I feel like that's more apt.
That's what I used on my post about
Yeah.
today.
What's up?
I used that on my post about
Oh hell yeah! I think that's the move. That's what my chat wants to do as well. Damn, there's a hell of people going no, failed, but way more people saying let's go. Oh wow.
Should I get to keep this?
Yes, of course. We have a bunch of posters that you have one of those if you don't have enough Hasan in your life.
Chad, don't listen. I still am firmly committed to Albania. Okay, make no mistake. Are you polling it? I don't see it on my mobile.
So I'm also going to write an academic article about you. I already wrote a little bit about you for a book that's coming out in the spring.
Mm-hmm.
So if I sent questions to David, would you answer some for me?
Yeah.
Okay. You'll become, a standard in curricula all over the country. As soon as
Hell
you
yeah.
start writing articles about you.
I think there was someone who did a dissertation on like politics and streaming. There's been a couple at this point, which is.
One of the students I work with, who's a PhD student at Simon Fraser in Vancouver, wrote a lot about the far-right manosphere, but he also writes about the counter, and so he writes some about you too. So
Yeah.
I mean, there's quite a bit popping up out there now.
Yeah.
It's been interesting just to see how students who are college age right now, who are probably a little bit below your core demo, respond to what you're doing. I think you're like able to speak to young men who are maybe 13 or 14 in a way, because you kind of could communicate a broness that like some left political streamers can't. So
Yeah.
you're not, you feel like a role model of some kind, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just who I am organically. I think that's what it is. It's not like I'm not putting on a front, right? And I think that it just kind of happened to work that way. Like, these are my genuine opinions, and this is who I am.
You seem genuinely kind, which, like I keep waiting for it to be revealed to not be true. Maybe because, I study celebrity, and there's usually a pretty big gap between a persona and a real life person, right? But I was so impressed with your mannerisms when they were kicking you out of the DNC. You were like incredibly gracious, right?
Well, I mean,
Your mama raised you well.
Well, for sure. I think she definitely did. But also, I think that it was because I was already excited at the opportunity. Like, I don't take it for granted. You know what I mean? I think, like, I don't have a sense of entitlement about it where, like, I know what I present and I know what, like, value I bring. But, so I know, I know the value that I present, but that doesn't mean that like I'm expecting other people to be aware of it. So I basically took every moment that they gave me at the DNC as like a benefit, as a positive. We were. What are you playing right now? We were already setting up as like I basically had a setup at the hotel room, knowing full well that like I was not even going to have a space to stream out of inside of the DNC. So I was super stoked at the opportunity to begin with. So even when that was taken away, it didn't change that dynamic for me at all. I was still like very excited.
And you were really gracious, right? There was no diva there.
No.
It was very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I'm lugging my remote setup around myself, so it's not like.
We meet like a lot of, because I'm in the cinema school, I meet a lot of folks, right? And a lot of them aren't people you're going to want to hang out with, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of like entitlement.
But I think as far as like me not being different, from the way I present myself on camera is that, like, with Twitch streaming in particular, it's virtually impossible to present a false front because you're literally live for 8 to 10 hours a day. At I think
it's true of a lot of other streamers, or
I think like if you're not limiting your interactions, if you're not like, maybe it might be a little different if you're like playing a video game or something, but like the way I talk about real news and world events, and also beyond that, I'm constantly engaging with people in the chat. Like, I don't think I'd be able to present myself as like a different person than who I am. I don't think anyone is that good at acting in general. But yeah, there is definitely a level of like authenticity that the platform automatically provides by the very nature of the medium.
Twitch, you think, in particular?
Yeah, just like live streaming in particular, for sure.
I mean, I spent a lot of time looking at the far right, men in the far right online, because that's how the lab work I'm doing with students now, where that came out of, right? And they feel completely artificial to me. Like, there's, the Andrew Tates and even Jordan Peterson.
But Andrew Tate doesn't do like 8 hours of live streaming. He's very limited in his, like, the way that he presents itself to the outside world is like very manicured. There is no, like, he will do a guest slot every now and then on someone else's live stream, or I think he has his own live streams as well, but those are like an hour long. They're responding to questions that they're fielding from their audience, and I think you have the capacity to present yourself a certain way, and leave a lot of the other aspects of your life a secret if you choose to do so. I've thought about this a lot, like, because I used to always wonder, like, why is it that like certain YouTubers, even, for example, get like a lot of praise, whereas even if they haven't really done much in any direction in terms of political activism, but like people are hypercritical of everything I do. And it was definitely, it sounds really like envious, but in some ways it was. And I think it's because, like, if you are not exposing yourself in all of your, even your worst moments, emotional moments, angry moments, depressed moments, every single day for 8 to 10 hours, like, you can create the best version of yourself for your audience, even in avenues or even in mediums like YouTube that are significantly more personable than celebrities. I think celebrities, like real celebrities, not influencers, I think they are, that's like the final stage of that, right? Like, people, they drip feed, especially with like K-pop idols, like they drip feed personal, like they drip feed their personalities, but I think every single thing is like calculated specifically to invoke this like parasocial dynamic, and they are able to present themselves as deities almost, because every step that they take is completely manicured. And if something is out of step or out of line with like the persona or the character that they've cultivated, they have, millions of dollars of PR working against that, whether it be to like silence, negative articles, or whether it be to flood the market with positive PR immediately after something comes out about them. Whereas I don't think Twitch streamers have that, or YouTubers have that. But Twitch streamers definitely are in the lowest rung of entertainment in that capacity, where you can't not be yourself.
I mean, one of the things I'll probably want to talk to you about on the stage is a little bit is something I heard you say about how you consider yourself to be in a kind of reverse parasocial relationship, and I found that super intriguing. So I'll probably ask you about that.
Yeah, I can talk about that.
Get out there a little bit, because I thought that actually explained in some ways things that feel a little bit different about you, maybe because of your ubiquity, because you're so much online, than some of the other streaming personalities that I've spent some time looking at. So.
Yeah.
So Do you want to be alone for a little few minutes before? Or you
So I gotta pee real quick.
I need to find somebody who can tell me where you could do that.
Oh.
Because there's not a bathroom back here. Let me
You know I'm taking this off, dude. Come on, we've made this.
Take them then?
Yeah, you can take them.
Like take them to the.
Yeah, you can take them and get ready. And then they can also prep at the top of the hour for a 3-minute ad break to come. Especially because.
It's just right out here.
Okay, perfect. If you no longer want to see those ads, Chad, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $4 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Here you go.
I got the Chapel Roan song
Okay.
for the walkout.
Okay, good, yeah. Let's do
Okay,
that.
Chad, here's what's happening. I am setting you up on a tripod so you can look at the stage. We have not tested the tech or the audio. They are going to supposedly pump the audio into the camera for the microphones. I'm going to walk out. That's cool. I need to get to...
Oh, get to the other side?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is there... Can I go around or...
yeah, we'll just give it. I gotta go. Can I have you go around?
Sure,
we'll
yeah.
take you.
I'm just trying to get to where the tripod setup is.
Okay, yeah. Let me take you this way.
Okay.
He's just getting to where the tripod.
Anyway, what was I saying, Chat? Okay, so there's a chance that when we swap the audio over to their like front of the house audio, it ruins everything and it destroys your ears. So this is me warning you, okay? This is me giving you a heads up, headphone users. You know, maybe everything will go well and we'll plug in and everything will be sick. But maybe everything will fucking break and it won't work. And there's a lot of people here. Oh, that's crazy. Anyway, so if that does happen and the audio is super scuffed, we'll switch back to these microphones, okay? Okay. So be patient with me, chat. It's time. Okay. Two seconds. Let me just prop this up real quick. Okay, we're gonna do the microphone changeover now. Yes. Hi. Sorry. Give me 1 sec. Yes, I do remember you. Yes. Okay. Plug her in. Where does it go? Right there. I can't see. Oh, right there? Yeah. And now I'm monitoring. I don't hear anything. You don't? You do? I mean, I don't hear anything bad. Oh, good. Which is good. Check what chat says. That. So, is there any way we can test it, like a microphone?
Is there a way you can send something down so we can make sure we've got it? Are you seeing Spotify down there? Are you hearing it?
I am not.
Are you sending Spotify down there?
Bring the level up on here?
No, I'm going to have him do it this time.
Okay, great. I should be hearing it, but
Is there any way we can get someone to talk into one of them?
yeah, I can hear crowd noise.
get someone to talk into the mic. You can yeah, so you can mute that and just have someone talk into it.
I'm not. No.
Keep going. We need to keep going. Keep talking. And now I need you to count. I need you to count the microphone, Are you hearing it? Are you hearing her talk in the microphone?
No. I might just be defaulting to the onboard microphone of the camera. Like maybe that's triggering the microphone. Let me see. It's getting stacked, I think.
Do you have it now? Skating
But it's fine because we can just pop the mics on them and do it that way. It'll reach and it'll be clean still, like it'll work. But luckily it didn't blow everyone's eardrums out, so that's good. That was the worst case. So let me hand this back to you.
Okay, chat, I'm back. Also, I just realized the microphone wasn't plugged in when I was speaking to you guys earlier, so there's probably a clip of me talking at you guys with no audio, and that's really fucking embarrassing. So that's my bad. Anyway, we're back. We also apparently are pushing this Hasan back 15 minutes, so I'm taking you back to the green room because I'm not going to have you here staring at a stage for 15 minutes. And also, this mic in the green room might be live, so hopefully they're not saying anything bad. Anyway, backstage we go, chat.
Oh, they can hear us on the chat. I think we can hear us.
Yeah, it's a little cooked, okay?
That's
we do
crazy
it live.
that it, like, works all the
it's
way
a
out
bit
here.
cooked. Be nice.
It's out there, but I told Marsh to bring it back in here because it's gonna take a while. It's gonna be longer than expected,
They're
right?
playing
The
Childish
wait.
Gambino down for me?
Yeah.
All right, Hasan, you're live. Also, I think it was reaching over there, so hopefully it
Which is crazy.
Likely 7:15. So
Okay. All right. Yeah.
We're back.
All right. We're back.
But they're
And
making sure nobody's, bringing in bazookas or anything. So.
that's like one aspect of living in California that actually puts my mind at ease, because there is like pretty good gun control out here, pretty solid gun control. Yeah.
I'm from Louisiana, so
Oh, wow.
dudes just walk around with their machine guns.
That's not great.
Yeah. Well, I have not lived there in a long time.
Yeah. Plus, we got Bill. I don't know where he is, but he's in the crowd somewhere.
Who's
My,
Bill?
I don't know. USC gave me security.
Oh, you're.
My USC security bill.
Yeah, there are 3 of them out there now. We only had 1 planned, but after the emails, we ramped up to 3.
Yeah.
And I guess this could go on the chat. None of them like me, but I don't think they'll let anybody hurt you because of that.
I hope so. I hope not. Damn.
We did write a lot of letters this summer trying to, get rid of the head of security, but.
Oh, I wasn't worried until that. Oh yeah, no. Listen. Yo, tell them to speed up this line out here. Oh, One Hand Politics. Mason is in the building.
Well, it sounds like he's outside the building, but
Yeah,
Who's Mason?
Mason is a chatter that actively goes on Jubilee videos and dunks on conservatives.
A young woman who was on one of the Jubilees that you featured in your show, Naima, who was with, who was she with? She was with Charlie.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. And then you clipped it and reacted on your show. She's going to be there tonight.
Everybody cooked Charlie pretty hard.
I appreciated it. I thought they did a good job.
She was the one. She was the one doing like the what does the fetus mean? A little person, and then you did that weird smile.
Oh God! Oh my
Your
God!
smile was so creepy.
That was like, wait, someone called him Gumzilla or something. I forget what it was. It was incredible. Yeah. Damn, you can hear helicopters out there.
Sending him in. The security guy better be on point now.
I mean, we don't usually do bag checks. Yeah. The bag check is not something the Visions and Voices staff has a lot of practice at because most people we bring to campus don't produce 27,000 protest emails.
That's crazy. Am I that controversial? I didn't realize it was like
It
that.
had to be bots, right? Like the first day there were a few hundred, and then all of a sudden it just went.
Yeah, it's probably botted.
And they're all the same basic email, right?
Yeah. Why say that? No, I just, I think it was a Zionist, don't bring this anti-Semite to college campus campaign that they were doing.
They were mostly like all up in arms about somebody you had on your stream who.
Oh, the dude that they say is a Houthi terrorist.
Yes.
Yeah. He was a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager who only knew genocide as his life.
And they
that
were
guy.
Quick to point out you had been banned from Twitch twice.
Yeah.
For your famous, America statement, and then
My racial slurs.
You're right, but they
You guys.
They did not mention
Yeah.
what the slur was.
Yeah.
Like,
For saying cracker.
is not a slur.
For saying cracker. That's so funny that they're just like.
Crackers in my family.
Yeah.
It's not a slur.
Yeah. It's I mean, people will do whatever they can, you know. It is what it is.
It's just kind of absurd, right? So,
They never have this kind of energy for Ben Shapiro or like Milo Yiannopoulos, which is crazy.
We did protest pretty hard when Ben Shapiro was coming to campus.
That's true, I remember.
He didn't get canceled, but and you know, I believe, you know, free speech is not a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
But I would have preferred him not to be here, but I'm happy that you were here. So,
I don't consider myself on the same playing field at all. I don't think. Like, I don't constitute any real harm to any group, regardless of their worldview. I think in the same vein as like the likes of, I would say, Milo Yiannopoulos certainly do.
Well, you're not racist.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, apparently not according to the letter campaign.
Well.
Again, racism against whites.
The statement you make sometimes that you're kind to people but ruthless to institutions.
So yeah, that's not mine. That's actually Michael Jamal Brooks, who passed away. He was a brilliant writer and a political commentator. He was on the Majority Report alongside Sam Cedar back in the day, a good friend of mine. He always used to say that: be kind to people, be ruthless to systems. And that is something that I genuinely believe and try to apply every day in my life. So.
And the way it accumulates across your stream, you know, I mean, sometimes you're hard on people in the chat, but not undeservedly so.
Yeah.
Right? You know.
I have a policy of matching people's energy usually, but beyond that, it's like, no matter what happens, I try to examine exactly where that chatter is like coming from in terms of their, like, how do they arrive at this position? Or like, one thing that has been happening very consistently in the past couple of weeks since the Israeli pager bombing terror attack on the Lebanese civilian population broadly.
That was insane.
Yeah, it was crazy. And like, you have, the former CIA director Leon Panetta agreeing with someone like myself. That's like unheard of, right? And every single person that deals with international humanitarian rights and laws was like, this is a war crime, this is an act of terror. But people will very quickly, as a way to like cut across and just be like, like, I hope you also experience this similar violence, will say like, oh, your pager is beeping, right? It's a very sinister, but like a easy to drop kind of line that works to actively dehumanize you and to say that like you are an enemy combatant and wish death upon you without saying it outright. And I've been thinking about that quite a bit, and it's something that I've thought about a lot with when the first like Operation Prosperity Guardian campaign was launched against Yemeni positions, because they decided to put a blockade on the Red Sea until Israel's genocide stopped. And it was a multi-billion-dollar initiative. All these nations were involved in it. And I remember so many people championing that and being like, the Houthis are going to learn today why we don't have health care. And I remember thinking like, dude, you don't have health care. Like, why is that an own? Like, oh, wow, we're going to kill a bunch of like brown children overseas sick. Like, how is that in any way, shape, or form a decent trade-off for you? And I think it stems from a place of powerlessness. It stems from a place of not feeling like your life is going to get any better, and recognizing like the underlying material harm that you're subjected to, and it just like weighs on you, and you become more spiteful, more vindictive, and you try to like basically make up your mind or basically believe that like this has to be worth it for some reason, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what it is. It's like they have to believe, they have to be firmly committed to like American imperialism, and that like our enemies, like we're destroying people somewhere, like it's got to be worth it for something, right? So they just like hold on to that cruelty, and I think they spread that, but ultimately it's just like the hurt that they feel every day that is causing them to be this like spiteful, vindictive person. So sometimes I will cut across a chatter in that regard, trying to examine where they're coming from, trying to understand like the underlying animosity, like what causes this level of friction, what causes someone to behave like this.
And I think you behave differently with those folks in the chat than like when you're on the panel and like arguing with right-wing dudes, you know, on a TV show. They're like different energies.
Yeah.
You see, they're texting me again. They're letting me know I'm live on Twitch. I do know that.
Well, it's 7:15 now.
Okay.
Do they think we're gonna push to 7:30?
I know. Let me text David. We need to like get the show on the road.
Just posted our first story.
It's already past your bedtime, bro.
Yeah.
It's just the
What's that?
My grandparents are watching the stream.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
That's sick. Damn, that's crazy.
I didn't know they could figure it out.
That's not even the oldest viewers I have, probably.
I'm afraid to even ask, but how old are your grandparents?
75.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chat, remember, we have guests in the community. Behave, okay? Asking March to do emotes.
Okay, they said 7:20 start, so we're
7:20?
4 minutes out.
Okay.
By the way, would any of you guys, by any chance, have an extra FX3 battery lying around?
We do.
Just that I can borrow. Oh, this one's still good, but just in case this dies on me.
Wait, is it eating away?
I think this charger, these battery packs, they deplete for just one. Is it charged?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. I will get this back to you.
It doesn't work with the Rode, I think. Like it doesn't when the Rodecaster is also, I mean not the Rode, but the Rode mics are also connected to it. It draws too much power.
3 minutes.
I'm just gonna pop it in now, actually.
Okay.
So camera might go dark. Do you want to tell them?
Chat, camera might go dark for a second. March is actually swapping out the battery.
Fantastic.
Okay.
I actually made a minutes, and then
Who do I give that
we'll
battery
have
back
you
to?
come
To you?
in center stage. I'll go out to right to the podium. You can come out, and there's handheld mics on the chairs. You can pick up one of those.
Okay.
Or you can go to the podium, and there's a podium mic, but you have to stay pretty close to it if you're
Got
gonna
it.
use it.
Good luck, Tara.
Thank you. See y'all later.
Yeah.
Also, when you walk out, sit. If you're facing out to the crowd, sit in the right chair.
Yeah.
Because we're shooting from the left side.
Oh, okay.
So he needs to be in the right chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that fine?
Yeah,
Is that-
that's fine.
Okay.
The right chair facing out.
If you're facing.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'll just be listening, and when you feel like your monologue's done,
Yeah.
I'll come out and ask you some questions.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna go set up then. Yeah.
I'll just, when he goes up, I'll join you.
Okay.
We can come back right after.
The 66 response is already questioned.
I'm gonna hold on to this, or how should we do this? So you gotta hand it to them. When
I mean, you can bring it up to me if you want on stage.
I can run up. Yeah, I guess so.
I can just grab
Is
it.
the hand mic gonna pick feedback up from this one?
No, it'll be fine. I'll be monitoring chat too.
Zoom in for us, Marge. It's gonna be hard to zoom in all the way. It's gonna be probably.
Should be a little wide.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get as close as I can.
Do you want water or anything?
I'm okay for now. I think we'll be all right.
Yeah.
Are there bottles sitting around somewhere?
There should be.
In the fridge?
Okay. I'm taking that, Hasan. Say goodbye.
All right. Bye, chat. See you on the other side.
They'll probably still be here, though.
Yeah. We'll film the meet and greet too.
So will we. So many cameras.
It picks up your audio, by the way, just so you know. So if you're gonna say some mean words,
I don't understand. I'm the silent behind the scenes.
It's crazy. It literally picks up the audio
You're gonna
from.
sneak on stage at the end, like the second half, right?
Tara will
To look
the
at the
last
Google Doc?
15 minutes
Okay.
to read out some of the questions. We already got 66 responses.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
That is pretty wild.
Oh wow! I just saw the crowd. That looks massive.
Oh man, that's actually a great question. Are we just going off the cue music? Like, who's telling us when to go out? You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna figure out. I'll grab you.
All right.
Okay.
Oh my god! I can hear it. Chat. I don't know if you can hear me. Not gonna lie. Shit's scary.
You'll come out right there.
Is there trash down here? Oh. Should I walk over there?
One sec. Alright, good. You can get some stretching in. Get loose. Feeling good, feeling loose, feeling ready. How do we get to the audience? We have to walk around. Yeah, we're not gonna have to walk outside. Okay. Then all the others come.
Finally, I would send out a big shout of love for our team. All the students who worked with us over the last 15 months, especially Sylvie, Donna,
I don't know if my old knees can handle that jump at this point. That's a big leap. Man, get real low.
and last but not least, are very proud to be hello for me on the link today and this goes back. We started playing tonight over here. And to be honest, as I talked about the event to some of my colleagues, many of them didn't know what a cereal was. They certainly didn't know that Twitch
I feel like people butcher his name to me at least. People call you Hasan to me a lot.
Oh. Okay, maybe it's good that I didn't play the Kosovo song then. Oh, I was in Croatia recently. Excellent. One of my very close friends is Serbian in Australia. Yeah.
Could we have you stand by for
He has been a clarion voice for the liberation of Palestine.
You're gonna do great.
Thank you.
Big fan.
Nice to meet you. Oh, no.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You're good.
No?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hello. This is insane. What's up, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you guys are in the world. I'm doing another intro at this point. I'm Hasan Piker, also known as HasanAbi. I feel like a lot of you guys know who I am, so that's good. All right. This is nuts. I did not expect this many people to show up to an event. When I was approached originally, I thought it was gonna be like, I'm just gonna sit down, there's gonna be like maybe like a little college lecture or something like that, maybe 6 to 10 people. I didn't realize there was hundreds of you. That's a little terrifying, especially considering that the last time I had done a college campus endeavor like this, like a speaking gig, it was at the Young Turks in 2016. The Young Turks, for the younger people in the audience, is kind of like what I do, but for now older people that are still online. And at the time, I had no media training. I could not even talk coherently for an extended period of time. I was just a mess, right? And so they, of course, sent me out to warm up the crowd at University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. And, okay, people clapping for Michigan, all right. And basically I came out to an audience kind of like this, in this massive auditorium, and I just stood there and I was like, nothing. I just blanked out, because I was going to freestyle and basically warm up the crowd for my uncle's media organization. I am a Nepo baby, but this is USC. This is, I feel like I'm in good territory with Nepo babies. This is, anyway. Sorry. Listen, you gotta take what you can get in today's job market, all right? I'm not gonna fault you for it. So I came outside in front of this audience and I just blanked out, and it's crazy because today I realized that I was supposed to do a 10-minute monologue, and I was like, shit, I have no idea. I did not prepare for this at all. But luckily, that was 2016. I had just started my media career. And, many, many years later, I can't seem to shut the hell up. So I'm just going to yap a little bit until we get to the Q&A, and then we have some questions from you guys. But I'm very excited, so thank you, USC, for having me here. Yeah, apparently I'm a somewhat controversial figure. I did not know about this until this very moment when I came out, and I found out that there was a massive letter writing campaign with 27,000 letters demanding that USC not let a controversial figure such as myself come and speak. And it's really funny because, like, in the letter they were like, he was banned for racial slurs. But they didn't put what racial slur I was banned for, which is pretty funny when you think about it, because you're like, this guy Hasan, he was banned for racial slurs. Like, what is it? Oh, it's because I said cracker. That's right. So I apologize to all my fellow crackers out there. I know, this is hostile territory. Very, very problematic guy. But yeah, I'm here to talk to you guys, hopefully, about masculinity, positive influences of masculinity online. There's a lot of people, obviously, out there, especially guiding a lot of young men, I would say, online, leading them astray. And I try to actively de-radicalize people away from the alt-right. I'm sure there's some members in the community right now and some members in the audience even that may or may not have found themselves when they were younger, more vulnerable, in a place in their lives where they felt like, you know, maybe they just started watching some YouTube videos, and then you watch a Markiplier video, then a Joe Rogan video comes up, and then all of a sudden you're like listening to Jordan Peterson talk about how, you know, the dragons are coming and trans people are the reason why, you know, I don't know, climate change is happening, but it's also fake. I don't know what he talks about. He's insane. But basically, I try to lead people away from that and find a more positive version of themselves. And I think that it's very important. We're all on our own journey of self-improvement. And I certainly am as well. I am not a perfect individual. I have many issues, as I'm sure you guys are aware of. You know, I like room temperature Gatorade. I sometimes fart on planes. I apologize for that, guys. People think that that's one of my more controversial positions, apparently. They didn't mention that in the letter writing campaign, which is weird. But yeah, I wanted to come here and speak to you guys, and hopefully we can have a productive conversation. And I am genuinely in awe that so many people showed up. This is crazy. I never thought that this would happen. So thank you so much once again for being here. And I think we can get started. I don't know if that monologue was 10 minutes long. I can keep going if need be, I guess. Or maybe we'll start. I don't know. I hear some footsteps back there. I also popped open the curtain. Well, they popped open the curtain, and I just almost walked out. It's an amateur hour here, you know. Hopefully, I don't really do these. Oh, there you are. Hi. Okay.
From behind the curtains. I think this is pretty obvious now. If you want to send a question to Hasan,
Do you mind
scan the QR code.
popping this on for me?
Thank you, Marsh. Shouts out to Marsh.
Okay, it's a testament to how much I love my students that I'm willing to be on the Twitch live stream. That is like totally not my vibe, right? So we're going to talk just a little bit, Hasan and I, about what he does, about his very astute political commentary, a little bit about masculinity, but then we'll open things up to the questions y'all have submitted. Inez, my really rock star of a media producer, will come out and share some of y'all's questions. So you still have plenty of time to get those in there if you want to. So we talked a little bit backstage about your transition into Twitch from the Young Turks, but can you talk a little bit about why Twitch felt to you like the media platform that was right for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I was at the Young Turks, I had a little journey from doing back office work and being responsible for sales and all of our advertisement sales and operations. But I always had an aspiration for being in front of the camera, even though I sucked at it. Like, I was so freaking bad at being on camera. I couldn't speak at all. So I realized, like, what can I do? Well, I can write fairly decently. So I started my journey there by being like, I will do this work for free. I will script out my commentary that's not usual for the Young Turks. And I will do a teleprompter show that I call The Breakdown. And that's where I began my journey. But the IP was owned by the Young Turks, and they could do whatever they wanted with it. And I always felt like I wanted my own community. I wanted something that was my own while I was there. So I've always played video games. And, well, I played a lot of video games until I was 18 when I came to America, and then I lost my virginity, and then I stopped playing video games for a little bit. And then my virginity grew back. But basically, I already was playing a lot of, and this is really cringe and embarrassing to admit, I was playing a lot of Fortnite. And I was playing a lot of Fortnite with buddies of mine that were at the time Noah Colwyn, who was at the time he was the senior editor of the Jewish Currents, and my other friend Felix Biederman, he's a podcast host, one of the co-hosts and founders of Chapo Trap House. So we would be playing Fortnite, and I was like, why don't I just strap a camera to my PlayStation and just, film these conversations, like live stream these conversations that I'm having with these guys anyway. So basically that's how I started. And there were a couple different reasons for why I started on Twitch. Number one, I saw the gaming space and the culture surrounding gaming, and I thought that all of the political commentary that surrounds this space was heavily influenced by right-wing or far-right elements. And I know for a fact from myself and from all the other people that I knew in this environment that gamers were much more diverse than the neck-bearded weirdos that you still see prop up everywhere, right? And I knew that I knew that there was definitely an environment where I could directly tackle the subject matter in a relatively hostile environment, as a matter of fact. The other reason was because I wanted to present an alternative aesthetic almost to what it meant to be a progressive person. Because I think in this era, in the end of the Obama era especially, there was a lot of liberalism out there, and I think a lot of people were misguided into thinking that being progressive meant making sure that your media diet was a certain way. And it was a heavy emphasis on cultural consumption and not necessarily anything material. And basically, I guess the short and sweet of it is, I was like, you can be a leftist and be fun, and have fun. And I wanted to show that. And last but not least, I guess perhaps the most important thing was that I was really bad off script. So I was like, I need to learn how to speak clearly for extended periods of time without interruption. And I thought this will be good training. I'll be able to, entertain people, and I'll force myself to entertain people over extended periods of time, and I'll get better at basically speaking to a large audience such as this one. And now I can't seem to shut up, so I guess it worked.
Well, one of the things I learned as we were getting ready for this event is that you have an incredibly generous and open IP policy where people could basically just take your shit and do what they want with it.
Wait,
right?
we can curse?
Yes.
Your professor curses? Okay, good. I'll still try to limit it. I know your family's here. So. But yes, you're right. So I grew up in Turkey. And okay, shout out to Turkey. Let's go. So the thing is, we didn't really have a lot of access to IP in Turkey. It was heavily limited, video games specifically. So I played virtually every single video game that ever came out at the time because I stole them. I pirated them. And it's a streamlined process in developing nations, or, in second world nations, whatever you want to call it, where you can go to a brick and mortar storefront where they literally sell you pirated copies of movies and games. This is fascinating, I think, for Americans in general, because that doesn't really happen here, because as Gabe Newell once said, piracy is a service problem, and he's absolutely right about that, where if it's readily accessible and available for everyone here, you probably aren't going to demand any kind of black market introduction. But I think that was early on why I always saw the importance of being able to steal shit and didn't care much for IP, because I would not have ever been able to experience any of this stuff if it wasn't for that. And that is something that I've maintained throughout my entire career as well. So yeah, I allow people to upload my streams if they want to do so, as long as they're not like nefariously using it for some, you know, ill-gotten, for some awful purpose, right? Like, I have no problems with it. And, you know, it's built this robust network of content creators themselves that we like to call the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex. And there are hundreds of channels at this point. There are a couple that are very successful, sometimes even more successful than my channel, where I'm like, bro, chill, okay? You're getting a little ahead of yourself, okay? But you know, there was when I was at the UCLA pro-Palestinian encampment. This is the saying that at USC is. But yeah, when I was there, a student approached me. I mean, many students approached me about like what you know, how they started off and how they founded themselves at this encampment. But like, one student in particular came up to me and was like, I was able to pay my college tuition because of you, because you have given me the opportunity to just like restream your content and package it and upload it to YouTube and restream it on Twitch even. And that way I was able to pay off a percentage of my tuition. And that's precisely why I do that, because I think there is entirely too much content, over 8 to 10 hours, that I can't like repackage and upload anyway. Yeah. And you know, it's great if people can make money on that on their own end by editing it and putting it up, then great, I'm happy for it.
And it's a really nice counterbalance to the fact that Bezos owns Twitch, right? You know, so it circulates content in a way free from that ecosystem that I appreciate. What do you think's changed about Twitch over the years that you've been there? I mean, I think it would be very hard just to break into it easily now, right? The space is dominated by folks like you, but like, how has the platform changed as a place where you hang out every day? Do you find real differences?
I think there was I would say, I mean, this is like super specific as Twitch streaming, like as far as like community. Back in the day when we were all, I guess, quote unquote, blowing up, the platform seemed more familiar. Like, it was definitely not as professional, and people were not considered like media entities in their own right. So there was a lot more cross-pollination, there was a lot more collaboration, and I think the production was like significantly more limited back then too. I would just like basically live stream myself with my phone, right? I'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna go to the grocery store and I'm gonna live stream that process. And I think people still do that to a certain degree now, but like back then it felt way more tight-knit almost. Whereas now I do feel like every man is an island, and that like every person is almost like a media entity. There's still a lot of collaboration, there's still a lot of friendships, but overall I think that aspect of it has become way more professional for sure. In terms of breaking into Twitch, I mean, I think even back then it was very difficult because the platform is not conducive to blowing up and going viral. It's very top heavy. And I don't even know how to like solve that in general. I think Twitch tries pretty hard to fix that problem. But overall, you definitely do have to have, you have to network a lot, and you definitely need to, nowadays especially, utilize TikTok like outside of Twitch and like try to create a funneling mechanism to funnel your audience back into Twitch if you want to create an audience on Twitch. And there are some young content creators out there who have done a fantastic job with this. Queso is one of them, Jinxie is another one. Pirate Software, specifically on YouTube, was able to crack that code, and now they're some of the biggest content creators on the platform, and they did that over a very short period of time by working very hard and ensuring that they were consistently using their platform outside of Twitch to funnel an audience into Twitch.
I mean, when we were backstage, we were talking about your perception that what you're doing when you stream is just you, right? That you're not consciously creating a manicured persona that you present on stream. As much as you stream, that would be hard to do, right? But do you feel like your kind of relationship to your chat is similar to other Twitch streamers, or are you operating in a different kind of space in some way?
I think I probably yell at my chat way more than than other streamers do. I think I definitely interact with my chat way more frequently as a byproduct of the type of content that I make. I see this as like an interactive experience. I think the medium lends itself perfectly to that, obviously, but I do news and commentary, whereas like most people are playing video games, or at least like they're doing IRL content, and it's not usually that like consistent back and forth with your chat, even though there is definitely a lot of back and forth communication because of the medium itself. I don't think most people do it to the same degree that I do it. But beyond that, I mean, it's also brain breaking for sure. I don't think that I would not suggest people do that, honestly. But I guess I'm just the right kind of insane to be able to do it. Beyond that, however, you asked earlier about like a persona. I think it's impossible for me to create a persona and then keep it up for 8 to 10 hours. I feel like if you were to do that, you would probably end up becoming that person at the end of the day. Because, I mean, it's impossible. There are going to be emotional moments, sad moments. I mean, I'm getting up to pee, I'm eating food on camera, I'm doing everything over the course of 8 hours. So I think, you know, that's a level of authenticity that maybe solidifies that bond between the community, the audience, and the content creator itself. Because, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'd be more parasocial by Jake Tapper if he was, you know, if I knew what he was eating for lunch every day. Probably not, but who knows?
Well, I mean, you in a recent online discussion talked about that as, for you, reverse parasocial relationship. Break that down for us, what you mean by that.
Yeah, you're airing out my dirty laundry. This is inappropriate. That was supposed to be private.
I mean, it was online.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I definitely know way too much about like random chatters for sure. Like know where they're from, know their background, know what they've said at like a certain date, and it just like stays in my brain. And I feel like I'm losing formative memories. Like when or where or how was my first kiss? I don't know, but I know that like, you know, there's a chatter called Apollo Noir that lives in fucking Ohio, and he's a gay black man. Why do I know that? I shouldn't know that, right? That's a real chatter, by the way. I didn't make that up. Like, he's probably watching right now. And I think that's what it is in terms of like reverse parasocial behavior. It especially was like I saw streaming as like an escape during COVID. My dog died in the beginning of COVID. I was alone in this like 1-bedroom apartment, couldn't interact with the outside world, terrified of like what was going on, you know, as many of us were, confused and scared. And I had also left my job at the Young Turks, so I was like, I have nothing else. Like, this is the only thing I have. I'm so fucked. So I started streaming for like 12 to 13 hours a day because I needed to keep myself occupied. I needed to keep my brain occupied. So I definitely leaned on my community as a place that I could hang out at every single day. And I still try to maintain it to the best of my ability to ensure that we are not hostile to people that are coming in who might not understand the culture or the memes or anything like that. And as long as they're on their own educational journey, as long as they're trying to better themselves, like, you have a safe space in my community.
I mean, I really love the way across, you know, I have to confess, I've never watched you for 12 hours, but I'm interested in the way that you bring entertainment and news together, right? You've got a very intentional style that is hardcore in terms of what you know about geopolitical history, how you understand, like, to break down, what's happening in the election cycle, but you're also gaming and you're also casual, right? How do you understand and find the right balance for yourself between news and cultural commentary and having fun?
Yeah, I mean, it's all fun for me because, like I said, I'm brain broken. So, like, I love politics. I love discussing politics. I love reading about it. I love learning about it. And that definitely is not normal. I know that. I'm sorry. Okay. But beyond that, I see everything I do as another mechanism to like put myself out there in front of an audience that is larger than mine or different than mine. And everything I do, I try to do because I need charitability when I'm describing certain topics, especially topics from a perspective that most people are not initiated with, whether I'm talking about socialism or whether I'm talking about like the other side of American empire, the people that are in the crosshairs of American bombs and American militarism. They often do not get a perspective. They often do not get a voice in American media, and that is by design.
Yeah.
Because if you were to start recognizing that, like, these children that are being bombed are real human beings and not simply collateral damage that is a necessary but unfortunate byproduct of like securing a military goal, all of a sudden, I think more Americans will probably be on board with stopping all of that. So I try to give voice to the voiceless in that regard and speak for marginalized communities domestically and also foreign. And in order to be able to successfully do that, you're going to need to unwind a lot of the things that people take for granted in terms of social conditioning, and it requires a tremendous level of charitability and genuine interest, like intellectual interest in seeing things in a different way than you had not previously sought out, that you had not previously thought about. And for that purpose, I know that I have to do fun shit all the time, because if I don't do that, then people only know me as like whatever they've seen that's like clipped out of context usually, and that like if someone comes in to my chat, to my community with an inherently hostile attitude, that is not going to be productive for them. They're not going to respond to the things I'm saying in a way where they're like, I never thought about it like that. Like that's what I really value. So that's the reason why I do, I game, because I genuinely like playing video games, and I do collaborations because I genuinely like people and hanging out with them. So I try to present myself in this dynamic way so that I'm not relegated to this neat little confine of what, the least charitable person has like ordained me to be.
I loved the interview you did in Wired Middle East, both for the fashion, because those photographs are pretty awesome, but also for the content, right? So you talked a little bit in that interview about how you view your relationship to the mainstream kind of corporate media, right? And I think your position is really complex and nuanced, and not necessarily the position a lot of streamers might have where they just want to reject entirely mainstream journalism. So can you talk a little bit about how you thread that needle?
Yeah, I would not be able to do what I do if it wasn't for like real journalism, because I'm not, I don't have the network of, thousands of people that are going out and actively covering what is going on in conflict zones and things of that nature. So like I need real journalism to exist so I can provide commentary over it. So I'm not ever going to immediately reject mainstream media sources ever. As a matter of fact, I rely on it heavily. And the way I see what I do is basically like holding your hand through the journey of understanding what a news article is saying, or even choosing to omit, because I think a lot of stuff not discussed gets lost in in the bylines, basically, where something that everyone here probably is aware of is passive voice when talking about whether Israel's atrocities or police presence on any given Sunday, basically a police shooting. Like, they'll always use a specific term. Like, they'll always use terminology that makes it seem as though a cop didn't shoot someone, but instead, like, someone, bullets just materialized out of nowhere, right? Out of thin air. And same with bombs, right? It's like hospital got in the way of bombs. Who knows who blew it up? And I try to explain to people where certain biases may come from in terms of mainstream press, in terms of mainstream media, state media. One example I use is like Al Jazeera is a fantastic resource for international news, specifically in the Middle East. But if you ask them about like domestic Qatar policies, like that's not going to be where you get your best news and information from, because they're the state broadcaster. Same with the right-wing bias that the BBC might have on certain issues. Same with the New York Times. And so I still heavily rely on trusted, verified resources. And I guess like a lot of my criticism for people in the way that they look at the media is that they do not have enough media literacy. But beyond that, I wish that there was better reporting out there, usually, in terms of like what kind of questions journalists ask to people in positions of power. Like, adversarial reporting is no longer a thing. It's like a dying art. I mean, Seymour Hersh is no longer getting any bylines in the New York Times. This is just not going to happen anytime ever again, especially with like NatSec reporting. And that's pretty devastating. I think that journalism is incredibly important, and incredibly important for the pursuit of the truth, incredibly important for us to get a better understanding of what's going on all around the world. And so, that's where my media criticism is for the most part.
And there's a really kind of interesting interplay, I think, between what mainstream media has failed to provide for us in the last year and how social media has stepped into that gap, right?
Yeah. So, I think you're talking about Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And someone like Hasan, kind of alive and streaming and showing us what's actually happening in Gaza in a way that was not available to us in our mainstream media. But you have been talking about the situation in Palestine for a decade, right? So can you talk a little bit about how you navigate that and why it's important that voices like yours or Hasan's are available to people so they can understand our world better?
Yeah, there's definitely a major democratization of the way information is disseminated online, for sure. There's the good, like what you mentioned, in terms of Hasan and many other Palestinian content creators and journalists out there that can directly address their own humanity and communicate their own humanity and what they're going through. And I think that's really threatening for mainstream media, for anyone that wants to maintain a steady flow of information in whichever direction they want to maintain it. And beyond that, I think like in terms of the commentary space, that's also been great, but then there's also the bad, right? There's also a lot of misinformers who are either grifting or deliberately omitting certain details or have their own biases that they don't reveal. Like, one thing I always mention is that, yeah, I'm biased. Everyone is. But at least I'm honest about what my biases are. Like, I will tell you exactly what I think, and I'm stubborn to a fault, and I will always communicate that to you ahead of time. So I think that is more honest, I guess, than someone saying I'm actually doing objective journalism and presenting false narratives while maintaining this like objectivity, this credibility, I guess, that comes from being objective. So yeah, overall, that has genuinely changed the way that so many people view
the plight of the Palestinians that have been ongoing for 76 years now. And it is definitely so threatening that, I mean, Congress was working to destroy TikTok as a direct consequence of that. And I mean, I don't know where we go with that, because like Kamala Harris is doing brat memes and stuff on there now, so I guess they're not going to ban TikTok any longer. I don't know what's going on with that. They're still using it. I guess the one positive would be Hasan would be out of a job if they ban TikTok. I don't know. I guess you guys don't know who that is. Never mind. He's one of those like TikTok Zoomer mouthpieces for the DNC. I love him, but that's besides the point. But yeah, I mean,
I don't think we would have seen the broad international support for a free Palestine that we've seen since last October if social media hadn't connected with so many people
for sure.
to help us understand what was happening in the world. It's been amazing. Like, I spent a good amount of time at USC's encampment last April and May. And the level of organic peer-to-peer education that was going on in that space was profound, right? There were students talking to each other about the world around them, articulating a brilliant kind of understanding of mutual care, understanding that our systems are deeply broken and that we need to take care of each other, right? It was a really amazing space that I felt privileged to participate in. It, was outraging that our senior administration never walked, across the sidewalk to meet the students who were sitting there and have suspended students they perceived to be leaders in that movement, right? So yeah. I am very grateful for streamers who help open the world up to other ways of knowing. So I'm grateful for you. I'd also like to tip back to the DNC since you brought it up and talk a little bit about your experience there. What was it like to stream from the DNC, to get kicked out?
Yeah, so I was actually quite surprised that they even gave me an opportunity to go to the DNC to begin with. I was one of the creators for Kamala. Yeah. Which is interesting because I was like very critical of the Biden administration, and one thing that they communicated to me ahead of time before Biden actually dropped out, because at the time I was like, Biden needs to drop out, Biden needs to drop out over and over again. I was like, he's a carcass and everyone can see it. The fuck is wrong with you guys? At the time I remember having a conversation with them where they were like, you cannot say Biden is not the president. Like that was like the major thing that they stressed to me, and then I was like, we'll see. And I didn't have to be committed to that any longer at the DNC because you know what happened. And I think that there was definitely a lot of optimism in the air in the early swap out, especially after Tim Walz was chosen as the VP pick as well, which was almost like a nod that they were going to be forced almost to defend progressive policies that are not radical at all. We're talking about like paid family leave and like feeding children at school. Like this is, super basic stuff. It's not like, we're not doing like communist healthcare or whatever, right? And I thought that was truly different from the way that the Democratic Party had operated in at least like the past 10 years that I've done professional commentary, where they responded to public pressure. They responded to public pressure in a very meaningful way and did something that was like truly unique, where they, with a couple months left in the election, dropped the candidate and swapped it with the vice president. And I was still a little worried because I had my fair share of criticism of Kamala Harris in the 2019 primary cycle. And I knew that she was a generic Democrat, but it made me at least still feel a little bit more hopeful about the future prospect of the party. And then we went to the DNC.
Yes, you did.
And let me tell you, the vibes were atrocious. And what I mean by that is like they were so happy. Like it literally felt like I was in an entirely different universe. Like they were acting like, Kamala's winning by Reagan numbers, like they were behaving like it was a landslide, like Pennsylvania's locked down, plus 30. And it was crazy to me because I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, this is a close race still, right? Kamala Harris is like an unknown entity, like in the way she presents herself and the way that the party packages Kamala Harris and the way that they message to a broad audience, a much broader audience for the first time ever is going to be very important. And everything I heard from the DNC day after day, I was like, oh no. Like they had Bill Clinton on. Like who is that for?
Yeah.
Like who? Like Alan Dershowitz? He's not even a part of the party anymore. Apparently he dropped the Democratic Party. Like who is that for?
Well, they had that Border Patrol guy.
Yeah, they had exactly. They had a Border Patrol guy. They had a bunch of former or current Republicans that are never Trump Republicans. Like these incredibly niche, incredibly specific, micro-targeted like messaging campaigns for a sum total of like maybe 2,000 voters across like 3 states. And it was so frustrating to see. And I was like, oh no, they're doing it. Like they are going to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory again. And then the last day, basically, thank you. You like that. I was like, hell yeah. I could tell he's weathered. He's been around the block. He's seen this too many times. Me too, brother. I'm 33 at this point. So I was getting increasingly more frustrated with the way that they were communicating, and then obviously what ended up happening was the day before the last day, they had the Israeli-American family of a hostage that was in Gaza speak, and I have no problem with that. These are American citizens, and they actually were probably the only people that were allowed to be critical of Benjamin Netanyahu and in the Israeli governance, which they were to a certain degree. But I thought, okay, well, now is the time to have a Palestinian American delegate that is working within the Democratic Party. Yes. And state legislator from Georgia, Ruva, was like a perfect person for that, and the Uncommitted Movement presented her from the beginning. She had a vetted speech, she was ready to go, and they refused. They made space for cops, Border Patrol guards, and Republicans, but it seemed like they didn't have a space for Palestinian Americans, and I thought that this was actively communicating to the American public, like, we are not interested in your plight, we are not interested in your family members, and that we are not going to change trajectory on Gaza. And, you know, I was very critical of that, and that led to me maybe being a little too critical when I was getting interviewed by New York Times in front of 60,000 people watching. They kind of pulled the plug of my operation and were like, you have to go.
I was very glad you met with the uncommitted delegates and that at least your stream provided a voice for Palestinian Americans to speak, right? That was fantastic. What would you say? I mean, there are a lot of students here in the audience who, many of them may be voting for a first time in a presidential election, a second time. What do you say to young people about how they should engage politics, especially if they have a level of fatigue with the centrist Democratic Party you described, right? Like how can we meaningfully participate in a political environment when we feel like a party like the Democrats are tacking, you know, almost to like where Reagan was in the 80s. Like, what should young people
worse
do?
than Reagan on immigration. I mean, at least he gave amnesty, you know?
Absolutely.
So, which is crazy to say. I mean, I'm not saying that, I mean, fuck Reagan.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is quite informative to watch the Reagan-George H.W. Bush debate on specifically immigration, though, from that election cycle. Sometimes I go back and watch those things because I'm a freaking nerd. And honestly, it's like shocking the way that they're talking about immigrants, where they're like, well, these are human beings, which is crazy. Like, that is where we've gotten in terms of like how far right we have ratcheted on so many issues. And I think that the Democratic Party is definitely responsible for that, because like they are supposed to be the expected counterbalance to growing fascism in this country. And they're definitely not up to the task, or at least like, I think given their position as being servile to the same exact corporate benefactors, they just don't even play the role of a counterweight against that sort of thing. But what I would tell people is exactly what I tell people all the time in my community, in my chat, which is you just got to keep pushing, you got to keep protesting, you got to keep joining your local organizations and engage with your community and definitely vote for sure. I'm one common misconception is that people think I don't tell people to go out and vote. No, I do. I mean, I even played Among Us with AOC to do a Get Out the Vote initiative. But overall, I think it's Noam Chomsky says it's the least significant, most consequential thing you can do. And he's right. Vote for whoever you want to vote for, as long as it's not Donald Trump. But overall, I think what is far more consequential, especially in terms of like making impact in your immediate life, like having a long-lasting, tangible impact, is voting down ballot, voting for initiatives. Like, these are very important things. And you shouldn't just only vote, but you should also continue creating networks of resilience and trying to do your very best to change things in your immediate vicinity, change things in your life, organize your workplace. These are very consequential ways in which you can present a better alternative and change the world around you. And I think that's very important.
I mean, there's amazing resurgence of labor in the country now, something we haven't seen in a long time, like union drives, right?
Yeah.
Our own grad students unionized, many industries, right? And locally, LA actually has a very powerful city council. Like in some cities like New York or Chicago, the city council doesn't matter quite so much. But in LA for a long time, the city council's just been selling LA out to developers, right? Like really not doing anything on behalf of everyday citizens. But we've got some pretty kick-ass city council people in now, 3, right? And we have an opportunity to bring some more. And they could do things like drive rent prices down, give renters protections, do things that will actually make LA a more livable city. And those are those down ballot votes that are really important to pay attention to, even if it's not a thing we talk about very much in like everyday life.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
I definitely agree with that, for sure.
Okay. We were going to have a merch table tonight, but we don't. So there you have it, right? Some of you may know that, you can get some t-shirts that, Hasan rolls out. And they're pretty awesome. I'll let you figure this one out. The John Brown Hunting Club, right?
You don't have to. I don't know why that's in there. You do not have to promote that.
But no, I just think it's hilarious, right? And also, this one's a little deeper, right? Bloodshed is a commodity, right? But we took the capitalism is voluntary kind of theme for tonight out of Hasan's content, right? And so I just want you to talk to us a little bit about how you think about capitalism. James Baldwin, who was super prescient, like James Baldwin saw what was coming a long time ago, right? And in 1980, he wrote that by 2000, he may be right on this date, he might have been a little bit early, that the power...
He said 9/11 was going to happen?
He said the power of the Western world would be over. He says that nothing could prop...
He did.
Yeah. He said that nothing could prop up a system that was built on slavery. and it had ended, and the Western imperialist way would have to end as well. But he also said what followed that, you know, in the early 21st century would be chaos, right? It would be hard. It would be divisive, right? Any of that sound familiar? We're in a little bit of it, right? So, you know, how do we imagine, he also said that had to happen for what could come next, right? What can we imagine collectively coming next? And how do we fight toward that or love our way to it?
Oh man, so
an easy question to end your day.
Yeah, well, we are in the throes of barbarism, as James Baldwin correctly predicted, and for that reason, it's like quite difficult to imagine a better future. But one thing that people always ask me about all of the horrifying nature of American imperialism and all the things that I talk about, especially centering the victims in this conversation, is how I present a positive outlook. And one thing that I always point to, especially in terms of the way that Palestinian emancipation is perceived in the Western world, is that for the past 10 years, and every person that is an activist or an organizer or a Palestinian will tell you this, is that things changed so dramatically post October 7 in terms of like broad reception and the recognition of the humanity of Palestinians. So I look to things like that even when it seems really devastating, when horrifying atrocities are happening almost daily. I still look to the fact that more and more people are waking up to this reality, and that gives me a lot more confidence that things can change inevitably, even if it seems like it's not going to happen immediately. And look, if you're a progressive, if you're a leftist, and you've been one for an extended period of time, you know that like you're just going to take a lot of L's. That's just it, okay? You're going to take a lot of L's. People are going to yell at you all the time. People are going to set like insane expectations of you that they do not fall into themselves, expectations that you have not set for yourself at all, and there's going to be infighting. But ultimately, I always tell people to keep their head down and put their best foot forward and try to design a society that they want to live in and push for that every single day. And that's precisely what I try to do. I mean, I always butcher this quote, but it's a healthy society only fosters when old men plant seeds for trees that they will never sit in the shade of. And I think that is my modus operandi. That's what I believe. That's what I try to do, and I think you can as well. But in terms of how we will move towards a more productive society, I think we're just going to have to keep creating networks of resistance to the best of our ability, create more labor power in this country. Shouts out to Sean Fain at the UAW. He's been talking about potentially doing a general strike in 2028, and I think that's incredible. And it's not like a Reddit general strike or whatever you saw on Twitter. It's like that's how you're supposed to do it. It takes years and years of preparation for such a thing. And I think that we are still in the, I would say, informational stage where like we still have to work to develop class consciousness in this country after years and years of Red Scare propaganda and American jingoistic sentiments, American militarism, Western chauvinism, and American individualism, just to actively go against that and to organize as best as possible. And then I think use these organizations inevitably to push the country in a direction that is better for every worker unconditionally across the board all around the world.
Okay, I'm gonna have Inez come out. She's gonna share some of y'all's questions, but I just want to say to some of y'all in the room, because I see some folks I know were at the encampment, and I want to say to you, you were already building that world. It was a profoundly powerful commitment to making change. I have been teaching for over 30 years, and I have never been as moved by my students as I am with the students I have right now. I absolutely believe y'all will bring us to a better world. So let's have Inez come out and share your questions.
Thank you.
Tonight we had over 200 questions.
Damn.
We're gonna ask them all. Just
We're gonna be here all night. I gotta pee like 8 times in that process.
I'm gonna start maybe with a serious question. Hasan, are you hiring? And how do the students work with you?
I'm so bad at that. I don't even have an assistant, which is crazy. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not really hiring. I try to keep everything as individually focused as possible because I don't want to expand beyond a certain point where I'm a corporation. I don't want that to ever happen because I want to maintain my editorial control. I don't want to place anyone in the crosshairs like that. And beyond that, I don't have aspirations of becoming a network. I mean, I'm fine if I have the audience of a network, right? But as long as it's, still me as an individual and not necessarily a bunch of different, real-time 24/7 coverage from different
I learned
places.
tonight that he actually manages all the kind of chat interaction entirely by himself for 10 hours a day. That blew my mind.
Just to piggyback off that, Hasan, do you believe political streamers have a responsibility to the public the way traditional media does?
Absolutely, yeah. But I mean, that's almost like a loaded question because I feel like the responsibility is often abdicated by mainstream professionals on a regular basis. They do a lot of access journalism. There are a lot of biases that heavily lean on the corporate side in terms of what they communicate, how they communicate, especially when it comes to foreign policy. It's uniparty, and you guys all know that. Obviously, there's this bipartisan consensus. So I hope that everyone that is engaged in political commentary has some level of responsibility to the truth, to at the very least communicate what their personal background is or what their personal biases may be. And I think that would foster, I guess, a better discussion around these subjects.
A fair few students wanted to know how you balance streaming and do you suffer from burnout, as well as how comments in your stream may affect your mental health.
Yeah, I definitely suffer from burnout. I think, I really love what I do. I'm an incredibly fortunate, incredibly privileged person, and I think luck played a massive role in my success. Something I bring up quite regularly, but having said all of that, yes, I do definitely burn out after trying to be entertaining and informative for 8 to 10 hours every single day. Yes, there's definitely a point where I'm just oh my God, my brain fries by the end of it. I did an NBC piece recently where they did a day in the life, and the journalists at the end of my stream, they literally tracked my day with a camera from I think 7 a.m. when I wake up all the way to 10 p.m. when I was done, and she was horrified. She literally was I don't know how you do this. She was looking at me like I was a serial killer. Yeah. She could not comprehend it, and she was tired just by watching, and I saw myself in the interview that I did after, right after I end the stream, and I just looked hollowed out. It's damn, I look like that at the end of the day.
Pretty tired.
But I think I wouldn't be able to do this if I didn't truly love it and didn't find like so much emotional fulfillment from this, and I hope that everyone can find that in whatever they pursue. But having said that, yes, I definitely do burn out, and when that happens, I find myself with a hair trigger almost, where like I'm much quicker at like firing back at chatters, and when I notice myself getting there, I try to take like at least one day off, you know, and just kind of tune out all the noise and then get back into it. So that's how I manage it.
I'm going to pivot to the topic of masculinity. It is what Tara and I work on for the Reclaim Project. Look us up, please. And a lot of students wanted to ask for your advice, and what advice you would give to people who have family members, siblings, friends, who they see starting to get more into right-wing, conservative, alpha bro content, and how to steer them away from it.
Oh, that's a tough one. So, I mean, I'd say show them some of my videos. I think maybe that could be helpful. But I think overall, you have to tackle the issue. It's different for every single person, but there's usually like a vector of vulnerability that causes a lot of people to seek out this sense of community in these far-right places. And it's oftentimes a direct consequence of something that they feel like they are not getting out of their lives. Like, it could be that they have issues with, you know, they might be body conscious, they might have image issues, right? Or they might feel like there is this crippling anxiety that comes from recognizing that you know, the society that was designed for their parents is not going to be the same for them. And I think that those underlying material inequalities are glaringly obvious, especially when you're young, when you feel like, well, I'm never going to retire. I'm never going to be able to own a home. And I think, obviously, you can't fix all of those things, but I think helping them through this journey of bettering themselves could allow them to develop more confidence within themselves. And I'm a very goal-oriented person. I try to always progress. I always set expectations for myself. I always set long-term goals for myself, mid-term goals for myself, and short-term goals that all correspond to one another. And not to get all Jordan Peterson with it, but I mean, it's pretty basic self-help stuff, honestly, but and it's different for every single person. But I think identifying what like a major problem is in their lives that is causing them to seek out this kind of content and commentary is really valuable, and then helping them go through this journey. If they're struggling with their weight, for example, it's just one example, right? You can help them in a non-toxic, in a more positive way, like help guide them in a positive direction where they maybe go work out a little bit more and slowly but surely become healthier and happier and more confident. And I think that is how I at least keep my brain as not fried as possible, even though I'm like tapping into the mainframe for 8 hours every day.
Yeah.
And I think that's very helpful for others as well.
Yeah, I appreciate your willingness to talk about your own vulnerability in relation to your body. I think that's an important conversation to see men having, right?
And I know you were joking about getting people to watch your streams, but was there a pivotal moment in your career when you felt like your platform could influence people?
I think I can't recall like one specific moment, but I definitely recognized it. I think after, especially after I got on Twitch, it might have been like the first TwitchCon I went to, but like the first time I like started interacting with fans in public, out in the wild, in like random interactions, where the feedback I got from them in terms of like having how much their minds had changed over the course of like years of watching me, that was when I was like, damn, like these people listen to what the fuck I have to say. Shit, I gotta act right. But I think I got that question right. Did I misunderstand it? I don't know. Okay.
A lot of people want to know who has been your biggest influence.
My biggest influence? Ooh, that's a tough one. I don't want to live out too much, but I think Jon Stewart was, he played a formative role, I think, when I was younger, growing up. Because he was one of the very few voices in mainstream media that was actively talking about all of the things that America was doing that was really fucked up. And he was doing it in a satirical way, but he was doing it in a very honest way, and I really value that. As far as other influences, I think, I love Norm Finkelstein. I love Noam Chomsky. These are people that I definitely have a lot of respect for, even if I sometimes disagree with them. They're stubborn old Jewish men, all of them. I just realized.
Okay, we know that Hasan was streaming all day, and he's been here for a while, right? So we're gonna wrap up, but we promise we will share with him all 200 questions so if he gets
I'm
bored,
gonna answer all of them.
he can read them late at night. But will you please join me in thanking Hasan for everything?
Thank you so much for coming, guys.
We'll go back.
Okay. Do we get up and leave now? Is that what's going on?
You'll have to have your own platform.
Bro, you have a family, dog. Look at you. You're like 48 years old. Go take care of your kids. Trying to debate me.
He's going into the middle. You didn't do the job. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Huh?
Oh yeah, of course.
The very end.
At least they waited. Yeah, you're mic'd up still.
Yeah.
At least they waited till the end. That was respectful.
Yeah, he was definitely not a student.
Congratulations, that was great.
Oh, thank
you.
Congratulations, Tara, that was great.
You were fantastic. That was really
All right,
everything we could
Marge
have
is
hoped
probably
for.
going to come in here, I think, if he's not in here already. I have to pee really quickly, but
Okay,
I'll be back.
you're allowed.
How did that go? Was that good?
You were fantastic.
Oh,
you were
okay,
so
great.
good.
I was a little worried because I was like, I'm not used to this, you know?
No, you were great. It was really, really fantastic. So genuine and smart. Just exactly what
I'll
we
wait
hoped
for
for.
Marge to get in here, I think, before I...
Aren't you exhausted?
No.
Okay, well that's impressive.
No, well, this is definitely very different from what I normally do. So it gives me like more.
You could come back anytime you want.
Yeah, no, this was great. Marge, I got to pee real quick, but here, I'm just going to leave it in here for
Can
now.
I come off?
Yes. You did great, by the way. Everybody loved you.
Oh, on the chat.
I was loving you, yeah.
Yeah, Auntie is now in.
I
I was telling Marsh when we were back there behind.
Is it close?
Yeah, it's like a 5-minute walk. Less, yeah. Not even.
Yeah.
2-minute walk. Yeah. 3.
Sarah, have you had a chance to look into your chat?
No, I have not.
The chat loves you.
Oh yeah, I was just telling you that. Also, I have a battery for you.
Like they were going crazy over you.
Well, I'm glad to know I'm fucking based.
Pardon me, yo.
I hope my nephew with Minnesota was watching.
All right, chat. Are we back? We effed, so I relocated. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm doing such bad camera work right now. Holy fuck! I'm just gonna. Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back. Hi. 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 Hi.
But I think the whole event was right. Yeah, that was awesome.
Hi. Okay, we are back. I'm caught up. Hi. Hi. And I hear Hasan getting out of the bathroom now. There he is. I moved out here because it was effing.
Oh, okay. My security was the one who was locked in the bathroom.
That's awesome.
It's hilarious. Damn, if someone came for me, we'd be dead.
Hold this for 2 seconds.
Yeah, you got it. What's up, Chad? Is it still effing?
No, looks like it's good now.
Okay, that's good.
Might be a little delayed though.
What the fuck? Breaking news. Iran's former president Mohammed Ahmadinejad.
It's around the corner.
It's right around the corner.
Okay.
You got it?
Got it.
All right, we're gonna head to the meet and greet chat. You got everything right? Do we have all the equipment?
Yep.
All right. All right.
Take a minute and like look at this switch when you're done, because like would this be something that's Marsh's maybe? It feels like a magnet.
Oh.
Yeah. See, that's what I was asking.
Yes. Okay, one little magnet guy.
Is this yours? Do you need this? This
No.
is not yours.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
All right. We're ready to go. I'm ready to.
I mean, we should probably find your security. Just
He's right there.
Okay, excellent. And
Pardon me.
here we go.
Wait, David is still in the bathroom.
Okay, we should wait for. But we're done. We're not going to stream once we get to Libby, right?
Oh, you don't want to stream that? The meet and greet? We don't have to.
I mean, we can if you want to, but
Oh, no.
we're going to film it for our stuff.
Okay,
But you can
like,
be
no.
off if you want to be.
I mean, he's been live for like.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I can end it. Yeah. I thought they would like it, but it's all good. Hold on.
But if they want to keep streaming.
No, it's all good. I'll end it.
We should
It's been.
film over at Libby. It's a small
All right,
space,
everybody.
too, so, yeah.
I've been live for 9 hours and 30 minutes already. So I'm gonna go do the meet and greet right now. But I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for everybody here. You guys did a fantastic job making me look somewhat presentable. I'm sorry that I worked actively against that. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Obviously, I'll be in the Discord asking y'all like that in a second. But yeah, this was really cool. This was a lot better. This went a lot better than I thought it was going to. So very exciting stuff overall. And yeah, tomorrow I'll be